Lin Yuan endured relentless torment within the depths of the Hampa iron mine, afflicted by spiritual poison, while his younger sister remained a target of desire. His life was but a fleeting month away from oblivion. It was not until the cave collapsed, revealing a rusted ancient sword hilt inscribed with the words "The one who possesses shall sever the path of immortality," that he found it. Perfectly aligned with the fragmented sword diagram he had meticulously concealed. The disciples of the Iron Sword Sect, who had tormented him, swung their blades toward him. Lin Yuan's blood dripped onto the hilt, causing the rust to recede as if it were a living entity, awakening the primordial sword intent with a thunderous roar. From that moment forth, the spiritual poison transformed into sword intent, and the fragmented diagram morphed into a sword box, as blood jade deep within the mind pieced together an ancient star map. When Lin Yuan emerged from the cave, gripping the bronze sword engraved with the words "Prisoner of Immortals," he finally comprehended that the blood jade, which his sister wore close to her heart, was indeed the true key to unlocking the ancient legacy of sword cultivators. Chapter 1. The Blood Jade of the Mine. The rain of late spring enveloped the air with the scent of rust, seeping through the crevices of the mine and chilling Lin Yuan's neck. Clenching the moldy bun in his hand, his knuckles turned pale, with dark purple mud embedded beneath his nails, a wound inflicted 3 days prior by the overseer's spiritual whip, now emanating an eerie, greenish glow. "What are you daydreaming about, newcomer?" Chenjiu, a disciple of the Iron Sword Sect, kicked him in the lower back, his wrist adorned with spiritual patterns grazing Lin Yuan's shoulder, sending a spray of blood mist into the air. This marked the 7th beating of the month, the cause being Lin Yuan's incessant gaze fixed upon the glimmering stone wall deep within the mine, which shimmered every hour like the blood jade his sister had hidden by her pillow. "Senior brother Chen, I beg you for a hemostatic pill." Lin Yuan curled up among the damp rubble, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. He could feel a chill coursing through his veins, the spiritual poison seeping in while mining for the Hampa iron that if not expelled soon, he would soon become a mere skeleton within the mine. Chenjiu sneered at his plea, gathering pale blue spiritual energy in his fingertips, shattering a pill before Lin Yuan's eyes. "Want one? Trade it for your sister. I've heard that little girl is quite beautiful. She would make a perfect offering to Elder Wang." Before he could finish, a thunderous roar echoed from above the cave. All the miners instinctively looked up, witnessing golden, web-like patterns emerge upon the seeping stone wall, as a chunk of blue brick crashed down, revealing a rusted sword hilt. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted. The cloud patterns on the hilt were identical to those on the cover of his closely guarded sword diagram, an ancient relic. Chenjiu exclaimed, his voice laced with ecstasy as he unsheathed his sword by 3 inches. "Everyone, back away." The miners scrambled back against the cave walls, yet Lin Yuan, driven by a strange compulsion, stepped forward. But he noticed ice crystals forming around the hilt, each crystal encasing a skeleton, while in his palm rested a piece of blood jade that mirrored the shape of his sister's pendant. Seeking death. Chenjiu's sword light cleaved through the air, but suddenly froze upon brushing against Lin Yuan's garment. Blood seeping from the boy's lower back dripped onto the hilt, causing the rust to writhe like a living creature, revealing half a line of ancient script upon the blade. "The one who possesses shall sever the path of immortality." Amidst the searing pain, Lin Yuan heard a crystalline sound akin to shattering jade within his ears. The fragmented sword diagram flew from his bosom, its pages turning as if stirred by an unseen wind, revealing a blood-red inscription on the final blank page: "Devour the sword." Intent, defy the heavenly mandate. Chenjiu's sword tip pierced his right shoulder. Lin Yuan erupted into a frenzied laugh. Gripping the hilt, veins bulged in his hand as spiritual energy surged through his meridians like a flood, transforming the long-accumulated spiritual poison into swirling black mist that was drawn into the diagram along the blade's spine. "You are a cultivator?" Chenjiu staggered backward, his pupils reflecting Lin Yuan's suddenly luminous eyes, which, instead of the murky gaze of a mere mortal, now glinted with the cold light of a blade. "I am the breaker of swords." The moment Lin Yuan unsheathed the rusted sword, a chorus of 1,000 swords echoed from the depths of the mine. Chenjiu's protective spiritual barrier shattered like paper under the sword's might, and he could only manage a half-hearted scream before being reduced to dust by the sword. Intent. The ice crystals upon the cave walls crumbled, and hundreds of pieces of blood jade erupted from the earth, coalescing beneath the boy's feet into a fragmented star map. Agonizing pain radiated from his dantian to every limb. Lin Yuan beheld golden, sword energy coursing through his veins, igniting like a lit fuse, reshaping his corporeal form along the diagram's intricate lines. He recalled his sister often remarking on his butcher's eyes, which now reflected the stone door deep within the mine, with the words "Burial of Swords" prominently inscribed above. As the first rays of dawn penetrated the cave, Lin Yuan stepped over Chunjiu's remains and emerged into the light. The blood jade in his grasp felt feverish, while the fragmented sword diagram quietly transformed into a bronze sword box, the lid faintly revealing the words "Prisoner of Immortals." In the distance, shouts from the disciples of the Iron Sword Sect echoed. Lin Yuan touched his shoulder wound, which, instead of gaping to the bone, had formed a light golden scab. Brushing his fingertips across it, he heard a sound reminiscent of a sword song. He lifted his gaze to the overcast sky, suddenly recalling his sister's words from last night's letter. "Brother, a fortune teller in town said that my pendant is the key to unlocking the immortal gate." The wind stirred. A thunderous roar of chains breaking resonated from the depths of the mine. Chapter 2. Underworld currents. At a quarter past the hour of the rooster, lanterns in the lawless zone of the western city began to flicker to life. Lin Yuan, clad in a pilfered gray robe and adorned with a spirit-gathering jade pendant taken from the corpse of Chunjiu, blended into the throng as he stepped into the Wanbao Tower's black market. The stench of decaying flesh mingled with the fragrant aroma of alchemical herbs in the damp air, while intermittent moans emanated from the private rooms on the second floor, where a drunken wanderer was languidly sticking his tongue out in a corner, an indication of having fallen victim to a soul-capturing curse. "Newcomer?" A scarred guard suddenly seized his wrist, murky eyes scanning the jade pendant. "Daring to venture into the black market at the Foundation establishment stage? You must be yearning for death." Lin Yuan allowed the guard to probe his pulse, the spiritual energy within him lying dormant like still waters, an enigmatic aspect of the remnant sword atlas, capable of concealing one's true cultivation stage to resemble that of an early-stage qi-gathering practitioner. The guard spat out a mouthful of blood, and as he released Lin Yuan, he whispered a warning: "Stay away from the third floor. The Bloodblade sect has been capturing live prey of late." At the heart of the black market, the auction platform revealed its third item, a jade vial containing a pale golden liquid. The host, shaking a gilded bell, raised his piercing voice above the cacophony. "Esteemed guests, this is the heart's blood of an inner disciple of the Qingxiao sect, a primary ingredient for concocting possession pills. The starting bid is 5,000 spirit stones." Lin Yuan's pupils constricted. He had encountered similar records within the remnant sword atlas. This so-called heart's blood was, in truth, the essence of a cultivator, and those from whom it was extracted would be rendered mindless and incapacitated. A fervent bidding war erupted among the crowd, and he felt within his sleeve the storage bag belonging to Chunjiu, his fingertips brushing against a chilling object, half of a waste token inscribed with blood-red characters. Next came the piece de resistance. As the curtain drew back, the sight within the iron cage froze Lin Yuan's very blood. A 16-year-old girl, clad in a coarse linen dress, bore an iron ring around her neck inscribed with incantations. It was none other than his sister, Lin Yao, for whom he had risked everything to save. She clutched a cloth bundle tightly, a corner of crimson satin peeking out, her bridal garment, left to her by their mother on her deathbed. Possessing exceptional spiritual roots and untouched purity, the host's voice slithered like a serpent, announcing a rare constitution that would allow for the infusion of spiritual poison. A certain lord from the Bloodblade sect had offered a hefty sum, starting at 10,000 spirit stones. Let the bidding commence. Lin Yuan's nails pierced his palm. He noticed a slight movement of the curtain in the private room above. A cultivator wearing a bronze ghost mask raised a bidding paddle, the dark red patterns peeking from his sleeve unmistakably marking him as one of the Bloodblade sect's soul-eating sorcerers. His sister seemed to sense his gaze, lifting her head to reveal a glimmer of golden light in her eyes, reminiscent of the brilliance he had witnessed during his own breakthrough the previous night. 20,000 spirit stones. The bidding thundered like a storm. Lin Yuan recognized the bidder as Elder Wang of the Iron Sword Sect, who had recently taken a new concubine, now stroking his beard as he surveyed Lin Yao with greedy eyes. The remnant sword atlas in his possession radiated heat, and he suddenly recalled Chunjiu's agonizing screams before his demise. It dawned on him that every coincidence was orchestrated by unseen hands pulling the strings. 30,000. The ghost-masked cultivator's voice echoed as if from the depths of the underworld. Lin Yuan observed 3 bone rings on the man's left hand, one inscribed with the character for burial, identical to the ancient script found on the stone door of the mine. The guards surrounding the auction platform stealthily closed in, their blade designs mirroring those used by the marauding bandits who had slaughtered Qinghe village 3 months prior. 40,000. Elder Wang slammed his palm on the table. "I am a guest elder of the Iron Sword Sect. Who dares to contest me?" His words abruptly fell silent. Lin Yuan had leapt onto the auction stage without anyone noticing, his rusted sword pressed against Elder Wang's throat, the sword's aura shattering the protective energy barrier around him. A gasp swept through the crowd as the young man lifted his hood, revealing an unhealed wound on his right shoulder, where golden patterns faintly pulsed beneath the skin, moving like living creatures through his veins. "Release him." Lin Yuan's voice was colder than the blade itself. He noticed a flicker of surprise in his sister's eyes, but it froze upon touching the remnants of the sword blueprint in his palm, as if she had recognized something. Elder Wang trembled uncontrollably, the scent of urine escaping his throat, yet he still managed to threaten. "Do you comprehend the consequences of offending the Iron Sword Sect? Even the Qingxiao sect must give us face." "Qingxiao sect?" Lin Yuan scoffed, the sword's tip piercing into the hollow of Wang's shoulder. "Then allow me to inquire. Does your esteemed sect conduct live experiments with the soul-borrowing sword refinement technique?" The hall fell deathly silent. Suddenly, a ghostly-faced cultivator chuckled lightly, tossing a black token into the air. Lin Yuan sidestepped, the token grazing his nose before embedding itself into a stone pillar, revealing blood-red inscriptions. The black market guards simultaneously drew their blades, the edges shimmering with a ghostly blue poison, clearly having been bought off by the Bloodblade sect. A wise choice. The ghostly-faced cultivator rose, sleeves swirling to unleash 3 streams of blood mist. "Eliminate him, and that girl will be yours to divide." Before the blood mist could reach him, Lin Yuan had already leapt toward the second floor with the iron cage in tow. The sword blueprint unfurled automatically, complex sword intent patterns emerging on its pages. Instinctively, he swung his sword, shattering all incoming hidden weapons into dust. His sister coughed violently within the cage, a cloth pouch falling to reveal a half-engraved jade pendant inscribed with the character for immortal and a burial token he had acquired from the mine, which perfectly combined to form a complete image. Now, at the moment Lin Yuan severed the chains of the iron cage, a thunderous sound erupted from the auction stage. The host revealed his torso, wrapped in explosives, grinning maliciously. "Since the item has been stolen, let us all perish." The blast sent Lin Yuan flying. Mid-fall, he embraced his sister, shielding her with his body. At the instant his back collided with a stone pillar, he heard the sword blueprint emit a dragon-like cry. The 2 jade pendants in his arms suddenly grew warm, forming a shimmering portal in the air, through which a valley marked with sword scars could be faintly seen. "Close your eyes." Lin Yuan covered his sister's eyes and slashed toward the portal with his sword. Just before stepping through, he caught a glimpse of the ghostly-faced cultivator removing his mask. His face bore an uncanny resemblance to the eldest disciple of the Qingxiao sect, whose eyes sparkled with unabashed ecstasy, as the light of the portal engulfed them, deep within the black market's hidden passage. A cloaked figure tossed a jade slip engraved with the character for Abyss into a fire pit. As the slip burned, it revealed an image from the depths of the mine. Behind an otherwise empty stone door stood a skeleton cradling a broken sword. Embedded in its chest was the very blood jade Lin Yuan had just taken. Chapter 2 concluded. Core of this chapter. 1. The dark side of cultivators in a lawless era is portrayed through the grim black market, with the auctioning of live beings intensifying the conflict. 2. The peculiar constitution of the sister, entwined with the jade pendant, unveils her extraordinary identity, forming a fateful loop with the protagonist. 3. The true identity of the masked cultivator, the eldest disciple of the Qingxiao sect, lays the groundwork for an internal traitor within the sect, echoing the ominous transformation of the guide. 4. The teleportation portal connects to the conclusion of the first chapter, with the blood jade of skeletons intertwining with ancient legacies. 5. The intricacies of sword intent countermeasure are emphasized during combat, such as concealing realms and interpreting sword patterns, aligning with the persona of a sword cultivator who triumphs through intellect over brute force. Chapter 3. The enigma of the sword burial as the disorienting sensation of teleportation ebbed like a receding tide. Lin Yuan instinctively shielded his sister behind him the moment he set foot upon the withered branches and fallen leaves. The air was thick with the scent of decaying vegetation mingled with rust, revealing a gorge marred by jagged sword scars. The cliff faces were embedded with broken blades, each edge pointing ominously towards a stone tomb deep within the valley. "Brother, your eyes." Lin Yao clutched his sleeve, her voice trembling. Lin Yuan reached for his brow, his fingertips brushing against an inexplicable chill. At some point, the pupil of his left eye had crystallized into a blade-like golden pattern, granting him the ability to perceive the ethereal flow of spiritual energy, akin to countless transparent threads intertwining in the air. The diagram of shattered swords unfurled before him, with the words "Sword Burial Valley" oozing crimson, casting a holographic map of the valley upon the ground. "Stay close to me, and do not touch any blades." He kicked aside a rusted sword, which suddenly manifested a grotesque face, snapping its jaws towards his ankle. Lin Yuan swung his sword, but the blade merely passed through the ghastly visage, cleaving a deep fissure into the earth. Everything here is a manifestation of spiritual energy. Be careful. Lin Yao suddenly grasped his wrist. In the center of the open space stood a shattered steel, its surface riddled with pockmarks. Just as Lin Yuan prepared to halt, the ground beneath him surged, and hundreds of spiritual swords erupted from the soil, their blades enveloped in a murky green haze. He pivoted and swung his sword, the sword diagram autonomously swirling, weaving a barrier of spiritual energy that repelled the poisonous blades back. Are these the guardian spirits of the sword tomb? Lin Yao huddled behind him, the jade pendant in her arms radiating a soft glow. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted. The rebounding swords paused mid-air, their hilts turning towards them, adopting an aggressive stance. Strangely, wherever the light from Lin Yao's pendant touched, the toxic mist dissipated like melting snow, revealing the cloud patterns on the sword hilts and the remnants of the mine's blades, identical to the black market insignia. Take this. He thrust Chunjio's spiritual gathering pendant into his sister's hands, urging her to channel her spiritual energy without hesitation. Before his words could fully escape, a rain of swords descended from the heavens. Lin Yuan horizontally slashed his sword, the spiritual energy within him surging along the sword's diagram, forming a golden vortex around the blade. The first wave of the sword rain was shattered into luminous particles, yet the second wave fell from above, as those broken swords had embedded themselves into the gorgeous ceiling, cascading down like a torrential downpour. Take cover behind the steel. Lin Yuan hurled a storage bag, causing the spirit stones within to explode into a barrier of spiritual energy, seizing the opportunity to push his sister beside the shattered steel. As he turned, he beheld Lin Yao's pendant resonating with the steel, golden liquid seeping from the pockmarks, sketching a star map upon the ground. All the spiritual swords froze upon touching the star map, their hilts turning towards the stone tomb, as if in reverence. Brother, there are words on the steel. Lin Yao's fingertips brushed against the back of the broken steel, and those seemingly bullet-like indentations unexpectedly formed ancient characters. Lin Yuan leaned in to discern, and the remnants of the sword diagram automatically translated the content. The one who imprisons the immortal, buried here, the one who breaks the formation, must offer their heart. The final phrase suddenly seeped blood, transforming into, siblings united, the sword tomb shall open. The ground began to tremble. Above the stone tomb, a grid of 9 sword slots materialized, each groove corresponding to the rusted sword in Lin Yuan's hand and Lin Yao's jade pendant. The youth suddenly recalled the star map composed of blood jade from the mine, strikingly similar to the formation before him. He inserted the rusted sword into the central slot, and Lin Yao's jade pendant automatically soared upward, embedding itself into the vacant position at the upper right corner. In an instant, a symphony of swords resounded. The broken swords on both sides of the canyon soared into the air, forming a colossal sword formation above the stone tomb. Lin Yuan's left eye throbbed with pain, revealing countless phantoms within the sword formation, remnants of past cultivators who had attempted to break the formation. Their spiritual bodies were shredded by the sword array, transforming into the very sustenance that nourished the sword tomb. Hold my hand. Lin Yao suddenly opened her eyes, her pupils adorned with golden patterns identical to her brother's. Their mother had once said that their bloodline could unlock the immortal formation. Her palm bled, and the moment it touched Lin Yuan's wound, the rusted sword erupted with blinding golden light. All the sword slots illuminated simultaneously, and the stone tomb slowly opened, revealing a skeletal figure cradling a jade box, with Lin Yao's half pendant embedded in its chest. The jade box automatically opened, revealing a charred tome within, its cover inscribed with the words "Slay the Immortal." Still seeping blood. As Lin Yuan reached out to touch it, the skeleton abruptly seized his wrist, black mist spilling from its eye sockets, forming the visage of Chunjio. Kill her and seize the pendant, brother? Lin Yao's voice trembled with terror. Lin Yuan's muscles tensed. The sword diagram in his embrace quaked violently, and a warning emerged on its pages. Those who bury the sword tomb, baited by obsession, shall incite future cultivators to slaughter one another. He gazed into the golden patterns in his sister's eyes, suddenly recalling their mother's words before her passing. As she pressed the pendants into their hands, remember, you are both the sword box and the key. I'm sorry. He swung the sword toward the skeleton's arm, and as the golden sword energy swept through, the black mist emitted a shriek, transforming into myriad shards of swords piercing his meridians. Amidst the excruciating pain, Lin Yuan stowed the Slay the Immortal tome into the sword box, gripping his sister tightly as they dashed toward the gap in the sword formation. Behind them, the thunderous sound of the stone tomb closing echoed, and the previously still spiritual swords surged forth again, their blades glowing with an eerie red light. His blood. To the left. Lin Yuan suddenly pointed toward a fissure in the mountain wall, where there was no fluctuation of spiritual energy. In the moment they fell into the crevice, Lin Yuan glimpsed the stone tomb at the valley's bottom sealing shut, leaving the rusted sword at the formation's heart. He reached for the sword box, where the immortal tome was flipping through its pages autonomously, one page freezing on the image of the Bloodblade Sect's young master. Chu Mo, a face he had seen in the black market, marked as a ghostly figure. Next to the image were annotations, those of the same bloodline, may be slain. At the end of the fissure lay a natural stone chamber, its walls etched with a dense array of sword techniques. Lin Yuan's left eye glimmered with golden patterns, automatically deciphering the trajectories of the sword moves, when he suddenly noticed a decayed corpse in the corner. Clutching half a waist token inscribed with the name Li Zheng of the Qingxiao sect, the same ghostly figure he had encountered in the black market. Brother, listen. Lin Yuan suddenly pressed against the stone wall. From deep within, the sound of flowing water mingled with the faint clinking of chains. Lin Yuan pressed his ear against the stone surface, hearing a raspy voice repetitively uttering the phrase, "Do not trust your eyes." Before the words could fully resonate, the ground suddenly caved in. As Lin Yuan plummeted, he embraced his sister, and in the fleeting moment when the sword light pierced through the darkness, he beheld countless corpses of cultivators floating in the abyss below, each bearing a golden-patterned jade slip embedded in their foreheads, identical to the one consumed by the black-clad figures in the black market. Core elements of this chapter. 1. The secret realm of Burial Sword Valley showcases a template of mechanisms and residual souls, using illusory sword rain to heighten the sense of oppression. 2. The resonance of the sibling bloodline deepens the foreshadowing of the dual keys, intertwining the identity of their mother with the sword of celestial slaughter, creating early suspense. 3. The obsession of the skeletal remains manifests as the illusion of Chunjiu, hinting at the cultivation mechanism of heart demons, setting the stage for the subsequent sword heart tribulation. 4. The corpses of the disciples from Qingxiao sect correspond with the ghostly-faced cultivators of the black market, solidifying the conspiracy of infiltrators within the Bloodblade sect. 5. The jade slips from the deep pool and the warning to not trust your eyes serve as a core deception within the worldview, visual trickery. 6. The portrait of Chu Mo and the revelation of kinship between protagonist and antagonist intensify the conflict of stances. Chapter 4. The secrets at the bottom of the pool. The sensation of weightlessness during the fall tore at his insides. The moment Lin Yuan's back collided with the pool's water, a bone-chilling cold penetrated his pores and surged through his veins. As the accumulated fragments of black mist from the swords became highly active in the frigid water, slithering towards his heart like venomous serpents. Hold your breath. At the last moment before submersion, he channeled his spiritual energy into his sister's mouth, tightly gripping the sword of celestial slaughter with his left hand. While a protective barrier automatically manifested from the sword box, the pool was no ordinary water but rather a condensed liquid of spiritual energy, possessing remarkable clarity that revealed 9 colossal stone pillars rising from the depths, each entwined with broken chains, the ends of which were locked onto an armored skeleton. Suddenly, Lin Yuan pointed towards a skeleton on the right. The armor on that corpse bore the emblem of the Qingxiao sect, and the broken sword embedded in its chest was indeed that of Chunjiu's, while its palm clutched a jade slip, the surface of which flowed with golden patterns identical to those in Lin Yuan's left eye. The residual sword diagram autonomously deciphered the contents of the jade slip, revealing a line of blood-red text on his retina. I, with my life-soul lamp as a guide, have imprisoned the immortal here, the first ancestor of Qingxiao sect. Li Xuanji. Lin Yuan was struck with profound shock. 3 months prior, he had encountered this name in Qinghe village, inscribed on a fragment of a broken stele at the village's crumbling temple, which recounted how Master Li vanquished demons, while the marauders who slaughtered Qinghe village wielded blades identical to those of the Qingxiao sect. Beware. Lin Yao's warning was distorted into a muffled sound by the liquid spirit energy. The pool's waters surged violently as hundreds of corpses opened their murky eyes, their forehead jade slips emitting a piercing shriek. The decayed arms that should have been lifeless suddenly seized the ankles of the two, dark blood seeping from their fingernails, a sign of being eroded by the soul-borrowing sword refinement technique. Lin Yuan swung his sword, severing the corpses into shimmering particles, but they reassembled in an instant. It dawned on him that the pool was formed from the obsessions of cultivators. Each corpse acted as a living focal point of the formation. Lin Yao's jade pendant glowed once more, illuminating the central altar at the bottom of the pool, where a crystal coffin floated, housing a girl clad in white, whose visage bore a striking resemblance to her own. Is that her? Lin Yao's spiritual transmission quivered with emotion. Surrounding the crystal coffin were 12 sword marks, each corresponding to a wound on the heart of the girl within. As Lin Yuan's left eye pulsated with a golden hue, he beheld a young girl grasping a shard of a broken mirror. Reflected within it was not their own image, but rather two blood-soaked adults, his long-departed parents. Do not touch the mirror. The waters of the pond suddenly boiled. Lin Yuan pulled his sister behind a stone pillar, witnessing all the corpses surge towards the altar, their hands forming a complete array with the jade slips. The immortal slaying tome flew forth, its pages brushing against the foreheads of the deceased, drawing in the fragmented memories contained within the slips. On the night of the massacre in Qinghe village, an elder of the Qingxiao sect utilized a soul-borrowing sword refining technique to transform the villagers into fierce weapons, led by none other than Li Xuanji's personal disciple. In their flight, Lin Yuan's parents had stumbled into the Valley of the Buried Sword, where his mother suppressed a crystal coffin with her life sword essence, while his father divided the sword diagram into two halves, embedding them within their children. The true identity of Chu Mo, the young master of the Bloodblade sect, was that of a sword slave secretly cultivated by the Qingxiao sect, sharing the same bloodline as Lin Yuan, yet instilled with the obsession that only by devouring the sibling's spiritual essence could he transcend. It turns out we are the eye of the formation. Lin Yuan clenched his sister's trembling hand, finally comprehending why each breakthrough summoned celestial phenomena. Their bloodline was not a mere inheritance of fallen immortals, but a living vessel meant to suppress the ancient sword immortal. A sound of shattering glass echoed from the altar. The corpse of the girl in white, his mother, slowly opened her eyes, and from her hollow eye sockets crawled countless sword insects, coalescing into the phantom of the sect leader of Qingxiao, whose voice was laced with a sickly rapture. Awake, my sword box. It is time to assist my master in completing the Imprisoner of Immortals project. Suddenly, Lin Yao's jade pendant exploded into fine powder. 12 sword scars at the bottom of the pond illuminated simultaneously, and Lin Yuan felt countless steel needles piercing his meridians. The sword diagram and the immortal slaying tome collided in the air, merging into a complete record of the Prisoner of Immortals, its cover emblazoned with the siblings' birth dates. Brother, look at the water. Lin Yao's scream roused the entranced youth. The surface of the water reflected the true scene. They had not plummeted into a deep pond, but were lying on the stone platform at the entrance of the Valley of the Buried Sword, their bodies ensnared by golden chains, a rusted sword piercing Lin Yuan's heart, pinning them at the core of the Prisoner of Immortals formation. Lin Yuan bit his tongue, forcing pain to shatter the illusion. Their captors intended for them to willingly become the eye of the formation. He swung his sword to sever the chains of delusion, blood finally spilling from his right eye. The golden patterns in his left eye were no mere talent for breaking formations, but a heart-piercing sword curse implanted by the Qingxiao sect, monitoring their every move. When the sunlight of the real world pierced his pupils, Lin Yuan saw Chu Mo, accompanied by disciples of the Qingxiao sect, surrounding the entrance of the Valley of the Buried Sword. In their hands were bloodied rusted swords. The very one pulled from the eye of the stone tomb formation, and entwined around the hilt was the fragment of the jade pendant that had shattered in the illusion. Welcome home, brother. Chu Mo licked the blood from the sword's blade, his pupils swirling with the same golden patterns as Lin Yuan's. Master has said that with your blood, we can open the door to the spirit realm, and I shall become the new warden of the imprisoned immortals. Lin Yuan shielded his sister, retreating until his back pressed against the cold stone wall. The sword diagram and the immortal slaying tome split once more. The former flew back into his embrace, while the latter hovered above Chu Mo's head, automatically flipping to the page of patricide. The mountain breeze swept through the canyon, carrying the distant chimes of the Qingxiao sect, resonating with the same mournful toll that had echoed 3 months prior during the massacre of Qinghe village. One final inquiry arose. Chu Mo raised his rusted sword, its tip directed at Lin Yao. Will you ascend the altar voluntarily, or must I take matters into my own hands? Lin Yuan exchanged glances with his sister. The golden patterns in her eyes were fading, replaced by a resolute clarity. The young man suddenly recalled his mother's dying whisper. When you behold the twin suns in the sky, proceed to destroy the stargazing platform of the Qingxiao sect. His left-hand sword sheath trembled lightly, and a bronze fragment slipped from its concealed layer. This object, discovered in the mine the previous night, revealed itself in the sunlight to be a shard of the celestial mirror, the core component of the stargazing platform. Make your move, Lin Yao suddenly declared, striding forward, her palms open and facing upwards, revealing a sword curse mark identical to Chu Mo's. But I want you to draw blood yourself, dear brother. And take care of Xiaobai. Xiaobai was the limping spirit dog they had rescued from the mine. In an instant, Lin Yuan grasped his sister's insinuation and, feigning hesitation, pushed the sword sheath into the crevice of a stone. Chu Mo's vigilance indeed faltered. At the moment he swung his sword, Lin Yao discreetly crushed the momentary cave jade slip hidden within her sleeve, a prize plundered from the corpse of a black market auctioneer. Time and space distorted within the canyon. Chu Mo's blade halted mere inches from Lin Yao's throat, and seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan pulled her toward the teleportation array. Just before radiant light engulfed them, he caught a glimpse of panic in Chu Mo's eyes, while the expressions of the Qingxiao sect disciples froze in terror. Their master had appeared outside the array, holding the severed heads of Lin Yuan's parents. Remember, all who attempt to breach the array. The master's voice echoed through the rift of time and space, bearing an eerily gentle tone, shall become the next spiritual stone of the array. Amidst the teleportation's brilliance, the shard of the celestial mirror in Lin Yuan's arms resonated with the sword sheath, projecting an image of the back mountain of the Qingxiao sect. At the center of the stargazing platform stood 9 stone pillars, each embedded with golden patterned jade slips akin to those of the siblings, and the 2 newest recesses awaited emptily. End of chapter 4. Key points of this chapter. 1. The illusion of the deep pool unveils the truth of the prisoner immortal array, using fragments of parental memories to complete the worldview puzzle. 2. The golden patterns in the left eye are, in fact, the mind-piercing sword curse, shattering the protagonist's perception of absolute safety. 3. The bloodline connection between Chu Mo and the protagonist, as well as his identity as a sword servant, intensifies the sense of fated adversarial conflict. 4. The mirror image technique of the mother and the momentary cave jade slip create a temporal ruse. 5. The master of the Qingxiao sect's emergence with the severed heads of the parents propels the guide into a dark climax of bloodshed. 6. The recesses of the stone pillars on the stargazing platform hint at the vast scale of the prisoner immortal plan, deepening the dark aspects of the worldview through the use of living array eyes. Chapter 5. Twin suns in the sky. As the yellow sands of the momentary cave whipped against him, Lin Yuan clutched his sister, rolling into the sheltered side of a sand dune. Temporal turbulence carved dozens of blood wounds upon his surface, yet they paled in comparison to the stabbing pain in his heart. In that fleeting moment of teleportation, he distinctly perceived a flicker of life in his mother's eyes. The body that should have perished years ago blinked in the hands of the master of the Qingxiao sect. Brother, your sword sheath. Lin Yao tugged at her bloodstained sleeve, her fingertip pointing to the area behind his waist. The diagram of the broken sword had somehow flown out from the sheath and now hovered above the dune, its pages unfurling in the winds to reveal the page depicting the momentary cave. On the yellowed pages lies a map, with the phrase Tomb of Time encircled in red at the heart of an oasis, accompanied by a note, contains sands that reverse time, capable of reclaiming 7 days. The blade of Chu Mo bears your blood. Lin Yuan tears a strip from her garment to bind her wounded arm, the golden patterned sword curse leaving a web-like mark upon her skin. The soul pursuit technique of Qingxiao sect can trace through bloodlines. We must find a way to conceal our presence before the hourglass runs out. No sooner had she spoken than 2 suns unexpectedly appeared on the horizon. Lin Yao abruptly looked up, her pupils reflecting the twin suns. This was the ominous sign foretold by her mother on her deathbed. The map of the shattered sword trembled violently, and blood seeped from a blank page, forming a small inscription. With twin suns present, the formation stirs, the prison sword emerges, chaos befalls the world. On the edge of the oasis, desiccated corpses of cultivators hung from the poplar trees. Their storage bags had been looted, and each bore the same sword marks upon their chests, signatures of the Qingxiao sect's adjudicator's blade. In the hand of one corpse, Lin Yuan discovered a half-piece of a bronze mirror, which reflected not themselves but the entrance of the sword burial valley from 3 days prior. Chu Mo appeared to be wielding his sword against an unseen foe. It was a remnant of the mirror technique. When Lin Yao touched the mirror's surface, black sand oozed from the cracks. These individuals were trapped in a temporal rift, eternally reliving the moment of their demise. The fine sand, upon touching her fingertips, coalesced into an hourglass, its color mirroring the red ink on the map of the shattered sword. Suddenly, Lin Yuan recalled the seepage from the mine's stone walls. It was not water but the sands of time leaking from the Tomb of Time. The Qingxiao sect employing this forbidden technique to sustain the prison formation. The lake at the center of the oasis shimmered with an eerie cobalt hue, its depths littered with countless remnants of clocks, all hands moving counterclockwise. A shard of Lin Yao's jade pendant suddenly grew warm, guiding them toward a small island in the lake, where an inverted stone tower stood. At the apex of the tower, a crystal orb encapsulated a familiar scene, the Qingxiao sect's stargazing platform, where the master pressed the heads of her parents into the formation's recess, while Chu Mo, bloodied and kneeling below, wore an iron ring identical to Lin Yao's around his neck. The master's palm rested on the boy's crown, golden spiritual energy surging into his meridians. As 9 columns of blood rose around the stargazing platform, each reflecting the shadows of Lin Yuan and his sister. Indeed, it is our cursed physique. Lin Yuan's voice was torn apart by the lake's wind. It was the side effect of their fate being altered by the sands of time. Suddenly, the tower shook, righting itself to reveal the altar at its base. Upon the altar lay an elderly man clad in a gray robe, a broken sword embedded in his chest, inscribed with the characters of the Tiangong Pavilion. In his grasp was a scroll of parchment, which unfurled to reveal the Qingxiao sect's defensive layout. With the position of the stargazing platform circled repeatedly in red ink, accompanied by the note, "To destroy the formation, one must first obliterate the bell. When the bell tolls cease, the sword curse will extinguish." Lin Yao's fingertips brushed over the old man's eye socket, where a black pill was concealed. The map of the shattered sword instinctively analyzed the pill's properties: broken immortal powder, capable of temporarily suppressing the sword curse at the cost of all spiritual energy. Without hesitation, she swallowed the pill, the golden patterned sword curse dimming instantly. However, a booming morning bell from the Qingxiao sect echoed in the distance, arriving 3 hours earlier than usual. They had prematurely activated the prison formation. Lin Yuan grasped her, dashing toward the stone tower's exit. Each toll of the bell resonated with the formation, drawing Chu Mo's sword closer by the inch. The surface of the lake suddenly boiled. Hundreds of mechanical birds, crafted from clockwork components, soared into the sky. Amidst the whirring of gears, the pupils of each bird reflected the figures of Lin Yuan and his sister, Lin Yao. Lin Yuan swung his sword to fell the nearest mechanical bird, only to witness not oil, but golden blood, akin to his own, seeping from the shattered gears. Were these the fragments of the first generation's soul? Lin Yao, hidden behind him, watched as the mechanical birds reassembled, realizing that the Qingxiao sect had been resurrecting ancient beings using the sands of reversal. The fragment of the sword diagram turned the final page of the Tomb of Time without a breeze. It depicted an inverted tower, with a sandglass-shaped recess at the altar's center, perfectly aligning with the fragment of the celestial mirror Lin Yuan had procured from the black market. Suddenly, the youth recalled the remnants of his mother's mirror technique. The true key had always resided within their bloodline. "Take this," he urged, pressing the fragment into his sister's hand. "I will activate the sands of reversal at the altar. You must not look back, no matter what sounds you hear." Lin Yao bit her lip and nodded. As she turned, her hair brushed against the back of his hand, a sensation he had never experienced before, reminiscent of the icy silk handkerchief his mother used to wear. As the swarm of mechanical birds descended, Lin Yuan's sword swing froze in midair. He caught sight of his sister's silhouette running, casting a long shadow in the sunlight, the outline mirroring that of the white-clad maiden within the crystal coffin. The altar echoed with the sound of shattering glass. The moment Lin Yao embedded the fragment into the recess, the entire stone tower began to rotate counterclockwise. Clockwork remnants from the lake's depths ascended, assembling in midair to form a colossal hourglass. The sands of reversal cascaded like a waterfall, visibly healing Lin Yuan's wounds. While in the distance, the twin suns rushed closer, ultimately coalescing into a blood-red full moon. "We succeeded. Brother, the bell has ceased." Lin Yao's exclamation was abruptly interrupted by the sound of metal fracturing. The crystal orb atop the tower exploded, scattering countless shards that formed the projection of the Qingxiao sect's master. The elder gazed at them with a smile, his palm cradling the melting form of the youth, Chu Mo, resembling a wax figure, as his features gradually aligned with Lin Yuan's. "Smart children. You know how to use the sands of reversal to activate the nexus of time. But have you ever pondered why, when the twin suns hang in the sky, only you can see them?" Suddenly, a searing pain pierced Lin Yuan's left eye. The golden patterned sword curse awakened within the sands of reversal, forcibly prying open his eyelid. Through the blood mist, he glimpsed the true moment of the shattered heaven. There were no oases or lakes. They stood in the center of the Qingxiao sect's stargazing platform, surrounded by 9 stone pillars embedded with jade slips, while Chu Mo's sword pierced Lin Yao's heart from behind. The pinnacle of the mirror technique was to destroy the most cherished thing with one's own hands within an illusion. Before the master's projection dissipated, he cast forth half of their mother's mirror fragment, and now it was their turn to become the new nexus. Lin Yao's body gradually succumbed, the bottle of sands of reversal rolling from her grasp, fine sand winding between the stone pillars to form a diagram. Lin Yuan knelt on the ground, cradling his sister's lifeless body, as the sword diagram merged once more with the celestial slaying manual. The inscription "Prison of Celestial Beings" on the cover transformed into "Slaying of Celestial Beings," while his left eye's golden pattern morphed entirely into crimson, projecting the image of the Qingxiao sect's bell tower, where their mother's head was displayed. Brother, Lin Yao suddenly opened her eyes. Black blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Do you remember Xiaobai? In its lair, our words had yet to fade when the stargazing platform trembled violently. From the distant direction of Burial Sword Valley came the resounding chorus of myriad swords, as a singular golden sword beam pierced through the clouds. Heading straight for the gates of Qingxiao sect, the sword box in Lin Yuan's embrace opened autonomously, revealing the flawless sky-gazing mirror within, which had merely been pushed into the crevice of stone by the illusion, a mere facade crafted by the sands of time, regardless of its authenticity. He kissed his sister's brow and plunged the celestial slaying tome into his own heart, declaring, "This time, I shall sever all chains." Bathed in the crimson moonlight, Lin Yuan's silhouette began to merge with that of Chu Mo. The fragmented sword map transformed into a myriad of sword energies, reducing 9 stone pillars to powder. While the blood seeping from his left eye traced the lines of the Prisoner of Immortals array, drawing an entirely opposite trajectory of celestial slaying. Chapter 5 concludes. Key points of this chapter. 1. The temporal deceptions of the momentary cave heaven and the tomb of time are intricately layered, enhancing narrative deceit through the visual spectacle of twin suns suspended in the sky. 2. The mechanical bird and the soul-splitting of the first ancestor unveil the core conspiracy behind Qingxiao sect's resurrection of ancient beings to manipulate the present world. 3. Lin Yao's choice to consume the celestial disruption powder illustrates character growth while laying the groundwork for future developments. 4. The truth of the mirror technique and the reversal of the stargazing platform scene propel the visual deception of the worldview to a climax, creating an emotional impact. 5. The connection between the mother's severed head and the chimes substantiates the cruelty of the Prisoner of Immortals array, which uses the memories of the living as fuel. 6. The chapter concludes with the self-inflicted stab of the celestial slaying tome and the sword energy breaking the array, harnessing a self-sacrificial explosion to set the stage for a counterattack against the master. Chapter 6. The destruction of the bell and the sound of swords. The blood-red moonlight transformed the stargazing platform into a slaughterhouse. Lin Yuan's hand, gripping the celestial slaying tome, bulged with veins. At the moment the sword's edge pierced his heart, the sands of time coalesced into a golden gear at the wound, transmuting what should have been a fatal injury into a crucible for refining sword intent. He heard the heartbeat of his sister resonate with his own, witnessing the specter of Chu Mo disintegrate within his veins, leaving only the visage of Qingxiao sect's master, marked by pity. A child cannot be taught. The master's voice emanated from the bell tower, as 9 chimes erupted simultaneously, each ringing summoning a wave of blood mist. The other cultivators trapped within the Prisoner of Immortals array disintegrated into ashes. Lin Yuan looked up, where his mother's head hung beneath the pendulum, each swing striking shards of crystalline ice, residual spiritual energy from her mastery of the Ice Heart sword technique. Do you think destroying the pillars will break the array? Amongst the chimes, the master approached, traversing the blood mist, wielding the bloodied Prisoner of Immortals record. The array's core is never the stones. It is you, the ants who think you can defy fate. His words were abruptly silenced as Lin Yao suddenly raised her hand, driving the shards of the celestial disruption powder vial into the master's throat. The black liquid mingled with golden blood, the astonishment on the elder's face fleeting, morphing into a sinister sneer. A mere mortal dares, she is not immortal. Lin Yuan grasped his sister's bloodied hand, as the sands of time traced sword patterns within her meridians. We are your most cherished creations, are we not? The first sword servants, or perhaps we should address you as the guardian of the burial sword tomb. The master's pupils constricted sharply. Lin Yuan's left eye, now entirely a blood-red vortex, clearly reflected the half-buried skeleton concealed within the master's sleeve, a remnant of the corpse from the stone tomb in Burial Sword Valley. The so-called master of Qingxiao sect was, after all, merely an ancient remnant soul borrowing a corpse for its revival. You resurrect yourself with the sands of time, and create the illusion of the Qingxiao sect through mirror techniques, with the ultimate aim of transforming all cultivators into sword slaves, eternally trapped within this prison of immortals. Lin Yuan severed the chains binding his mother's head with his sword, while the sword's severing record instinctively absorbed the lingering soul's spiritual energy. However, you overlooked one critical factor. Our bloodline harbors the true sword of severing immortals. Lin Yao opened her palm to reveal a half-milk tooth, a relic left by her mother before her untimely demise. The enamel on the tooth had cracked, revealing the inscribed characters for Sever Immortals, perfectly matching the sword box within the stone tomb of the Burial Sword Valley. The master emitted a reluctant howl, transforming into a black mist that penetrated the bell tower. Suddenly, the 9 chimes reversed simultaneously, creating a colossal vortex of time above the stargazing platform. "Brother, look at the pendulum." Lin Yao's voice, laced with agony, reached Lin Yuan. It was then he noticed that their mother's head was fixed upon the pendulum's sever immortal scale. Each swing triggered the formation's operation. He swung his sword at the bell's rope, only to see his sword energy repelled by an invisible barrier, the rebound force shattering 3 of his ribs. "Futile." The master's voice echoed from within the bell. This bell was forged from the spines of 3,000 cultivators. The stronger your sword intent, the faster it absorbs. Before he finished speaking, distant barking was heard. Xiaobai limped into the stargazing platform, clutching an oil paper bag in its mouth, with tears in her eyes. Lin Yao accepted it. Inside were 2 array symbols inscribed with the characters for Li and Dui, relics her mother had hidden in the doghouse during her lifetime. The fragmented sword diagram automatically deciphered the formation, projecting the internal structure of the bell tower onto her retina. The true focal point of the formation lay deep within the bell's yin-yang fish position. "I will divert his attention. You must destroy the heart of the bell." Lin Yuan urged his sister towards the tower's hidden door. "Remember, no matter what sounds you hear, do not look back." Suddenly, Xiaobai lunged at the master's black mist, but was swept away by a gust of sword energy. With gritted teeth, Lin Yao slipped through the hidden door. Hearing her brother's muffled grunt and the master's chilling laughter, "Do you think sacrifice will alter the outcome? Your mother met her end in such a manner. She willingly became the focal point of the formation, unaware that I had planted a sword insect within her daughter." The space behind the hidden door was cluttered with skeletons, each palm engraved with the character for prison. Lin Yao treaded upon the broken bones, the effects of the break immortal powder waning, as the golden-patterned sword insect crawled through her veins toward her heart. Upon reaching the heart of the bell, she heard a dull thud from outside, the sound of a blade piercing flesh. It was her brother's agonized scream. "I'm sorry, brother." She pressed the 2 array symbols onto the yin-yang fish position, embedding the milk tooth into the sever character groove. The bell tower trembled violently as their mother's head transformed into countless ice crystals, each reflecting the truth of the massacre that transpired on that fateful night in Qinghe village. The so-called monstrosities were merely ordinary cultivators attempting to escape the prison of immortals, while her parents had perished to protect them. "Sever immortals." Lin Yuan's roar pierced through the bell's body. Lin Yao witnessed her brother's sword intent piercing through 9 layers of barriers, his blood-red sword energy streaking across the night sky, aimed at the master's lingering soul. Meanwhile, the yin-yang fish at the heart of the bell began to spin in reverse. The prison characters on all skeletons transformed into release, and the jade tablets of the past masters of the Qingxiao sect shattered, liberating the long-imprisoned spiritual bodies of cultivators. The master's lingering soul shrieked amidst the sword energy. "Do you believe that destroying the bell tower will grant you freedom? The gate to the spirit realm has long been opened. The true prison is." The words abruptly ceased. Lin Yuan's sword pierced through his brow, as the reverse time sand and the slaying immortal tome simultaneously surged, forming a colossal hourglass above the stargazing platform. Lin Yao stumbled out of the hidden door and beheld her brother on one knee, a golden sword bud sprouting from the wound on his chest, a harbinger of the slaying immortal sword nearing completion. In her triumph, she knelt beside him, the golden-patterned sword curse already creeping across half of her cheek. The formation was shattered, and their mother's spirit whispered. Lin Yuan pressed a finger to her lips, his gaze fixed on the horizon. The once-closed gate to the spirit realm was slowly opening, revealing not the anticipated celestial domain, but rather another prison adorned with chains, countless golden eyes watching them from behind the clouds. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on his sister's hand as the remnants of the sword diagram and the slaying immortal tome transformed into 2 streams of light, piercing through the fissures of the spirit realm's gate. "One day, we shall sever all chains." He wiped the blood tears from her eyes, noticing Xiaobai approaching with fragments of their mother's icy crystal in its mouth. "But not now. We must journey to the sword-bearing valley to awaken the true, slaying, immortal sword." The dual suns hovering in the sky gradually diminished, replaced by the faint light preceding dawn. Amidst the ruins of the stargazing platform, 2 jade slips emerged from the ashes, one inscribed with the demise of the Qingxiao sect, the other bearing the words Spirit Realm Unlock. In a more distant locale, within the Bloodblade Gate's hidden chamber, Chumo's body was being reshaped by the reversed time sand, now adorned with a sword box akin to Lin Yuan's. The lid's inscription transforming from Prisoner of Immortals to Godslayer. Chapter 6 End. Key points of this chapter. 1. The revelation of the Master's lingering soul unveils the ancient cultivator's conspiracy to manipulate the present world, intensifying the sense of oppression within the narrative. 2. The connection between the mother's milk teeth and the slaying immortal sword serves as a poignant emotional catalyst and a means to enhance power. 3. The process of deciphering the bell tower formation integrates memory recollections, heightening character motivations through the truth of the massacre in Qinghe village. 4. The depiction of the cage behind the spirit realm's gate leaves room for suspense regarding future cross-realm confrontations. 5. The resurrection of Chu Mo's body and the transformation of the sword box lay the groundwork for a character that is both adversary and ally. 6. The declaration to sever all chains at the conclusion solidifies the protagonist's core identity as one who defies the heavenly path. Chapter 7. Entering Qingxiao, Lin Yuan clutched the bloodstained spirit-gathering jade pendant, traversing the wilderness for 3 days. As his wounds began to scab, he finally beheld the towering bronze gates of the Qingxiao sect rising above the sea of clouds, their eaves entwined with pale golden restrictions, resembling 9 great swords thrust into the heavens. Cultivators of the Qi gathering stage are mere scabbards of the affluent. Only those at the foundation establishment stage wield the sword. He reached for the hidden sword diagram nestled against his chest, recalling the old miner's dying admonition. The Qingxiao sect's outer disciples are not tested for spiritual roots, but for the blood within that harbors the courage to kill. Before the testing stone, over 30 youths stood in line, fists clenched tightly. Lin Yuan noticed that the gray-clad youth at the front concealed a poison-tipped needle within his fingertips, a common trick of black market assassins. When it was his turn, what emerged from his palm was not azure light, but a strand of sword qi entwined with black mist, akin to rust mingled with droplets of blood. Low-grade miscellaneous spiritual root, outer sect serum. The attending disciple glanced at him, suddenly frowning. You carry the scent of blood. Spending the night in a communal dormitory. A musty odor seeped through the pinewood walls. Just as Lin Yuan closed his eyes, a sharp pain pierced the back of his neck. 3 bone-piercing nails grazed his earlobe and embedded themselves into the wall, their tails entwined with a note regarding the mine. On the 3rd day at the hour of the pig, bamboo forest at the back mountain. As the hour of the rat passed, he stealthily emerged into the darkness. Moonlight filtered through the bamboo branches, casting glimmering patches resembling shards of silver upon the bluestone slabs. 3 silhouettes materialized from the shadows, the foremost being the gray-clad youth who had assessed his spiritual roots during the day. At this moment, a short blade adorned with a beast's head hung at his waist, its edge engraved with the wolf insignia of the Bloodblade sect. Do the miners of the Iron Sword Sect dare to reach for lofty branches? The youth raised his hand, green mist swirling around the blade. The overseer you killed was an informant planted by my Bloodblade sect. Lin Yuan took a step back, his back pressed against the icy stone wall. He detected the scent of rust mingled with the toxic mist. It was the blood rust poison, nourished by the blood of mortals, akin to the spiritual poison that afflicted his sister. His fingertips brushed against the shard of a hidden sword in his sleeve, and suddenly an epiphany struck him as he flicked his fingers. It was not sword energy, but rather the clumsy strength of a miner wielding a pickaxe. The sound of splintering stone drowned out the toxic mist, causing the gray-clad youth's pupils to constrict. Despite the seemingly clumsy sword intent, it accurately shattered the bone in his wrist that held the blade. The instant the short knife clattered to the ground, Lin Yuan surged forward, employing the throat-grasping technique he had learned in the mine to subdue his opponent. How many hounds of the Bloodblade sect lie hidden within the Clear Sky sect? He murmured, hearing the distant footsteps of patrolling disciples. Moreover, what of the method of soul borrowing to forge swords? Before he could finish, the gray-clad youth suddenly broke into a strange smile. Black blood surged from his throat and through gritted teeth. He managed to utter a half-formed farewell. Your master has long awaited you. During the morning lecture, Lin Yuan stood in a corner of the training ground, gazing at the elderly figure with white hair, yet a youthful visage before him. The head of the outer sect of the Clear Sky sect, Lin Yuan, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his robe embroidered with cloud patterns that fluttered with the sword energy. When the old man's gaze swept over him, the old wound on the back of Lin Yuan's neck flared with a sudden pain, a remnant of the burn inflicted by the guiding energy technique in the mine. The path of a sword cultivator emphasizes the cultivation of the heart. Lin Yuan raised his hand, and 7 bronze small swords manifested in the air. Today, I shall teach you the heart-questioning sword technique. For those with impure hearts, the sword shall surely recoil. The moment the sword technique entered his body, blood-red mist exploded before Lin Yuan's eyes. He beheld the scene deep within the mine, where he pierced the overseer's throat with the broken sword. Yet, as blood splattered, he discovered that the overseer's face had transformed into that of Lin Yuan. The sword embryo in his dantian trembled violently. and the black mist of the broken sword diagram spread along his meridians, tainting the golden light of the heart-questioning sword technique into a dull gray. Stop! Su Lin frowned and waved his hand, causing the 7 small swords to shatter in response. What nefarious technique are you practicing? The audience erupted in murmurs of astonishment. Lin Yuan clenched his trembling fists, his nails digging into his palms. He heard his own voice mingling with the rhythm of his heartbeat. Master. It is the family heirloom's woodcutter's blade technique. The training ground echoed with suppressed snickers. Su Lin fixed his gaze upon the swirling black mist within Lin Yuan's eyes, suddenly raising his hand to unleash a sword energy that precisely severed the hempen cord binding his hair. As his black locks fell free, the old man's pupils constricted. The scar on Lin Yuan's neck bore an uncanny resemblance to the intricate patterns of the Prisoner of Immortals array recorded in the scrolls of the Clear Sky Sect. As night deepened, Lin Yuan discovered a half-burned jade pendant against the back wall of Room C. It belonged to the deceased old miner from the mine, and the inner side of the pendant now revealed tiny inscriptions. Su Linchuan's 37th furnace of soul-borrowing sword forging. He grasped the pendant tightly, hearing soft sobs emanating from the adjacent room. It was the voice of the junior sister, Su Wanner. She had fainted during the spiritual root assessment earlier that day and was now poring over a time-worn medical book under the moonlight. Lin Yuan caught a glimpse of the page inscribed with method to resolve spiritual poisons. Requires the blood of kin as a guide. His fingertips suddenly turned cold. The poison afflicting his sister bore an uncanny resemblance to the forbidden techniques she was studying. The mountain breeze swept through the window, carrying with it a faint sound of clashing metal. Lin Yuan leapt onto the rooftop and beheld Su Linchuan's figure traversing the gravestone forest. A blood-red gourd cradled in his hands. The moonlight illuminated the gravestones, and he recognized one belonging to an outer sect disciple who had fallen the previous year. The inscription "Ascend to Immortality" now oozed dark crimson liquid, resembling blood winding over the stone surface. Su Linchuan's whispered words, "The 38th furnace," were torn apart by the wind, and from the gourd's opening spilled forth a black mist, within which faintly echoed the cries of a child. Lin Yuan gripped the hilt of his sword. Yet upon touching the remnants of the sword diagram, a strange voice resonated deep within him. "Kill him. Feed your sword intent with his." The sea of clouds surged like a tempest. Lin Yuan saw his reflection in Su Linchuan's eyes, his black hair swaying without wind, the darkness within his gaze coalescing into the shape of a blade. He suddenly recalled the words of an old miner. The diagram of the broken sword devours sword intent. The more one uses it, the closer one draws to the calamity of the sword heart. Yet his sister's visage flickered before him. He reached for the spirit-gathering jade pendant concealed within his robes. Its touch was no longer frigid. Deep within the pendant, something seemed to awaken, like a beast imprisoned for a millennium, generating a dull thud against layers of confinement. The night at Qingshao Sect was never meant for peaceful slumber. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the shard of the broken sword, allowing the black mist to creep up his fingertips. He was uncertain whether, when the morning bell tolled, he would emerge as the wielder of the sword or as a soul lost beneath another's blade. However, one thing was certain. In this world where cultivators were as fierce as tigers and mortals as meek as lambs, his sword must first learn to drink blood to cleave through the pervasive gloom. Chapter 8. The dark surge of the sword embryo as the morning bell shattered the mist. The shard of the broken sword in Lin Yuan's palm suddenly grew hot. He followed the outer sect disciples into the sword washing pool, where a thin layer of ice floated atop the water's surface, reflecting the uniform iron swords at their waists. Outer sect disciples of Qingshao must first nurture their swords with mundane iron for 3 years before they could solidify a sword embryo. Pay attention. This is the heart-tempering hand technique. The supervising senior brother demonstrated the method of channeling qi into the sword. Suddenly, the ice surface cracked with a web-like pattern. If the sword embryo becomes tainted with extraneous intentions, before he could finish, the iron sword at his waist unsheathed uncontrollably, its tip aimed directly at his throat. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted. He noticed the iron sword was covered in fine blood patterns, identical to the blood-red gourd wielded by Su Linchuan the night before. The surrounding disciples gasped and recoiled, but Lin Yuan alone noticed the faint blue birthmark behind the supervising senior brother's ear, resembling that of the foundation-building cultivator he had slain in the mines. The living sword furnace that borrowed souls was indeed mingling among the disciples. In the dead of night, Lin Yuan stealthily returned to the sword washing pool. Moonlight penetrated the ice layer, revealing dozens of skeletons lying dormant at the bottom of the pool, each clutching a sword hilt, their knuckles entwined with remnants of bloodlines. He felt the small inscription etched into the pool wall, 79th generation outer sect disciple. using his body as a furnace, sacrificing his sword to forge soldiers. The sword embryo trembled in his dantian, as the black mist from the broken sword diagram seeped through his fingertips into the icy depths. The skeletal figures suddenly opened their hollow eye sockets, from which billowed blades forged from black mist. Yet, upon contact with Lin Yuan's sword intent, they disintegrated. This was a crude sword intent, mingled with the motions of pickaxes and the slashing of hatchets, akin to a blunt knife striking gold. Though lacking sharpness, it bore the raw strength unique to mortals. So it is, he murmured, retreating a step as the ice beneath him cracked audibly. A skeletal hand grasped his ankle, its palm revealing a fragment of shattered jade inscribed with the character Su. Each generation's outer sect leader of the Qingxiao sect is the alchemist who forges swords through the use of souls. Behind him, the sound of fluttering garments pierced the air. Lin Yuan spun, his sword clashing against the short blade of the newcomer, sending sparks flying. It was the gray-clad youth he had nearly silenced by day. Now with his left wrist wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, the wolf head insignia on the scabbard glowing ominously. The dog of the Bloodblade sect possesses quite the resilience, Lin Yuan remarked, pressing down with his sword. Yet, he soon realized that the opponent's technique concealed the foundational sword forms of the Qingxiao sect. Who exactly are you? It is you who should be asking that, the youth grinned, revealing bloodied canine teeth. Su Linchuan spent 3 hours last night at the steel forest. Can you guess for whom he was carving a new steel? The short blade suddenly shifted its form, transforming into the long-lost bone-splitting blade of the Bloodblade sect. However, just as it was about to reach Lin Yuan's throat, it was repelled by a sudden surge of sword energy. Su Linchuan stood by the pond, hands clasped behind him, his sleeves stained with fresh blood. He surveyed the bones at the bottom of the pond, his gaze lingering on the fragment of jade in Lin Yuan's hand before a soft chuckle escaped his lips. Trespassing into the forbidden grounds at midnight, according to sect rules, your cultivation should be forfeit. However, his fingers brushed against the hilt of Lin Yuan's sword, and instantly, fine cracks spread across its surface. It seems your sword lacks a proper core. The excruciating pain from the shattered core erupted from his dantian. Lin Yuan knelt, witnessing his sword intent flicker like a dying candle, while the black mist of the broken sword diagram surged wildly, shredding the Qingxiao righteous qi that Su Linchuan had infused. The elder's pupils constricted, and the gourd in his sleeve trembled violently, emitting a chorus of overlapping wails. It is him. It is the focal point. Master, what is the meaning of this? Lin Yuan wiped the blood from his lips, deliberately stowing the broken jade in his sleeve. I merely wished to glimpse the ancestral sword bones to inspire my cultivation. When he raised his gaze, it met Su Linchuan's piercing glare, a look akin to that of a craftsman assessing a weapon on the verge of completion. Upon returning to the B-room, Su Wanner awaited at the door with a medicine box in her arms. Her fingers were wrapped in bandages, and the medical book bore fresh herbal juice stains. I heard you were injured in the washing pool, so I secretly prepared a healing powder. Please do not tell anyone. As she offered the medicine, the silver bells in her hair chimed softly, and Lin Yuan caught sight of the jade pendant around her neck, a shard identical to his own spirit-gathering pendant. Little junior sister, are you aware of the soul-forging sword technique? He suddenly grasped her wrist, feeling an unsettling chill, akin to the touch of a corpse. Is the spiritual poison on you? Startled, Su Wanner recoiled, causing the medicine box to spill its contents. Lin Yuan observed a fleeting murkiness in her eyes, reminiscent of a marionette under control, yet it vanished in an instant. Senior brother, do not speak recklessly. How could the Qingxiao sect possess such malevolent sorcery? As she bent to gather the scattered medicine, a hairpin fell to the ground, revealing a scar on the nape of her neck, strikingly similar to his own. At midnight, Lin Yuan discovered a charred letter beneath his bed. On a tattered piece of paper, the words 34 sword embryo must be inscribed with the blood of a close kin, causing a sharp pain in the eyes. The signature bears the private seal of Su Linchuan. He clutched the spirit-gathering jade pendant tightly, realizing that the patterns on the inner side of the pendant intriguingly fit together with the shards of Su Wanner's jade, forming a fragmented sword formation identical to the 34 Prisoner of Immortality formation depicted on the sword stele at the back mountain of the Qingxiao sect. The sword embryo emitted a mournful wail from within his dantian. Lin Yuan suddenly recalled the words of the attending disciple during the spirit root assessment, referring to him as possessing a low-grade mixed spirit root. This so-called mixed spirit root was, in truth, a bloodline altered by formations, specifically bred to serve as a furnace for soul-forging swords. He traced the scar on his neck, finally comprehending why the old miner had desperately entrusted him with the remnants of the sword diagram. It was not mere fortune, but rather a backlash from the ancient formation against its prison. A cry of cranes echoed from outside the window, Lin Yuan opened the window and beheld Lin Yuan's silhouette traversing the corridor, as the black mist spilling from the gourd coalesced into the phantoms of outer disciples. He gripped the fragment of the broken sword tightly, allowing the black mist to creep along his wound and engulf his heart's meridian. As the first ray of dawn pierced through the clouds, he heard the sound of the sword embryo shattering, not an end, but rather the rebirth of something sharper amidst the ruins. The sword furnace of the Qingxiao sect had been ignited, and he was not mere fuel, but a sword poised to be drawn. Lin Yuan combined Su Wanner's jade shards with his own pendant, and from the center of the formation diagram emerged a single drop of blood. He understood that this was the key to activating the Prisoner of Immortality formation, as well as the solution to his sister's spiritual poison. In that moment, his sword intent was no longer solely filled with the struggles of mortals, but also mingled with a murderous aura akin to black mist. This was a lesson imparted by the lawless world of the end times. To avoid being forged into a sword, one must first become the sword bearer, even if that blade is stained with the blood of fellow pawns. Chapter 9. The dark conspiracy of the sword embryo. The chilly rain of late spring enveloped the air, and a thin layer of ice gathered on the bluestone slabs of the Qingxiao sect's outer martial arts arena. Lin Yuan knelt on one knee, abruptly driving the broken sword into the crevice of the stone. The spiderweb-like fissures on the blade oozed black blood, remnants of the sudden explosion of the sword embryo during his earlier spar with an outer disciple. He stared intently at the jade token dangling from the waist of the opposing disciple, a spirit-gathering pendant awarded by the inner sect, and realized that the hidden ailment within his sword embryo bore an uncanny resemblance to the essence of the solidifying powder given by his master 3 days prior. Junior brother Lin, your sword. Before the disciple could finish, Lin Yuan caught a whiff of the heavy scent of submerged water wafting from the corridor. Elder Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and as his wide sleeves brushed against the stone railing, a piece of dark red medicinal paper silently slipped away. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted. The cloud patterns on the corner of the paper matched precisely with the remnants of a page clutched in the hands of the foreman before his demise. As night fell into the third watch, icicles hung from the eaves of the pharmacy. Lin Yuan pressed against the wall, holding his breath, his fingertips barely grazing the jar of solidifying powder when he suddenly heard the faint rustle of garments behind him. He spun around, sword drawn, only to find his junior sister retreating into the shadows with a basket of herbs, the jade hairpin in her hair glimmering softly. Senior brother, she hesitated, her gaze falling upon the jar in his hands. Lin Yuan lifted the base of the jar, only to discover a blood-red imprint, the broken blade totem of the Bloodblade sect. Even more alarming was that the residual powder in the jar bore the same hue as the spiritual poison afflicting his sister, and upon closer inspection, it even mingled with the rusty scent of the spirit-gathering formation deep within the mine. 3 years ago, when you first embarked on your journey, your master bestowed upon you a jade talisman. Suddenly, the junior sister pressed her hand against his nape. Just yesterday, I witnessed Elder Chun dressing the wounds of the inner disciples. Each of their jade pendants contained unfinished words. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt a sudden searing pain at the back of his neck, where the jade tablet inscribed with the characters Qingxiao now burned like a branding iron, the edges oozing dark crimson fluid, etching a web-like pattern upon his skin. At the stroke of midnight, the candlelight in the quiet chamber extinguished abruptly. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, channeling his energy, when the bone-corroding sword intent within his sword embryo suddenly surged uncontrollably. In the darkness, he glimpsed the smiling face of his senior brother materializing upon the blade, the sword tassel he offered entwined with a strand of silvery hair, unmistakably that of the overseer from the Urvain. The sword intent pierced his heart like a venomous serpent. He bit his tongue, forcing himself to execute the crude sword technique from the fragmented sword manual, allowing his blood to drip onto the sword embryo. In an instant, the shards of the manual resonated in the depths of his consciousness, shattering the illusory image formed by that strand of silver hair. Something felt amiss as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, suddenly hearing the faint sound of tiles shifting from outside the window. Upon leaping onto the rooftop, he beheld the junior sister, clutching a yellowed tome, vaulting over the wall. The moonlight illuminated the jade hairpin at her temple, the very artifact he had severed from the Bloodblade sect spy during the black market auction. Lin Yuan pursued her to the back alley of the scripture pavilion, only to find her halting before the forbidden stone gate, her jade pin lightly brushing against the door handle. With a click, a foul stench seeped from the door's crevice, mingling with the dragging sound of chains and the echo of ancient souls imprisoned deep within their veins. At the 5th watch of the night, before the morning bell had chimed, Lin Yuan hid in the beams of the woodshed, observing Elder Chen entering the dining hall. The incense pouch that slipped from the elder's sleeve released a thin mist. The scent eerily reminiscent of the soul-dulling incense used by demonic cultivators during the trials in the Sword Burial Valley. He touched the burn on his nape. The pattern had solidified into the shape of a sword, and the shards of the sword manual pressed against the design radiated a faint glow, revealing the complete pattern of the ancient formation of the Urvain. Suddenly, the sound of soft footsteps echoed from outside the wall. Lin Yuan lifted a tile, only to see the junior sister standing beneath the ginkgo tree, her jade pin shattered into 3 pieces. She looked up towards his hiding place, her eyes filled with both alarm and resolve, her lips murmuring. The words behind the sword monument are yet to be spoken, when a piercing nail shot through the air. Its tip entwined with a fragment of the Bloodblade sect's command flag. Lin Yuan swung his sword to sever the flag, which unfurled to reveal the blood-written words, silence them. He leapt down from the rooftop, but the junior sister had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a half-unrolled Qingxiao secret tome, where the words soul refining with kin blood were circled in bright red vermilion, accompanied by a note stating, to forge a sword, one must use the souls of 360 pure-hearted boys and girls as conduits. As the morning mist swept over the courtyard wall, Lin Yuan gripped the broken sword tightly. The black veins within the sword embryo suddenly aligned into a single line, a gesture once made by the overseer at his death's door. He gazed toward the back mountain of Qingxiao sect, where 72 sword monuments stood tall, flickering with dim light, as if resonating with the unusual stirrings within his sword embryo. The oppressive truth loomed like a heavy fog, all clues pointing towards a single name, Elder Chun. Unbeknownst to Lin Yuan, within the confines of his master's chamber, Elder Chun was tossing a fragment of the torn page into the candle flame, the flames surging dramatically, casting upon the wall the visage of a human skin mask, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the overseer from the Urvain. Chapter 10. The Enigma of Sword Burial Valley. The morning mist sliced through the bronze doors of Sword Burial Valley like a knife. Elder Chun waved his sleeve, and 49 sword monuments rose in unison, their surfaces reflecting the distorted images of the gathered crowd. On Lin Yuan's hand, the back of which gripped the sword, intricate runes identical to those of the ancient vein formation crawled ominously. His junior sister clutched a shattered jade hairpin, her knuckles paling. Elder brother. Last night in the scripture pavilion, I was interrupted mid-sentence when an inner sect disciple beside me suddenly emitted inhuman howls. Their skin split inch by inch, transforming into a blood-colored sword cocoon that rolled into the valley. That was one of the trusted followers who had consumed the vein solidifying powder. 1. Sword intent retrospection. The past becomes a blade. As Lin Yuan stepped into the valley, a sudden, intense pain struck his left rib. The scene from 3 years prior in the depths of the mind flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. The overseer swung his sword, executing a maneuver that mirrored the Qingxiao 13 styles demonstrated by Elder Chun the day before. He parried the strike, only to see the phantasmic sword pierce through his shoulder, severing his hair, which instantly rusted away, revealing that it was the sword intent tracing back to his life's vulnerabilities. Be cautious. The whip of the poisonous woman ensnared the back of his neck, dragging him into the shadow of the sword tomb. This enchantress of the demonic path bore half a spirit-gathering jade pendant at her waist, a treasure Lin Yuan had wrested from a Foundation establishment cultivator. The moment the jade pendant made contact, a thick mist erupted, revealing the depths of the inverted sword tomb, where thousands of ancient swords descended like clouds, each bound by chains tethered to skeletal remains, resembling a colossal cage. 2. Double Agent. The Crimson Cardew, the spawn of the Qingxiao sect, come to accompany your sword embryo to the grave. Before the echo of his taunt faded, the inner sect's senior brother tore his outer robe, revealing the blood soul banners designed beneath. He flicked his sleeve, launching a signal flare, the red light mingling with the dark mist of the demonic blood soul banner. Beneath the peeling skin, there lay the shadow sword implanted by the Bloodblade sect for a decade, and at the tip of his sword directed at Lin Yuan, a damp strand of silver hair entwined, a remnant from the previous night when it was severed from his junior sister. Elder Chun desires your sword embryo, while the old man of Qingxiao craves your blood. The shadow sword advanced, and the surrounding skeletons suddenly opened their eyes. As he seized his junior sister by the throat, fragments of the jade hairpin fell to the ground, revealing the engraved characters Prisoner of Immortals on the inner side. She was the keystone of the sword monument array in the back mountains of the Qingxiao sect. Her blood had been used to test the spirit poison that afflicted your sister years ago. Lin Yuan's hand gripping the sword was now veined and taut. He finally comprehended why his sister's affliction resonated with the aura of his junior sister's jade pendant. The so-called protection of mortals by the Qingxiao sect was merely a facade, utilizing the bloodlines of mortals and disciples to nourish and suppress the ancient immortals' sword array. 3. Causality manifested. The sword tomb devours the spirit-gathering jade pendant was a soul-chasing gem of the Bloodblade sect. The poisonous woman gritted her teeth and unleashed a cloud of toxic mist. The Foundation establishment cultivator you killed has long been possessed. The true culprit lies within this fragment. As the sentence remained unfinished, the chains of the sword tomb shattered with a thunderous roar, and hundreds of sword souls surged forward, enveloped in sword intent. The fragment of the sword map on Lin Yuan's chest grew hot, drawing the sword souls into the sword embryo, transforming into intricate black patterns, each reflecting the visage of a disciple consumed by the borrowed soul-refining sword. His junior sister suddenly thrashed violently, runes appearing around her neck, mirroring those on the back of Lin Yuan's neck. A sound of gears turning echoed from the depths of the sword tomb, and a particular broken sword erupted in blinding golden light, its blade etched with the same patterns as the fragment of the sword map. Lin Yuan, struck by inspiration, swung his sword towards his wrist. The moment blood dripped onto the broken sword, the entire sword tomb began to rotate counterclockwise, revealing a staircase leading underground to the momentary cave of heaven. Seizing the opportunity as the shadow sword was distracted, his junior sister charged fiercely into the sword pouch at the waist of her opponent. The entrance lay at the 7th level of the sword tomb. Su Qingxue possesses the antidote for your sister. The shadow sword, consumed by rage, slashed across her cheek. And as droplets of blood splattered onto the sword monument, it triggered a resonant response from the ancient formation. All the skeletal remained simultaneously raised their hands, pointing towards the broken sword behind Lin Yuan. In a moment of profound clarity, the shadow sword unleashed the soul-borrowing sword refinement technique, transforming the valley into a crucible. Dozens of disciples were ensnared by a dark light, dragged into the sword tomb, and became sword slaves bound by chains. Lin Yuan found himself forced to the edge of a cliff, with gravel cascading beneath him, revealing a bottomless sword pool. Suddenly, he recalled the words of the old miner regarding the ore vein. Wielding a sword should be akin to moving bricks. A single force can surpass countless techniques. The broken sword cut into his palm, and using his blood as a catalyst, he activated the devouring power. Yet, as he absorbed the sword intent, he heard the hoarse warning of the weapon spirit. The formation's eye is Elder Qin's life sword. At that moment, the venomous woman, before her demise, pressed half of a jade pendant into his hand, revealing etched words on the inner side carved with acid. Elder Qin is the branch master of the Bloodblade sect. There exists a teleportation array at the bottom of the sword-bearing valley. The 9 spirals of the shadow sword's intent surged forth, yet Lin Yuan relinquished his sword technique. He swung the sword as if moving bricks, shattering stones, and propelling mud skyward, forming a temporary sword momentum that shattered the high-tier sword techniques. Seizing the moment of his opponent's astonishment, he forced the shadow sword into the area inscribed with the Prisoner of Immortals formation on the sword monument. The ancient formation suddenly erupted with red light, rebounding all sword intents back. In a dual trap, Lin Yuan, the junior sister, has been dragged into the underground staircase by the shadow sword. The jade hairpin shattered into 3 segments, each pointing in a different direction. On one fragment, the name Su Qingxue was soaked in blood. Lin Yuan yearned to pursue, only to witness a towering fire erupting from outside the valley, accompanied by the midnight wails of a horn, signaling the Bloodblade sect's full-scale assault. He glanced down at the sword fetus, astonished to find that the black patterns had formed a complete map of the sword-bearing valley, with the location of the 7th layer of the sword tomb unmistakably marked as the Moment Cave. On the edge of the map, a line of minuscule text flickered. Those who enter must offer 10 years of their lifespan as a guide. As the mist thickened, a sigh from Elder Qin reached his ears. Yuaner, you have ultimately discovered the truth. Unfortunately, the exit of the sword-bearing valley has always been a one-way path. Turning around, Lin Yuan beheld the elders of the Qingxiao sect, each wielding their life swords, encircling the valley's entrance, their sleeves revealing blood-colored tattoos that mirrored those of the shadow sword. Core of this chapter. 1. Why did Elder Qin personally guard the sword-bearing valley? To where does the teleportation array lead? 2. What connection exists between the junior sister and Su Qingxue that is inscribed on the jade hairpin? Is she also of the exiled immortal bloodline? 3. After absorbing the sword soul, Lin Yuan's sword fetus has begun to take on the faint form of a golden core. Yet why is he plagued by excruciating headaches? Could it be related to the hidden dangers of requiring the blood of close kin for nourishment? Chapter 11. A century in an instant as Lin Yuan swung his sword to cleave the stone door of the 7th layer of the sword tomb. The blood droplets from his palm seeped into the ground, revealing patterns akin to celestial orbits. Behind him, The sound of Elder Qin's sword flight echoed. He bit his tongue and spewed forth vital blood, causing the patterns to suddenly erupt with blinding light, pulling him into a pitch-black fissure. In an instant, the world spun wildly, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst a vast expanse of yellow sand. 1. Time prison. A century in an instant in the external world. A moment passed, while within the cave, a century unfolded. A raspy voice emerged from beneath the sand dunes. And as Lin Yuan gripped his sword and retreated, he witnessed a skeletal figure clad in armor emerging from the yellow sands. A fragment of a broken sword identical to that in the sword diagram hanging at its waist. You carry the scent of instruments of punishment. The skeleton raised its hand and cast forth a rusted compass, its needle spinning chaotically. I am a swordsman trapped here for 3 centuries. The flow of time in this realm has become disordered. As the words fell, a vision emerged from the distant sandstorm, revealing the unmistakable silhouette of Qingxiao sect from 300 years ago. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted as he beheld a youthful elder Qin entering the sect, cradling a sword box emblazoned with the emblem of the Bloodblade sect, a shattered blade. Have you seen enough? The skeleton suddenly disintegrated into dust. Only then did Lin Yuan realize that his shadow had lengthened to an impressive span, and calluses had formed upon his fingertips in but a breath. He had unwittingly lingered here for a decade. He activated the fragmentary sword map, and discovered the purity of his sword intent had astonishingly increased by 30%. Yet a scorching sensation surged from his dantian, as if something were gnawing at his meridians. The second vision unfolded within the remnants of a chess game, the obsession of slaying immortals. At the desert's end, in a dilapidated stone pavilion, sat an elderly man in gray, a chessboard adorned with human bones laid before him. Are you a slayer of immortals? The old man raised his gaze, sword intent flickering in his hollow eye sockets. 3 centuries ago, the Qingxiao sect annihilated my sword alliance through soul forging. Now it is your turn to wield the black pieces. Lin Yuan discerned the intricate patterns on the chessboard, which bore a resemblance to a condensed version of the ancient mine array. The elder swept his sleeve across the board, transforming the pieces into sword slaves that lunged forward, each bone inscribed with the words Imprisoning Immortals. He instinctively employed the clumsy sword style, only to find that a decade of time had exponentially increased his swordplay speed. Each strike now manifested the telltale signs of a golden core's sword intent. Behold this realm, the elder proclaimed, striking the broken sword from Lin Yuan's grasp. The chessboard abruptly flipped, revealing a myriad of sword scars beneath, all inscribed with the phrase slay immortals by those ensnared. We have expended a century of time merely to await someone capable of carrying the fragments of the instruments of punishment. Before the old man's words concluded, he transformed into a multitude of sword energies that surged into Lin Yuan's sword embryo. Deep within his consciousness, fragments of the sword map began to coalesce into the rudimentary form of the phrase slay immortals. The third phase, the tempering of the Tao heart, emerged, the calamity of the sword heart unveiled. As the 100th grain of sand slipped through his fingers, Lin Yuan finally grazed the threshold of the golden core realm. Yet, in the moment of breakthrough, his inner demons manifested. His sister, bloodied and fallen in the mine. His junior sister nailed to the sword monument of Qingxiao sect. And Su Qingshue's veil, torn asunder by the young master of the Bloodblade sect. All 3 cried in unison, "Let my blood nourish the sword embryo." No. He swung his sword against the inner demons, yet fragments of the sword map suddenly soared forth, assembling in the air to reveal the visage of the celestial instruments of punishment. The voice of the weapon spirit, no longer hoarse, resonated with a metallic rumble. The host has absorbed 360 sword intents. The contract must now be fulfilled. Only with the blood of kin may the instruments be activated, thereby breaking through the bottleneck. Lin Yuan's cold sweat soaked through his garments as he comprehended the true purpose behind the need for kin's blood in the sword map. It was not a mere golden finger, but rather a shackle employed by the celestial realm to select executioners. In the distant sandstorm, the image of his mother on her deathbed resurfaced, her eyes reflecting the same patterns of the instruments of punishment as she pressed the fragments into his hands. It became clear that his bloodline had been destined from birth to serve as the key to a prison. The fourth vision, the counter-calamity of proving the Tao, to become the formation. I shall shatter these shackles. Lin Yuan bit into his fingertip, inscribing upon the sword embryo the mundane sword techniques taught to him by the old miner, pure methods of swordplay devoid of any spiritual embellishments. As the 108th sword scar was etched, the realm trembled violently, and the flow of time became utterly chaotic. One moment he was a youth in the Qi induction stage, and the next, he found himself with a head of white hair, grasping a broken sword. Break! He raised his sword towards the heavens, forcefully breaking through to the golden core realm. The heart demon manifested once more, but this time it no longer took the form of a loved one. Instead, it morphed into a fusion of Elder Chun, the Shadow Sword, and the Bloodblade Sect's young master, wielding a fearsome weapon forged from the souls of the fallen. Lin Yuan did not retreat. Rather, he advanced, amalgamating all the sword intent he had witnessed over the past decade in the cave, confronting this challenge with the raw strength reminiscent of a laborer's swing. Not only did his sword cleave through the heart demon, but it also severed a strand of golden thread from the fragmented sword diagram. In the instant the golden light shattered, a torrent of yellow sand transformed into spiritual liquid, pouring down. Lin Yuan sensed something detach from the sword embryo. Looking down, he discovered that the sword-shaped pattern on the back of his neck had faded, replaced by a newly formed scar resembling a broken sword. An extraordinary phenomenon occurred, a resonance between two realms. As he stood, clutching the golden core that had condensed into a sword pellet, the stone door at the end of the cave gradually opened. Through the crevice, he beheld two overlapping scenes. In the outside world, the Qingxiao sect had been breached by the Bloodblade sect, with Elder Chen pressing his junior sister onto the teleportation array, her neck's runes perfectly aligning with the formation. In the spirit realm, beneath the shattered remnants of the celestial domain, Su Qingxue stood at the Bloodblade sect's headquarters, holding a half-engraved jade pendant inscribed with a fleeting moment, a fresh sword wound visible on her left cheek beneath her veil. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the broken sword, the sword pellet buzzing within his dantian. He understood that the century he spent in the cave was merely a fleeting moment in the outside world. Yet that moment was sufficient for him to comprehend that the purity of sword intent was never measured by the number of lives taken, but rather by the ability to preserve the essence of a mortal's sword within one's heart. Core of this chapter. 1. Lin Yuan, with the intent of a mortal's sword, reverses calamity to attain enlightenment, breaking through to the golden core realm, yet liberating himself from the control of the fragmented sword diagram, laying the groundwork for future encounters with immortals. 2. It reveals that Elder Chun had attained longevity through the fleeting cave 3 centuries prior, indicating that the Qingxiao sect and the Bloodblade sect are two sides of the same coin. 3. The scar on Su Qingxue and the predicament of the junior sister resonate through time and space, suggesting that both are key to unraveling the situation. Chapter 12. The Bloodblade's grand assault. At the moment Lin Yuan tumbled out of the fleeting cave, the entrance to the Grave Sword Valley erupted with crimson sword radiance. The protective formation of the Qingxiao sect had been breached, and 300 cultivators of the Bloodblade sect soared forth on their swords, led by the very informant who had lost an arm at the black market auction, now wielding a bone whip adorned with the severed heads of 7 disciples from the Qingxiao sect. Time's deceptive passage, a decade in an instant. Junior brother Lin, where have you been? A blood-soaked outer sect disciple grasped his sleeve, terror reflected in his eyes as they watched the scripture pavilion ablaze beyond the valley. Lin Yuan suddenly realized that the century he had spent in the cave had elapsed in mere moments outside. Yet, the hand that grasped the sword had developed calluses, and his sword intent had ascended 2 minor realms since entering the cave. What of Elder Chun? He pressed his trembling disciple's shoulder. At the teleportation array on the back mountain, the disciple coughed up black blood, a half-embedded soul-chasing sword from the Bloodblade sect protruding from his chest. They intend to use the junior sister as a sacrifice for the array, claiming her blood can. But before he could finish, a beam of sword light pierced through him. Lin Yuan pivoted and swung his sword, severing the incoming bone whip. Raising his gaze, he saw Elder Chen standing atop the mountain, his exposed forearm bearing the same broken blade totem as the informant from the Bloodblade sect, and the pattern observed at the bottom of the medicinal cauldron in Chapter 9. Rebellion at the array, the inversion of right and wrong. Disciples of the Qingxiao sect. The young master of the Bloodblade sect ascended into the sky atop his sword, brandishing the blood-stained Qingxiao secret tome. Witness how the revered Elder Chen utilizes your blood to forge the soul-borrowing sword. The tome was cleaved asunder by sword energy, revealing not scriptures, but 360 soul contracts, each emblazoned with Elder Chen's personal seal. The disciples below erupted in astonishment, as several inner disciples immediately vomited forth black insect cocoons, remnants of the soul induction powder embedded within their bodies. Elder Chun, however, remained unfazed, gently brushing his sleeves. The rabble of the Bloodblade sect are merely my pets. He raised his hand, summoning the sword formation behind the mountain, as 72 sword steels suddenly radiated crimson light, their surfaces manifesting runes identical to those of the ancient mine formation. Did you think the sword-bearing valley was merely a trial ground? No. It is my ranch for rearing souls. Lin Yuan finally comprehended why the Qingxiao sect's strength surged dramatically after each secret realm trial. Such so-called training was merely a means for disciples to steep themselves in bloodshed, facilitating Elder Qin's harvest of sword intent through soul borrowing and sword forging. He touched the nape of his neck, where the sword-shaped patterns were ablaze, resonating with the teleportation array atop the mountain. Amidst the sound of breaking air, Su Qingshue's figure suddenly burst forth from the Bloodblade sect's ranks. She hurled a jade vial to the ground, spilling forth a verdant liquid that instantly corroded the stone surface. This was the momentary grasp capable of dispelling her sister's spiritual poison. Yet, a sword wound marred her left cheek, and droplets of blood seeping from beneath her veil transformed into black mandalas upon touching the ground. Be careful, she is the saintess of the Bloodblade sect. The cry of the junior sister was torn asunder by sword energy. Lin Yuan then realized that the talisman hanging from Su Qingshue's waist was indeed the ghostly medallion of the Bloodblade sect's young master. Moreover, the jade vial she had cast bore the same prison pattern as the junior sister's hairpin. These two seemingly opposing women shared a singular bloodline curse. Elder Qin aimed to activate the spirit realm teleportation array. Su Qingxue wielded her sword to repel the pursuers, her voice tinged with an unusual rasp. For the Bloodblade sect desired his success due to the secrets hidden within the shattered immortal domain of the spirit realm, secrets capable of granting mortals eternal life. At the moment of breaking the array, using oneself as bait, the mountain peak resonated with Elder Qin's incantations as the teleportation array glowed red. The junior sister was ensnared at the heart of the array, her neck's runes overlapping with the patterns on Lin Yuan's nape, forming the characters for prisoning immortals in the air. Lin Yuan recalled the chessboard of the gray-clad elder in the momentary cave. It was he who was the true chess eye, while the junior sister was the sacrificial piece triggering the lethal move. Miss Su, retreat with the disciples to the third level of the sword-burying valley. He threw a broken sword to Su Qingshuo, and the black lines within the sword embryo suddenly transformed into flowing light, infusing her being, where the sword tomb could suppress the borrowing of sword intent. Junior sister, when I shout, pierce the northeast corner of the array with your hairpin. She nodded through tears, the fragments of the hairpin in her palm coalescing into a complete prisoning immortal totem. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan activated the reverse-time sword intent he had comprehended in the momentary cave. This technique consumed 10 years of his understanding, allowing for a brief reversal of the time flow within a radius of 3 zhang. Flash. He swung his sword towards the edge of the teleportation array, momentarily stalling Elder Qin's sword light. Seizing the opportunity, the junior sister broke free from her bindings, and as her hairpin pierced the array, Lin Yuan glimpsed the spectral image of his mother's sword box manifesting within the array. From within the box did not emerge a sword, but rather a bloodstained array-breaking diagram. Turbulence. Causal closed loop. The teleportation array trembled violently. Amidst Elder Qin's exclamations, Lin Yuan finally discerned the complete configuration of the array, a prison formation for celestial beings, constructed from countless mortal bones. At the heart of the array, inscribed were the birth dates of himself and his junior sister. Your mother should have slain you back then. Elder Qin swung his sword. Yet the counterclockwise sword intent shattered the cuff of his sleeve, revealing his aged skin beneath. It turned out that his longevity was sustained solely by devouring the lifespan of his disciples. Lin Yuan stood unwavering, allowing the sword's tip to pierce his left shoulder. Blood dripped onto the fragmented array diagram, unexpectedly activating the sword intent left by his mother. My son, remember, the spirit realm is not the end, but rather a second prison. Meanwhile, the young master of the Bloodblade sect seized the opportunity to rush into the array, clutching half a sword diagram that shared its essence with Lin Yuan. At the moment when the two forces collided, the depths of the burial sword valley echoed with a dragon's roar, and the stone door of the 7th layer of the sword tomb thundered open, illuminating the space with a fleeting celestial glow. It was the sword scar of celestial slaying that Lin Yuan had inscribed within the celestial realm, resonating with the present world. Core of this chapter. 1. Su Qingshue's dual identity is revealed. On the surface, she appears as the saintess of the Bloodblade sect. Yet secretly, she sabotages the teleportation array, playing a pivotal role alongside the junior sister. 2. Elder Qin's secret technique for longevity is exposed, revealing that the entire Qingshao sect is his sustenance, amplifying the oppressive aura of the righteous path, which is akin to demonic forces. 3. Lin Yuan's decade of enlightenment in the fleeting celestial realm transforms into counterclockwise sword intent, although he has not entirely shattered the array. It lays the groundwork for the subsequent self-destruction of his golden core. Chapter 13. The Labyrinth of Blood contracts as Lin Yuan shattered the fissure of time and space. The burial sword valley had morphed into a battlefield of carnage. The bodies of Qingshao sect disciples piled high, forming a sword tomb. Elder Chen's fingers entangled in the strands of the junior sister's hair, pressing her against the teleportation array's center, which was etched with the prison formation. The runes on the girl's neck resonated with the array, while the black blood seeping from the ground coiled into a river, bizarrely resonating with the sword pill within Lin Yuan's golden core. Twin bloodlines. The truth of the array's heart just in time. Elder Chen raised his hand to strike down Lin Yuan's broken sword. A fragment of the sword diagram slipped from his sleeve, fusing instantaneously with the golden thread that had been severed from Lin Yuan. Your mother refused to sacrifice herself back then. Thus, I had to create 2 array hearts using her bloodline. Your sister opens the spirit poison, while she opens the celestial gate. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted. The blood letter his mother had written before her demise suddenly surfaced in his memory. Do not trust Qingxiao. Your sister is bait for the sword. It turned out that his sister's spirit poison was merely a test substance. The junior sister's bloodline was the key. The Qingxiao sect had nurtured her for 2 decades, transforming her into the living key to unlock the spirit realm. To forge a sword from souls requires 360 souls. Elder Chen waved his sleeve, summoning the remnant soul of the shadow sword, which merged into the teleportation array as a sword spirit. To open the spirit realm, however, the heart's blood of a blood relative at the array's core was necessary. He pierced through the junior sister's chest, extracting a golden inner core, proclaiming, "Behold, this is the shared sword heart you both possess, which I extracted from your mother." 2. Counteracting blood. The golden core eruption. Lin Yuan tasted the metallic sweetness in his throat. He finally comprehended why familial apparitions emerged during his breakthrough to the golden core. The sword diagram had locked onto his bloodline since the mining veins. And Elder Chen was the true perpetrator of the massacre within those veins. The sword pill within his dantian trembled violently, uncontrollably bursting forth, transforming into a crimson sword radiance that shot towards the array. Useless, Elder Chen scoffed, tossing out his mother's sword box, from which 72 soul-binding nails flew forth. Do you think severing the golden thread allows for resistance? Your mother remained oblivious until her last breath, unaware that her sword box was the very instrument that imprisoned your bloodline. As the words hung in the air, the sword box emitted a mournful wail. Lin Yuan beheld his mother's inscription etched at the bottom. To slay the immortal, one must first slay oneself. My son shall shatter the prison. He bit through his golden core, allowing the sword pellet to disintegrate into powder. In that instant, all the soul-binding nails shattered in response, and the wound on his junior sister's chest began to heal, while in the center of the teleportation array appeared intricate patterns complementary to the broken sword diagram. 3. The Bloodblade's sudden assault. Betrayal among brothers. A resounding laughter echoed from outside the valley, belonging to the young master of the Bloodblade sect. This individual brandished the golden thread stripped from Lin Yuan, his nape bearing a pattern identical to Elder Chen's, revealing him to be another experimental subject who had achieved longevity 300 years prior through the momentary cave. He flung aside Su Qingshue's veil, stained with fresh blood. Your little lover seeks to obstruct my Bloodblade sect's ascension, and now she is immersed in the soul-borrowing pool, serving as my sword's forge. Lin Yuan's grip on the sword trembled slightly. He envisioned Su Qingxue suspended in chains at the Bloodblade sect's headquarters. The sword wound on her left cheek transformed into a cursed seal. Surrounding her were 360 sword furnaces, housing the disciples of the Qingxiao sect. Their spiritual veins stripped, precisely the inner sect elites sent by Elder Chen for trials. Did you believe you were divided between good and evil? The young master cleaved through the edge of the teleportation array, revealing the engraved words Bloodblade Qingxiao beneath. 3 centuries ago, I collaborated with Brother Chun to establish the dual birth sect, intending to gather souls through the conflict of good and evil. Observe this teleportation array. One side deceives with Qingxiao's hypocrisy to draw blood, while the other employs Bloodblade's brutality to ensnare souls. Isn't it exquisite? 4. Severing the veins to validate the path. Mutual destruction. Suddenly, the junior sister broke free from Elder Chen's shackles. Her pupils had morphed into the shape of blades, and the runes around her neck extended into chain-like patterns. Senior brother, utilize my blood to activate the breaking prison array. Mother once stated that your Lin family bloodline serves as the key, while she coughed up black blood, revealing a birthmark identical to Lin Yuan's mother's sword box, served as the lock. Lin Yuan finally grasped the true meaning of his mother's letter. He swung his sword, severing the bloodline connection between them, and the shards of the sword transformed into countless fine needles, piercing each line of the teleportation array. By the time Elder Chen sensed the imminent danger, it was too late. In the radiance of the reversed diagram, his 300 years of cultivation was drained away like flowing water, leaving behind a withered old man. Did you believe you could kill me? The elder cackled madly, pointing behind Lin Yuan. Look where your sister is. Atop the mountain outside the valley. Disciples of the Bloodblade sect were holding Lin Yuan's unconscious sister, standing upon an altar composed of spirit-gathering jade pendants, each inscribed with coordinates of the spirit realm, consequences Lin Yuan had buried 3 years prior. A choice, the collapse of 2 realms. Lin Yuan's sword halted merely an inch from Elder Chen's throat. He heard the remnants of the gray-clad Elder's spirit within the momentary cave exclaiming, to slay the immortal, one must first sever the thought. He then saw Su Qingxue at the Bloodblade sect's headquarters, biting her tongue, inscribing the 2 characters momentary in blood. She had long been aware of the dual birth sect's secrets, using her own bloodline to buy time. I am sorry, he whispered to his junior sister, plunging the broken sword into his own heart. The shattered remnants of his golden core mingled with blood, splattering upon the breaking prison array, igniting the final sword intent within his mother's sword box, pure, untainted wrath of a mortal. At the moment the teleportation array erupted with a thunderous explosion, Lin Yuan beheld 2 beams of light, one leading to the human realm, where his sister's spiritual poison dissipated with the shattering of the array diagram. Clenching their mother's jade pendant, she raised her fist defiantly at the disciples of the Bloodblade sect below the mountain peak. The other light illuminated the spirit realm, where Su Qingxue seized the moment to destroy the soul-borrowing pool, only to be pierced by the sword of the Bloodblade sect's young master. Before plummeting, she cast half of a jade pendant into the fissure. The core of this chapter reveals several critical elements. 1. The dual conspiracy between Elder Chun and the Bloodblade sect's young master is unveiled, demonstrating that the Clear Sky sect and the Bloodblade sect are but 2 sides of the same coin, thriving on the mutual slaughter of souls. 2. The true identity of Lin Yuan's young sister is exposed. She shares a symbiotic bloodline with Lin Yuan, akin to a key and lock, with their mother being the architect of the original scheme. 3. Lin Yuan shatters his golden core to reverse the array, confronting the immortal cultivators with his mortal form. Although he fails to vanquish the antagonist, he utterly disrupts the spirit realm's teleportation plan. Chapter 14. Shattered shadows of the spirit realm as Lin Yuan fell into the rift of time and space. He was seized by excruciating pain that coursed through his limbs and bones. He heard the shriek of his young sister, the ringing of Su Qingxue's sword, and the frenzied curses of Elder Chun, yet he could not perceive the sound of his own golden core shattering. When his consciousness coalesced once more, his palm met not the rubble of the sword burial valley, but the unique, ice crystal soil of the spirit realm. A raspy female voice echoed from above. Lin Yuan looked up to see Su Qingxue leaning against the remnants of a floating celestial palace, her veil tattered by the wind and snow, the mandala blood pattern on her left cheek emanating a faint glow. She tossed him an ice-encrusted jade vial, instructing him to drink as his meridians were scorched by fragments of the torture devices. Upon swallowing the liquid, Lin Yuan felt the disjointed essence of his sword reassembling. It was then he noticed that the sword-shaped markings on the back of his neck had vanished completely, replaced by a mandala pattern identical to Su Qingxue's blood markings. Hanging from her waist was the fragment of the sword diagram he had lost during the explosion of the teleportation array. What had become of Elder Chun and the young master of the Bloodblade sect? He pressed against his throbbing temples. When the human realm's teleportation array collapsed, they had activated a contingency plan. Su Qingxue kicked aside the frozen corpse of a Bloodblade sect cultivator, whose chest bore half of a jade pendant inscribed with the word moment, forcibly opening the entrance to the shattered celestial domain using the souls of 360 sword servants. Deep within the ice field, the sound of gears turning resonated. Following Su Qingxue, Lin Yuan ascended the remnants of the celestial palace, discovering jade slips scattered across the ground. Each slip depicted the same scene, a woman bearing an identical visage to his young sister, injecting a sword core into the body of an infant. That is your mother and my master, Su Qingxue stated, picking up a jade slip and tracing her fingertip over the sword box birthmark of the woman within the image. We are both products of the Prison of Immortals plan. Your mother used her bloodline to create a twin sword child capable of breaking the celestial cage. You are the key, and I am the lock. Lin Yuan suddenly recalled the inscriptions on his mother's sword box from the 13th chapter. He gazed into Su Qingxue's eyes, where, in the reflection of the ice crystals, he discerned the faint sword-like markings that mirrored his young sister's appearance when she activated the array. In the distance, amidst the icy mist, loomed the ruins of the Clear Sky sect's mountain gate from 3 centuries past, the characters for Bloodblade and Clear Sky eroded by the elements. As they reached the end of the ice field, a colossal bronze gate, inverted and imposing, came into view. The door is etched with enigmatic runes, each inscribed with the lingering souls of human cultivators, precisely the 360 sword intents collected by Elder Chun through the borrowing of souls for sword forging. Su Qingxue raised her hand against the door, and the mandala blood patterns resonated with the door's ring, revealing 3 ancient seals of the redemption field. The celestial realm is not a sanctuary. It is an ancient prison where cultivators confine transgressors. Her voice was torn apart by the howling wind and snow, proclaiming that we, the cultivators of the human realm, are descendants of fallen immortals, while the spirit realm serves as a refuse dump for their severed sins. Behold the shattered celestial domain behind this door. Each fragment embodies the malevolent thoughts of some celestial emperor. The moment Lin Yuan touched the door, his sea of consciousness erupted in excruciating pain. Fragments of the residual sword atlas soared forth, coalescing with the runes on the door into a complete form of the instruments of punishment, the celestial slayer platform designed to subdue transgressors. His bloodline serves as the living sacrifice to activate these instruments. Elder Chen seeks to ascend as the new celestial emperor. Su Qingxue extracted a half-piece of jade pendant, a shard from her junior sister's hairpin. He intends to use your blood to reconstruct the celestial slayer platform, trapping the spirit realm cultivators eternally within this second cage. Suddenly, the great door emitted a thunderous roar, and from the black mist seeping through the crevice, the figures of Elder Chun and the Blood Blade young master emerged. Each wielded a fragment of the residual sword atlas, standing upon the unconscious junior sister, whose sword core had been extracted, now suspended like a lantern in the center of the teleportation array. Lin Yuan, gaze upon your sister. The Blood Blade young master cast a chain, flinging a figure onto the icy surface. It was his sister, abducted from the peak of the human realm. Now with a jade pendant of spirit realm coordinates wrapped around her wrist, her pupils reflecting the golden halls of the celestial realm. Elder Chen had long marked the position of the celestial slayer platform using her bloodline. To slay the celestial, one must first sever the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Elder Chen plunged the sword core into his own dantian, his aged skin visibly rejuvenating at an alarming rate. Your mother could not bear to kill you back then. Now, it falls to me. Lin Yuan gripped the broken sword handed to him by Su Qingxue. He beheld his reflection upon the icy expanse. In one hand, he clutched the sword intent of mortals, and in the other, he bore the blood patterns of transgressors. When Elder Chen's sword light cleaved towards him, he did not evade. Instead, he drove the shard of the sword core into his own dantian. This time, he sought not to forge a sword to slay the celestial, but rather a mortal blade to shatter the celestial slayer's sword. In the final chapter, an ominous phenomenon arose. The dual realms wept blood. At the moment the sword core collided with the remnants of the golden core, the entire spirit realm trembled violently. From beneath the ice, the wails of myriad ghosts echoed, and fragments of the shattered celestial domain fell away, revealing the true celestial realm beneath. A colossal prison forged of countless chains, each inscribed with the eternal imprisonment of transgressors. Lin Yuan swung his sword towards Elder Chun. This time his sword intent no longer sought purity, but was interwoven with the sweat of the mines, the conspiracies of sects, and the bloodshed of secret realms. The obsessions of all mortals coalesced into a dark gray sword radiance, cleaving the opposing celestial sword intent in two. Do you think mortals can defy the heavenly path? Elder Chun retreated, clutching his chest, only to witness the ethereal figure of his mother materializing behind Lin Yuan, wielding not a sword box, but a rusted hoe. The heavenly path? Lin Yuan crushed the remnants of the sword atlas. I know only that mortals wield swords without needing a reason. The essence of this chapter reveals, 1. The nature of the spiritual realm is not a place of ascension, but rather a refuse bin where the heavenly realm sheds its sinful thoughts, with all ascendants becoming new jailers. 2. The truth of the twin sword children, Lin Yuan, the key, and Su Qingxue, the lock, must perish together to destroy the immortal execution platform, while the core of the little junior sister's sword heart serves as the balance between the two. 3. The elevation of mortal sword intent, discarding the traditional, ruthless logic of sword cultivation, and breaking the heavenly realm's monopoly on sword intent through the fusion of obsession. Chapter 15. The immortal execution chess game. The winds of the spiritual realm were laden with shards of ice, slicing across Lin Yuan's cheek like countless tiny blades. He treaded upon the remnants of a suspended celestial palace. The frost flowers crystallized upon the broken sword, shattered and reformed with every passing moment, mirroring his current tumultuous state of mind. Su Qingxue's figure flickered ahead, her mandala blood patterns emitting a faint glow with each step. resembling a specter that could be whisked away by the wind at any moment. At last, they arrived. Su Qingxue halted before a floating, inverted pyramid. The structure was assembled from countless bronze mirrors, each reflecting a different scene from the mortal realm. Laborers in the Iron Sword Sect's mines transformed into desiccated corpses under the erosion of spiritual energy. A girl being auctioned at a black market sale, and the contorted faces of disciples from the Qingxiao sect as they consumed the solid vein powder. Lin Yuan clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening with the force of his grip. These were all experiences he had endured in the martial world. Yet they were projected onto the mirror's surface like a theatrical play. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion collects the karmic ties of the mortal world. As Su Qingxue reached out to touch the mirror, the mandala blood patterns resonated with the crimson markings within the reflection. Yet the pavilion's master never allows anyone to gaze into his own mirror. Before her words faded, the mirror suddenly flipped, revealing the inscription "Slay the Immortal" etched on its back, an omen Lin Yuan had witnessed during his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage in the mortal realm. The central mirror door slowly opened, releasing not the fragrance of books, but a heavy scent of rust mingled with an elusive hint of deep water fragrance. Inside, the space was far more expansive than it appeared. Thousands of bookshelves stood like tombstones, each tome bound with chains, labeled as files of the numbered sinners. Lin Yuan scanned the nearest shelf, his pupils constricting sharply. One file bore the visage of Elder Chen's human skin mask, marked as sub-leader of the Qingxiao sect, number 369. Responsible for harvesting souls in the Eastern Domain. Welcome to the Library of Sinners. A languid voice emanated from above. Lin Yuan looked up to see a man, identical in appearance to the young master of the Bloodblade sect, lounging against a beam. Scattered at his feet were shattered jade slips, each inscribed with records of failed immortal executions. This man wore simple white garments, in stark contrast to the Bloodblade young master's attire. And instead of a ghostly command token, he bore a bronze key inscribed with the words Celestial Mechanism. I am Yun Wuxin, the master of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. He tossed a jade slip towards Lin Yuan. This was entrusted to me by your mother before her demise. The jade slip transformed into a stream of light, entering Lin Yuan's sea of consciousness, revealing the final image of his mother, bloodied and kneeling within the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, facing the very white-clad man before him. If you come, you must deliver the broken cage sword manual to him, his mother urged, pushing the sword box forward. But remember, to slay the immortal, you must first sever the instruments of punishment upon him. Instruments of punishment? Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the broken sword. Yun Wuxin leapt down from the beam, his fingertips gently pressing against the center of his brow. The sword-shaped pattern that vanished from the nape of your neck is not a bloodline talent. It is the prison coordinates inscribed upon the descendants of the exiled immortals by the celestial realm. He turned and pointed deep into the bookshelf, where countless specimens bearing the same imprint as Lin Yuan were displayed. Elder Chun and the Bloodblade's young master were granted longevity precisely because they had severed ties with this entity. In the labyrinth of the sword manual, the paths of opposites, Su Qingxue suddenly stumbled and knelt, the mandala blood patterns spreading to the depths of her eyes. Why does the master assist us? You and the Bloodblade's young master are evidently twin brothers? Yun Wuxin interrupted her, raising his hand to reveal the same nape pattern as his brothers. 300 years ago, we were both experimental subjects of the soul-borrowing sword refinement at the Qingxiao sect. I escaped to the spirit realm and established the Tiangui Pavilion, while he remained in the mortal realm, becoming the Bloodblade's young master. You see, even our fates are mere pawns on Elder Chen's chessboard. He waved his sleeve, and thousands of volumes simultaneously opened, revealing pages adorned with identical star maps. This is the Immortal Slayer chess game. Elder Chen wishes to be the chess player, while our fingers linger on a certain incomplete diagram, representing the calamity on the chessboard. When Lin Yuan discerned the contents of the diagram, his heart nearly ceased to beat. The image depicted the Immortal Slayer sword marks he had inscribed in the momentary cave, and at the center of these marks was the blood of the twin sword bearers. To activate the broken cage sword manual, 2 types of blood are required. Yun Wuxin produced a bronze box, within which lay half a charred sword manual. One was the sinful blood of the exiled immortal lineage, and the other was the obsessional blood of the mortal cultivator. He gazed at Su Qingxue, and you, Miss Su, as both the saintess of the Bloodblade sect and a forsaken disciple of the Qingxiao sect, possess blood of chaos. Su Qingxue smiled bitterly, the mandala blood patterns already creeping to her heart. To simultaneously activate sinful blood and obsessional blood comes at the cost of utter annihilation. Yun Wuxin completed her thought. Elder Chen once employed this tactic to have your master bear the brunt of the heavenly tribulation for him. Outside the pavilion, A sudden violent tremor erupted, shattering countless bronze mirrors, which reflected the scene of Elder Chun leading the Bloodblade sect cultivators in their assault. Lin Yuan saw his junior sister suspended by chains on the Immortal Slayer platform, the heart of the sword core embedded within the platform, while his sister knelt beside her. The jade pendant on her wrist melting to reveal the blood curse concealing the coordinates of the Immortal Slayer platform. Lin Yuan, observe the spirit realm. Elder Chen's voice seeped through the mirror. It is but a cesspool of the celestial realm, and you, the descendants of the exiled immortals, were born to atone in this filth. He swung his sword to cleave open the pavilion door, and the Bloodblade's young master, now fused with remnants of golden threads, had the nape pattern transform into a grotesque mandala king design, offering Su Qingshue's blood to the Immortal Slayer platform. And I shall spare your sister's life. Lin Yuan's broken sword burned in his palm. He saw Yun Wuxin quietly handing the remnants of the broken cage sword manual to Su Qingxue, and he caught a glimpse of his mother's sword box's ethereal shadow in the mirror, the words slay oneself vividly outlined in blood. As the Bloodblade's young master's sword came crashing down, he suddenly cast aside the broken sword and opened his arms to embrace the sword light. Senior brother. His junior sister's sharp edges were severed into fragments by the sword intent within the mirror. The sword of the Bloodblade's young master halted mere inches from Lin Yuan's throat, the borrowed soul sword intent inexplicably failing to breach his skin. Lin Yuan bowed his head, observing a mandala sprouting from his heart, formed from the essence of sword intent. Each petal bore the visages of the old miners, black market maidens, and outer sect disciples, manifestations of all the mortal obsessions he had consumed. Do you think I can still be controlled by instruments of torment? He grasped the sword's edge, allowing blood to flow along its engravings. What I cleave is not your blade, but the indelible mark inscribed upon my heart by the celestial realm. In a moment of rebellion against the heavenly order, as the three souls forged the sword, Su Qingxue seized the opportunity to place the broken cage sword manual upon the celestial execution platform. The blood patterns of the mandala resonated with the remnants of the sword manual, shattering the chains of the entire heavenly mechanism pavilion. Thousands of documents of sins transformed into radiant streams, flowing into Lin Yuan's body. He felt something deep within his dantian restructuring, not the golden core, but a chaotic sword intent infused with the joys and sorrows of mortals. To sever the celestial ties, 3 swords were required. Yun Wuxin cast forth a bronze key, which morphed into a sharp blade, embedding itself into the platform, one to sever the physical form, another to cut the ties of causality, and the final one to sever oneself. Lin Yuan accepted the broken sword handed to him by Su Qingxue, its blade reflecting 2 overlapping figures. One was the sword-wielding cultivator Lin Yuan, and the other, the laboring mortal Lin Yuan. As Elder Chen's celestial sword intent descended, he finally unleashed the third sword. This strike bore no spiritual fluctuations, no discernible trajectory of sword intent, only the simplest thought of survival that a mortal possesses when wielding a sword. In a flash, the execution platform shattered. Lin Yuan witnessed the chains of the celestial prison fragmenting inch by inch, as Elder Chun and the Bloodblade young master's immortal forms were torn apart like paper, revealing beneath them the true essence curled up, 2 infants, each inscribed with the marks of sin. The sword heart core of his little junior sister returned to his dantian. The blood curse on his sister's wrist transformed into butterflies that dissipated, while Su Qingshue's figure gradually became translucent amidst the radiance of the broken cage sword manual. It turns out I was created from your mother's obsessions, she said, raising her hand to touch Lin Yuan's face, her fingertips transforming into motes of light that seeped into his brow. This body was, in fact, a vessel prepared for today's celestial severance. As fissures appeared in the sky of the spirit realm, Lin Yuan finally glimpsed the true visage of the celestial realm, a colossal instrument of torment composed of countless execution platforms, each occupied by a seemingly virtuous celestial emperor, standing atop the stripped spirit cultivators beneath them. Lin Yuan, take the broken cage sword manual to the 3rd layer of the prison. Yun Wuxin's voice echoed from the shattered mirror. His body was being retaliated against by the heavenly order, where the true ancient sword cultivators were imprisoned, possessing the knowledge to utterly destroy the celestial realm. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the broken sword left by Su Qingxue, as the mandala patterns on its blade fused with his skin. He turned towards the direction of the human realm, peering through the temporal rift to see his little junior sister reconstructing the Qingxiao sect, while his sister planted crops resistant to spiritual erosion at the site of the old mine. At the sword tomb of Burial Valley, new words were inscribed: mortals wield swords, not to validate their paths, but merely to survive. Next stop, the celestial realm. He whispered to the rift, as a mass of gray-black sword intent coalesced in his palm. This time, what I shall cleave is not the prison, but the heavenly order that dictates who we must become. The essence of this chapter reveals, 1. The identity of the master of the Tianji Pavilion is unveiled. He is a twin experimental subject alongside the Bloodblade young master, exposing the dichotomy of good and evil as a mere contrivance devised by the heavenly Tao. 2. The activation conditions for the breaking cage sword manual require a triple blood sacrifice of chaos blood, Su Qingxue, blood of obsession, Lin Yuan, and blood of the sinners, Yun Wuxin, ultimately shattering the celestial world's monopoly on sword intent. 3. The ultimate sublimation of mortal sword intent, forsaking the reverence for traditional cultivation realms, using the will to survive as the core force against the heavenly Tao, resonating with the setting that the world of martial arts must penetrate the Tao in the era of declining magic. Chapter 16. The third layer of the cage. The rifts of the spirit realm spread like a spider's web. Lin Yuan, clutching the broken sword left by Su Qingxue, steps into the passage leading to the celestial realm. What greets him is not the anticipated auspicious clouds, but rather the foul stench of decaying flesh mingled with rust. Countless chains dangle from the dome, each adorned with thousands of spirit realm cultivators, their limbs nailed to the sinner's token, their gazes hollow like puppets. Firstly, the jailer reveals his true form, the essence of the spirit weapon. Those who trespass into the celestial realm shall suffer the punishment of 1,000 swords piercing their bodies. A chilling metallic sound reverberates from above. Lin Yuan looks up to see the spirit of the broken sword diagram hovering at the end of the chains. At this moment, it sheds the guise of the celestial jailer, revealing its true form, a colossal figure composed of countless sword intents, each joint inscribed with ancient glyphs of obedience to the heavenly Tao. You have deceived me. Lin Yuan grips the broken sword tightly, as both the chaotic sword intent and the mandala patterns illuminate simultaneously. I am the spirit of the Zhanxian platform, tasked with imprisoning all sinners who dare to defy the heavenly Tao. The spirit opens its enormous palm, displaying the scene of Lin Yuan's mother imprisoned within. Your mother once sought to destroy the instruments of torture, only to be transformed into a human pillar by me. Memories slice through his chest like a blade. Lin Yuan finally recalls the look in his mother's eyes before her passing. Not fear of death, but a deep-seated resentment for not witnessing the shattering of the cage. He channels the chaotic sword intent, and suddenly, the broken sword reveals the trajectory of an old miner's pickaxe, the stitching made by his junior sister while mending clothes, and the graceful arc of Su Qingxue's robe as she wielded her sword. All the imprints of mortal existence coalesce into a sharp sword intent. Secondly, the uprising of the sinners, breaking the order. Observing the third layer of the cage, the spirit sweeps its sleeve across the chains, unveiling a wall etched with countless claw marks, imprisoning those who attempted to attain the Tao with their mortal bodies. Their obsessions are too sharp, the heavenly Tao fears them, thus fabricating these shackles of realms and spiritual energies of good and evil. As Lin Yuan touches the nearest chain, it emits a mournful cry, and the imprisoned cultivators turn their heads in unison to gaze at him. An elderly man with a severed leg coughs up black blood. Young man, you possess chaotic sword intent. Are you the heir of Master Su? Master Su? He inquires, realizing it refers to Su Qingxue's mentor. The old man snaps the chain, revealing a tattered page from the breaking cage sword manual hidden in his chest. She spoke of a person who would come to break the cage with mortal sword intent 300 years ago. Before he can finish, the entire layer of the cage begins to tremble violently. Thousands of imprisoned cultivators simultaneously shatter their chains. They lack golden cores or nascent souls, no innate swords or weapons. Only blades forged from mortal iron and farm tools repurposed into weapons, even wielding shards of stone with bare hands. Yet their gazes are sharper than any sword intent. The Zhanxian platform is on the top floor. Someone shouts, charging up the steps. If we destroy the core of the instruments of torture, we can cause all the cages to collapse. 3. The retribution of heaven. The clash of chaos. The colossal hand of the weapon spirit descended with thunderous force, and Lin Yuan, leveraging the momentum, leaped onto the chains. Where the chaotic sword intent passed, the tokens of sin shattered into fragments. He spotted Yun Wuxin mingling within the ranks of the rebellious, her blood-stained white attire contrasting her maniacal grin. Lin Yuan, behold the golden bodies of those celestial emperors. Through the smoke, Lin Yuan finally discerned the true visage of the so-called celestial emperors. They were the perfect sinners chosen by the heavenly Tao, having become jailers by stripping away their own emotions. Beneath their golden forms lay hollow shells. When the mundane iron swords of the sinner cultivators struck the golden bodies, they splashed forth black, putrid fluid of the heavenly Tao. They were terrified. Yun Wuxin swung her broken ruler, severing a heavenly pillar. The greatest fear of the heavenly Tao was not rebellion, but the refusal to adhere to its rules. Lin Yuan's heart trembled at her words. He suddenly recalled the reverse sword intent he had grasped in the momentary cave. That technique did not truly reverse time, but rather disrupted the causal order set by the heavenly Tao through the fervent desires of mortals. He leaped to the highest point of the slaughtering immortals platform, where he beheld the true forms of Elder Chun and the blood-blade young master enshrined at the center, both infants pierced with golden needles of order. Stop! The chains of the weapon spirit pierced Lin Yuan's right shoulder. Dare to touch the core, and you too shall be erased by the heavenly Tao. Then let us perish together. Lin Yuan retaliated by plunging the broken sword into his own heart, unleashing the chaotic sword intent like a volcanic eruption. He heard the morning bell ringing at the Qingxiao sect in the mortal realm, his sister humming a nursery rhyme in the mines, and the voice of Su Qingxue finally resonating clearly. Slaughtering immortals is not the end. It is merely the beginning of each individual's journey to define their own path. 4. The mortal sword shatters the heavens, the collapse of the cage. The slaughtering immortals platform disintegrated into dust under the chaotic sword intent, the chains of the weapon spirit fracturing inch by inch. Lin Yuan observed the rules of the heavenly Tao spreading like a spider's web throughout the immortal realm. Yet upon touching the patterns of his mandala, they melted away. The true power of the so-called exiled immortal bloodline was revealed to be its inherent chaos, a flaw in the heavenly Tao. We are not sinners. An elderly man with a broken leg cleaved through a celestial emperor's golden body with a farming tool. We are the possibilities that the heavenly Tao dares not acknowledge. Amidst the roars of the sinner cultivators, the dome of the third cage collapsed with a deafening crash. As Lin Yuan plummeted, he beheld countless specks of light ascending from the mortal realm, the spirit realm, and the immortal realm. They were the fervent desires of all mortals unwilling to be defined, coalescing into a new torrent of sword intent, more resplendent than any spiritual energy. 5. The prologue to a new world, the sword beyond the sword. When Lin Yuan awoke once more, he found himself lying upon the sword mound in the sword burial valley of the mortal realm. His junior sister was tending to his wounds, while his sister stood nearby with a bowl of hot congee, infused with the unique ice crystal rice of the spirit realm. In the distance, the sounds of sword practice resonated from the Qingxiao sect. They no longer practiced the 13 styles of Qingxiao, but instead each pondered their own swordsmanship. What of the immortal realm? He struggled to sit up. It has collapsed, yet many fragments remain. His junior sister pointed to the sky, where various peculiar structures floated. Some bore the banners of the Bloodblade sect, while others were adorned with the sword monument of the Qingxiao sect. Yun Wuxin said, "That is a realm of new possibilities where mortals can forge their own paths." Lin Yuan gazed at his palm, the mandala patterns having transformed into faint golden veins. With the broken sword resting beside him, its blade inscribed with the names of countless souls, those sinner cultivators who perished in the battle of the cage. He suddenly recalled Yun Wuxin's final words, "The true slaying of immortals is to liberate future generations from the need to slay immortals." "Brother, look at this." The younger sister handed over a piece of jade slip salvaged from the ruins. Within it lingered the ethereal image of Su Qingxue standing upon a floating fragment, her veil billowing in the wind, revealing her unmarred left cheek. A new teleportation array had emerged at the edge of the spirit realm, perhaps leading to a realm even higher than the celestial plane, a true escape from the confines of captivity. Just before the vision dissipated, she swung her sword towards the blank expanse of the sky. The blade did not unleash a sword's aura, but rather a wisp of mortal smoke. 6. The eternal struggle of tribulations, an open-ended finale. 3 months later, Lin Yuan stood before the newly erected sword monument of the Qingxiao sect. The stone bore no inscriptions of sword techniques, only a succinct line. To be a sword cultivator, one must first cultivate oneself. Beneath the mountain gate, farmers with hoes sought to learn the way of the sword, merchants with abacuses inquired about sword intent, and even practitioners of the demonic path mingled among the crowd, eager to witness whether the so-called mortal sword path could truly cleave through chaos. As the first snowflakes settled upon the broken sword, Lin Yuan heard the distant sound of chains snapping. He understood that this was not an ending, but a new beginning. As long as there remained individuals willing to wield their swords in pursuit of their true selves, the struggle against the heavenly path would never cease. He gazed skyward and beheld the fragment where Su Qingxue resided drifting above the valley of sword burials. She waved from afar, seemingly holding a sword woven from rainbows. A new hope forged from the dreams of countless mortals. "Shall we depart?" His younger sister offered a newly crafted sword box, inviting him to explore the higher realms. Lin Yuan sheathed the broken sword within the box. Noticing that an inscription had mysteriously appeared at the bottom of the box, the very first character his mother had taught him in the mines, live. Core themes of this chapter. 1. Breaking binary oppositions, rejecting the traditional dichotomy of righteousness versus malevolence, and the celestial versus the mortal. Proposing that all possibilities defying the singularity of the heavenly path are freedoms worth safeguarding. 2. The ultimate definition of mortal swordsmanship. The sword path is not an imitation of the heavenly way, but rather a relentless endeavor by mortals, wielding their existential obsessions as blades, to continually carve through the impossible. 3. The philosophical implications of an open-ended conclusion. The collapse of the celestial realm is not an endpoint, but rather a starting point where everyone can define their own path, resonating with the eternal question of whether there are more cages beyond the first. Chapter 17. The Domain of Possibilities. 5 years later, the shattered mirror sea at the edge of the spirit realm roiled with dark waves. Lin Yuan stood at the prow of a vessel crafted from shards of broken swords, the briny water lashing against his face. His younger sister adjusted the compass. Yet the needle spun wildly as it pointed northeast, where an island comprised of countless mirrored fragments floated, each reflecting a different domain of possibilities. 1. The Mirror Maze, a multiverse of doctrines. According to the remnants of the Tianji Pavilion's maps, Miss Su's fragment lay within the 7th layer of the mirror. The projection of Yun Wuxin ascended from the compass. Over the past 5 years, he had transformed into a rule-walking entity existing between reality and illusion. Yet each mirror was an independent microcosm, easy to enter but difficult to exit. As Lin Yuan touched the nearest mirror, ripples revealed a world reverberating with the roar of steam. Cultivators clad in gear-like armor manipulated colossal spirit swords, while shops lining the streets sold spirit power batteries and sword intent amplification chips. A girl, donning goggles, waved at him, her wrench resonating with the pickaxe of an old miner from the veins of the earth. This is the mechanical sword domain. The junior sister pointed to the floating gear clouds in the mirrored sky, utilizing mundane iron machinery to simulate the flow of spiritual energy. It is said that their sword master was a blacksmith who once forged swords in the mortal realm. Suddenly, the mirror trembled violently, and countless sword energy shot forth from it. Lin Yuan swung his sword to cleave through a beam of blue light, only to discover that it was composed of binary code. As the data sword intent dissipated, he heard the girl in the mirror exclaim, "Intruders! Initiate the iron-breaking defense program." The second matter, the contention of doctrines. 10,000 swords returned to one. The shards of the mirror abruptly reassembled, drawing everyone into a blood-red world. Rust fell from the sky like rain, and the ground was littered with stone tablets inscribed with the singular doctrine. As Lin Yuan treaded upon the bones, he noticed that each skeletal hand clutched a broken jade slip of the orthodox sword technique, while the inscriptions on the tablets were devouring the surrounding sword intents. This was the domain of supremacy. The compass relayed a warning from Yun Wuxin. Here, the cultivators believed that only by abandoning all distractions and cultivating the purest sword intent of the heavenly Tao could one transcend the confines of their cage. Before the words had fully escaped her lips, a group of white-clad cultivators arrived on their swords, their blades etched with the same ancient symbols of obedience as the weapon spirits. The leader raised a token of the doctrine, and as its light swept over Lin Yuan, it erupted into a piercing alarm. Chaotic sword intent contamination. Purify immediately. The battle commenced in the rain. Lin Yuan noted that while their sword techniques were exquisite, they exuded a stiffness born of deliberate imitation of the heavenly Tao. They calculated the optimal flow of spiritual energy with every swing, forgetting that a sword was originally merely a tool for chopping wood. When he wielded his sword with the rhythm of mining stones, he unexpectedly severed their spiritual energy circuits. "You are practicing the sinister path." The white-clad cultivator recoiled in terror. "Without a realm, without a heart method, how could this be? Because when I wield my sword, I do not ponder the heavenly Tao. I contemplate how to make this sword feel more comfortable in my hand." Lin Yuan flicked the blood droplets from his blade, and the mandala patterns on the sword shimmered with a faint light. "You speak incessantly of transcending your cage, yet you have merely crafted a more elaborate prison for yourselves." The third matter, true self in the mirror, tracing the source of sword intent. In the 8th layer of the mirror, Lin Yuan finally found the fragment of Su Qingxue. It was a floating academy amidst a sea of clouds, named the Pavilion of Absolute Freedom. Within the pavilion, some disciples commanded swords with the sound of zither. Others attained enlightenment through culinary arts, and even one led a talking saber-toothed tiger to attend a class on sword intent. "You have indeed come." Su Qingxue stood atop the pavilion, her veil now adorned with mechanical gears, and the mandala pattern on her left cheek transformed into glowing circuitry. She summoned a rainbow sword energy with a wave of her hand, which landed and transformed into the once-destroyed soul-borrowing pool at the Bloodblade Sect's headquarters, now filled with spirit plants capable of purifying sword intent. I have spent these years researching the path of possibilities. She offered him a cup of tea brewed with sword intent, which displayed 7 colors in the cup. Observe this tea. When consumed individually, each flavor has its limitations. Yet when combined, it creates something entirely new. Lin Yuan accepted the cup, and at the moment the chaotic sword intent met the rainbow sword energy, it coalesced into a crystalline seed of the Tao at the bottom of the cup. Su Qingxue nodded. After the collapse of the celestial realm, fragments of the heavenly Tao scattered across various mirrors. Some fragments became new rules, while others turned into constraints, such as the efficiency first principle of the mechanical sword domain and the orthodox obsession of the domain of supremacy. The fourth matter, embers of the heavenly Tao, the struggle of rules. Just then, the entire mirror began to shake violently. Lin Yuan beheld the distant sky tearing apart, as countless cultivators clad in ancient Taoist robes surged forth from the rift, carrying a miniature version of the celestial execution platform, upon which lay the remnants of the Tao's order. They were the remnants of the heavenly Tao. Su Qingxue gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. Their intent was to gather all mirrored legacies of the Tao and forge a perfect prison anew. The remnant cultivators cast chains that ensnared the pillars of the 100 no restrictions pavilion. Lin Yuan noted that the swords they wielded bore the same inscription. The Tao is singular. Only through it can one attain eternal life. Just as the chains were about to reach the disciples within the pavilion, a sudden inspiration struck him. He plunged his broken sword into the ground, and the chaotic sword intent spread like roots, staining the very soil of the mirror realm with mottled colors. The gears of the mechanical sword domain, the steel of the supremacy domain, and the arts of the academy, all seemingly contradictory legacies began to resonate in unison. Lin Yuan heard countless voices echoing in his mind. The blacksmith of the mechanical sword domain proclaimed, "My sword must cleave iron, yet also slice apples for my daughter." The defector from the supremacy domain mused, "Is it a crime to hide folk songs within sword moves?" The chef from the academy remarked, "When stir-frying sword intent, the right timing is far more crucial than the purity of spiritual energy. Do you see?" Su Qingxue severed the remnants of order with her sword. The true Tao has never been an either-or proposition. As the Tao seeds awakened, the celestial execution platform of the remnants crumbled within the chaotic sword intent, and the embers transformed into countless motes of light that merged with Lin Yuan's Tao seed. He felt something within his dantian breaking through, not merely an elevation of realms, but an infinite expansion of his comprehension of the Tao. When the last remnant cultivator retreated into the rift, a voice of the weapon spirit resonated from within. "Do you believe that shattering the old prison will grant you freedom? Do not forget, the chaotic sword intent within you is also another facet of the heavenly Tao." Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the Tao seed, discovering that its surface reflected his own image, within which myriad potential selves wielded swords. He finally grasped the essence of the weapon spirit's words. There is no absolute freedom, only the continuous process of breaking old shackles. Let all possibilities become new chains. He buried the Tao seed in the mirror soil, at the very least. We can choose what binds us. 3 months later, the shattered mirror sea welcomed a peculiar vessel, constructed from mechanical gears, remnants of celestial swords, and the flying eaves of the academy. The ship bore a flag inscribed with 100 no restrictions. Lin Yuan stood upon the deck, observing his junior sister and the girl from the mirror discussing how to equip the spiritual sword with a turbocharger, while his sister busily baked spiritual plant cakes in the kitchen using sword intent. Suddenly, a projection of Yun Wuxin appeared, playfully handling a new shard of mirror. I detect a new mirror image in the upper sea. There, people manipulate sword intent through song, even stones dance. Shall we go? Su Qingxue offered him a cup of freshly brewed chaotic tea, the liquid transforming into the likeness of a starry sky within the cup. Lin Yuan gazed out over the boundless shattered mirror sea, the broken sword at his waist vibrating gently, echoing the call of countless mortal aspirations. He accepted the teacup, and upon its surface appeared the newly inscribed steel of the sword-bearing valley. Wherever the mortal sword reaches, there lies the heavenly Tao. Let us set sail. He raised his hand, severing a fragment of the heavenly Tao that sought to coalesce into rules. Their next destination awaited, a world where martial prowess served as the path to enlightenment. The sail flutters in the wind, carrying a group of individuals who refuse to be defined, sailing towards the realm of unknown possibilities. Behind them, within each reflection touched by the chaotic sword intent, New sword intentions are breaking through the ground, more vibrant than any celestial path, embodying the brilliance of mortals. Core themes of this chapter: 1. A philosophical exploration of diverse paths, through realms such as the mechanical sword domain, the sovereign domain, and the hall of boundless taboo. It illustrates that the essence of these paths is humanity's imagination of order rather than an objective truth. 2. The dialectical elevation of chaotic sword intent. It reveals that breaking old shackles inevitably creates new limitations, emphasizing that the essence of freedom lies in the right to choose one's own chains. 3. Expansion of collective narrative. Introducing diverse characters such as mechanical swordsmiths, culinary cultivators, and beast tamers, it constructs a communal path of mortals and swordsmanship, diminishing the traditional protagonist's halo. Chapter 18. The Burial of the Sword's Elusive Trail, Part 2. The morning mist, sharp as a blade, cleaves through the jagged stones at the entrance of the burial sword valley. Lin Yuan tightened the collar of his Bloodblade Sect attire, his fingertips brushing over the blood pattern token he had taken from Zhou Ming's corpse. This item grants him the freedom to traverse the realms of demonic forces for 7 days, yet it resembles a poisoned pill, capable of exposing his identity with the slightest misstep. Dare the riffraff of Qingxiao sect tread upon the burial sword valley? A sinister voice emanated from the left. Lin Yuan raised his gaze to find 3 disciples of the Sharp Blade sect fixated upon him. The leader adorned with a tassel of finger bones reminiscent of those worn by overseers in the mines. Suppressing his murderous intent, he deliberately exposed a corner of the blood pattern token from his sleeve, on the orders of the young master of the Bloodblade sect. I have come to seek an item. Before his words could settle, the individual to his left suddenly swung a sword. Lin Yuan sidestepped, only to witness ripples, like water, emanating from the place where the sword light grazed. This was the unique sword intent of the burial sword valley, which, upon contact, would trace back to one's vulnerabilities throughout their life. What a farce. The patches on your Qingxiao sect robe are barely intact. The man sneered, advancing menacingly. I heard you killed Brother Zhou Ming. Today, I shall forge your sword embryo into weapons for my brothers. 3 sword intents lunged forth like venomous serpents, prompting Lin Yuan to retreat a step, his back colliding against the frigid stone wall. His fingertips brushed against uneven patterns, revealing an ancient seal. A thought struck him, and fragments of the fragmented sword diagram flashed in his mind, instinctively channeling spiritual energy along the patterns. The entire stone wall abruptly flipped, revealing a bottomless cavern. With little time for contemplation, Lin Yuan leaped inside. The curses of the Sharp Blade sect disciples echoed behind him, but ceased abruptly the moment he landed. The sword intent within the cavern was thick as ink, completely isolating him from the external sounds. In the 7th layer of the burial sword valley, within the maze of sword tombs, a cold feminine voice emerged from the shadows. Lin Yuan's grip on his sword tightened instinctively as a figure clad in red rose from the heap of swords. A blood-colored chain coiled around the curved blade at her waist. None other than the holy maiden of the demonic path, Su Qingxue. Miss Su indeed possesses remarkable skills, able to navigate this labyrinth of sword intent with such ease. Lin Yuan suppressed the tremor within his heart, discreetly minimizing his sword intent. Su Qingxue's curved blade had once severed the heads of 3 golden core cultivators. While he was merely a nascent cultivator, the slightest misstep could lead to his utter destruction. Su Qingxue raised an eyebrow. You know of me? She lightly tapped the blade's surface, causing the chain to emit a delicate hum. A mere outer disciple of Qingxiao sect. Yet you managed to acquire a token from the Bloodblade sect, Lin Yuan. You are even more intriguing than the rumors suggest. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. He had never mentioned this name in the presence of the demonic path, yet Su Qingxue seemed to possess an innate understanding of all things concerning him. What startled him further was the sight of the sword pile behind her, within which stood the treasured sword of an inner elder from the Qingxiao sect, the Lin Yuan sword that had gone missing 3 years ago in the sword burial valley. Have you been following me? He asked in a low voice. Following you? Su Qingxue chuckled lightly, chains suddenly erupting like living entities, coiling around his throat. I have come to claim your life. However, before that, I wish to see the fragments of the residual sword map within you. The chains halted mere inches from his throat. Lin Yuan then realized that his sword intent had been suppressed by Su Qingxue's blade intent, rendering him immobile. Her gaze bore a certain, almost avaricious light, as if she had encountered the long-awaited rain after a parched drought. How do you know about the residual sword map? He gritted his teeth, his left hand discreetly pressing against the pouch that concealed his sister's hair tie, the medium through which he nourished the map with the blood of his kin. His most profound secret. Su Qingxue's smile suddenly froze. She reached out to brush against the hilt of a nearby sword, and the long-dormant sword intent erupted. projecting countless images between them: an old miner's dying request in the mine, a blood array in the secret chamber of the Qingxiao sect's master, and the figure of the Bloodblade sect's young lord wielding a fragment. "So it is," she murmured. "It was for this map fragment that my father was imprisoned by the Bloodblade sect." The chains abruptly retracted as Su Qingxue turned to walk deeper into the cave. "Follow me. I shall take you to meet someone." Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment before following. Along the way, fragments of sword intent flitted out from the sword mounds, only to dissipate upon nearing Su Qingxue. She moved swiftly, the hem of her red attire sweeping past the sword hilts, eliciting a low, harmonious ringing of swords, as though welcoming a long-lost master. At the end of the cave stood a colossal bronze door, etched with countless sword scars. Su Qingxue pressed her palm against the door, and blood-red chains slithered into the crevice, suddenly unleashing a thunderous roar from within. "Bloodblade whelp. Do you think you can trap me with chains?" "Elder, it is I." Su Qingxue spoke softly. "I have brought someone who possesses the residual sword map." There was a moment of silence within, followed by the sound of iron chains dragging along the ground. The massive door began to creak open, releasing a wave of decaying sword intent. Mingled with a heavy scent of blood, Lin Yuan lifted his gaze, and in the shadows sat an old man, his body entwined with chains, a broken sword protruding from his chest that bore an exact likeness to the patterns on his residual sword map. "Indeed, the map fragments are within you." The old man's murky eyes suddenly gleamed with light. "Years ago, I laid out the immortal prison array with half of the map, only to be outmaneuvered by the Bloodblade sect. Boy, do you know why the sword monument in the back mountain of the Qingxiao sect resonates with you?" Lin Yuan held his breath. "I would like to hear more." "Because you are the focal point of the array." The old man suddenly lunged, chains coiling around Lin Yuan's neck like venomous serpents. The ancient exiled immortal, wishing to break the confines of the immortal realm, willingly transformed into the focal point of the array, and your nascent soul sword spirit is the key to unlocking the immortal prison array. Su Qingxue gasped, "Elder, he has come to help us." "Help?" The old man scoffed coldly. "The Qingxiao sect, the Bloodblade sect. Which faction does not desire to use his blood to offer sacrifices to their swords? Little girl, do you think the Bloodblade sect has allowed you to live this long for no reason? The blood flowing within you belongs to the traitorous lineage that betrayed the exiled immortal." Lin Yuan felt a sudden sweetness in his throat, as spiritual energy surged chaotically within his meridians. The fragmented sword atlas suddenly unfurled, its shards piercing the old man's chains with a dazzling golden light. He recoiled with a cry, revealing a grotesque wound at the broken sword's point on his chest, surrounded by skin inscribed with patterns identical to those on the Qingxiao sect's sword steel. "He spoke the truth," Su Qingxue murmured. "My father was once an elder of the Bloodblade sect, but was imprisoned here for opposing the soul-forging sword technique. Before his death, he confided in me that the true master of the sword atlas is destined to shatter the confines of the celestial realm." Suddenly, a violent tremor reverberated from outside the cave. Lin Yuan heard a myriad of sword intents rushing toward them, mingled with the unique flowing cloud sword intent of the Qingxiao sect. He tightened his grip on the sword embryo, only to see Su Qingxue already cleaving toward the massive door. "We must escape through the secret passage. Both the Qingxiao sect and the Bloodblade sect have arrived. They seek the power of the array within you." "And you?" Lin Yuan countered, unleashing a wave of sword intent to repel the encroaching shadows. "Me?" Su Qingxue turned back, a bitter smile gracing her crimson lips. "I intend to unshackle my father. Do not forget, the sword tomb of the Burial Valley can not only trace weaknesses, but also awaken dormant sword intents." Fragments of rock began to cascade from the cave's ceiling. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yuan dashed into the secret passage, the sound of Su Qingxue's blade ringing behind him, intermingled with the old man's furious roar. "Remember, the time rift of the momentary cave is about to open. Take your remnants of the Qingxiao sect inside. Therein lies the key to breaking the cage." At the end of the passage was a blinding light from above. Stumbling out, Lin Yuan found himself back at the entrance of the Burial Valley. In the distance, clouds of dust swirled as the white crane banner of the Qingxiao sect clashed with the crimson flag of the Bloodblade sect, positioned defiantly at the valley's mouth. His master stood beside an elder of the Qingxiao sect, casting a sinister gaze upon him. "Lin Yuan, you are indeed in league with the demonic path." The elder swung his sword, unleashing an intent like a swift ribbon, declaring, "Today, you shall be the offering to activate the spirit realm's teleportation array." The pent-up rage surged once more. Lin Yuan did not retreat. Instead, he charged toward that sword intent. The sword atlas unfurled within his consciousness, recalling the old miner's words from the vein. True sword intent is not merely technique. It is the unwavering resolve to survive. With a swing of his sword, He cleaved as if cutting through a colossal timber. The elder's sword aura shattered before his unadorned sword intent, while within his sword embryo, a golden sword pill was slowly taking shape, heralding a breakthrough into the golden core stage. You actually broke through in the burial valley. His master's voice finally held a note of fear. Do you realize that a golden core sword pill requires 360 strands of pure sword intent? You have slain so many. Your sword intent is already tainted beyond repair. Lin Yuan looked up at the gathering calamity clouds in the sky. He recalled his sister's smile in the mine, the crimson chains in Su Qingshue's eyes, and the old man's words about the cage. The sword pill burned warmly in his dantian. The devoured sword intents had not sullied his sword heart. Rather, they had forged it into a purer form. Like tempered steel through relentless hammering, my sword intent aims to cleave through the injustices of this world, he whispered. As the first bolt of tribulation thunder descended, Lin Yuan swung his sword. The sword pill transformed into thousands of sword auras, weaving a resplendent web of light amidst the rain. The cultivators of the Qingxiao sect and the Bloodblade sect faltered under the lightning's glare, while his gaze remained fixed upon the depths of the burial valley. Where a red figure stood before the bronze giant gate, the blood-red chains unfurling like a phoenix taking flight, shattering a millennium's worth of sealed sword intent. Chapter 19. The heart of the sword and the shadow of calamity. The thunderous roar of the calamity reverberated through the sword burial valley, causing fragments of stone to cascade down like rain. Lin Yuan knelt on one knee, propping himself up with his sword, gasping for breath as the unique sword pellet of the golden core realm seared within his dantian like a blazing sun. He gazed at the distant figure of an elder from the Qingxiao sect, clutching his chest and hurtling backward, his fingers trembling from the excruciating pain of his recent breakthrough. Yet, what truly unsettled him was the swirling black mist within his sea of consciousness. The heart of the sword calamity had arrived. Suddenly, the urgent voice of Su Qingxue echoed in his ears. Hurry, sever the heart demon. Do not allow your obsessions to ensnare you. Before her words had fully dissipated, the scene before him morphed dramatically. The blood-red veins of or supplanted the jagged rocks of the sword burial valley, and the overseer's whip, infused with spiritual energy, sliced through the air toward him. In an instant, it transformed into the bloodied hand of an old miner. The visage of a dying man emerged from the black mist, bubbles of blood frothing from his throat. Lin Yuan, you have taken what you should not have. No, Lin Yuan cried, slashing at the apparition with his sword. Yet, as the blade pierced the old miner's body, the figure shattered into countless fragments, each reflecting images of him wielding his sword and slaying within the mines. The sword intent he had consumed turned against him like a venomous serpent, gnawing at the clarity of his spirit. Do you believe that by killing them you can save your sister? The voice of the heart demon surged from all directions. Look at the blood on your hands. Which drop is not the vengeful soul of a mortal? The Qingxiao sect is right. You, a lowly commoner, should never tread the path of cultivation. Lin Yuan staggered backward, colliding with a stone tablet etched with scars of swords. Suddenly, he recalled the records in the Qingxiao sect scriptures. For those who face the heart of the sword calamity, it is easy to slay others, yet difficult to slay one's own heart. If misled by the heart demon, one shall become a prisoner of sword intent, forever descending into the path of demonic cultivation. The sword pellet in his dantian began to tremble violently. Lin Yuan lowered his gaze to find his palms soaked in blood. The wound he had bitten open during his breakthrough. The blood slowly seeped along the patterns of the sword embryo, merging with the fragments of the broken sword diagram. The blood of kin nourishes the diagram, he murmured, a sudden spark of inspiration igniting within him. The smile of his sister, Lin Shi, flashed through his mind. The little girl who waited for him in the dilapidated hut, clutching a rag doll, the one who, even when poisoned, would share her last piece of bread with him. I do not cultivate the sword to kill, Lin Yuan declared, tightening his grip on the sword embryo. The sword intent surged through his blood into the diagram. I do this to protect her, to ensure that no mortal shall ever be used as a sword furnace again. The black mist receded like a tide. The overseer's apparition dissolved into motes of light, replaced by the sword monument of the back mountain of the Qingxiao sect. The once perplexing formations suddenly radiated with golden light, resonating with the remnants within his sword embryo. Lin Yuan heard the sound of countless swords ringing in his ears, as if a celestial being had once wielded a sword here, cleaving through the heavenly path eons ago. Break! With a thunderous shout, Lin Yuan swung his sword. This strike bore no extravagant techniques, merely the repeated cleaving motion from countless times in the mines, yet it carried the momentum of splitting chaos. The black mist within his sea of consciousness shattered explosively, revealing the clear sky beyond the calamity clouds. In reality, The final bolt of calamity thunder descended at that moment. Lin Yuan stood firm, unwavering, as the sword pellet, infused with golden sword intent, surged upward, cleaving the lightning as thick as a bowl in two. The cultivators of the Qingxiao sect and the Bloodblade sect watched in stunned silence, as if witnessing a miracle. He astonishingly withstood the tribulation of the Golden Core realm with the foundational stage. The young master of the Bloodblade sect clenched the fragment in his hand. His voice laced with incredulous jealousy. That fragment of the sword map was meant to be mine. As Lin Yuan landed, the cracks on the sword embryo had completely healed, now adorned with intricate golden patterns, reminiscent of the markings left by heavenly tribulations. He raised his gaze towards the crowd of the Bloodblade sect, only to spot a familiar figure, the auctioneer from the Iron Sword Sect's bidding event, the very assassin from the Bloodblade sect whose arm he had severed, now glaring at him with a vengeful gaze, a broken blade faintly visible in his sleeve. Be careful. Su Qingshua's warning came a moment too late. The broken blade transformed into a crimson streak, piercing through Lin Yuan's right shoulder. Amidst the excruciating pain, he caught a whiff of a familiar medicinal fragrance, the bone corrosion powder used by the Qingxiao sect to control its disciples. The auctioneer grinned maliciously, casting forth chains. Lin Yuan, did you think that by killing Zhou Ming you could escape? My young master has decreed that your sword embryo will be used to offer a sword to the grand ancestor of the Bloodblade. Suddenly, the chains shattered in midair. Lin Yuan bit down on the counterfeit clear dust pill hidden in his molars, a concoction he had pilfered from his master's secluded chamber, which now served as a catalyst to expel the toxins. He swung his sword towards the auctioneer's throat, but just as he was about to strike, he noticed a flicker of liberation in the opponent's eyes. Boom! A violent surge of spiritual energy erupted from within the auctioneer, who had used himself as bait to detonate the sword pellet concealed in his dantian. In a hasty response, Lin Yuan summoned his protective aura, yet was swept away by the shockwave, crashing deep into the stone forest of the Burial Sword Valley. Lin Yuan. Su Qingshua's cry was swallowed by the tempest of sword intent. Lin Yuan struggled to rise amidst the debris, only to discover that the surrounding stone forest was slowly shifting. This was the most perilous sword tomb maze of the Burial Sword Valley, where each stone bore the obsessions of generations of sword cultivators. Those who wandered into it would be shredded by the sword intent. To make matters worse, his spiritual energy was swiftly depleting. The recent heavenly tribulation had taken a heavy toll, and the residual poison of the bone corrosion powder still coursed through his veins. Leaning against a stone tablet inscribed with charms, his gaze was suddenly drawn to the patterns on the tablet, which bore the same ancient script as the fragments of the sword map. To break the prison of immortals, one must use the sword's soul as a guide. If the formation shatters, the immortal realm collapses, and the sinners gain freedom. His fingertips brushed over the inscriptions when he suddenly heard a faint groan from beneath the rubble. Clearing the debris, he discovered a bloodied girl, the little junior sister of the Qingxiao sect, the one who always secretly brought him pastries during his sword practice. Now with a half-broken sword lodged in her chest. Senior brother, the girl coughed up black blood. The sword tablet on the back mountain has been destroyed, triggering the formation for borrowing souls to refine swords. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. He recalled the fragments in his master's chamber. It required the souls of 360 disciples to forge a fearsome weapon. The Qingxiao sect, ostensibly a bastion of righteousness, was in collusion with the Bloodblade sect, sacrificing the lives of its disciples to uphold the sect's glory. Do not fear, I will take you out. He tore a strip from his robe to staunch her bleeding, only to discover that the blood flowing from her wound was black, a sign that she was being used as a sword furnace. Suddenly, the girl grasped his wrist, her eyes unervingly clear. Senior brother, do you remember my father? He was a miner from the Iron Sword Sect. His spiritual essence drained by the overseers of your Qingxiao sect. A smile graced her lips, yet she declared, it matters not, for I, too, shall transform into a sword, just like my father. Enough, Lin Yuan bellowed, but upon touching her dantian, he was struck as if by lightning. The space that should have nurtured the sword embryo was but an empty void, save for a burgeoning lump of sword intent. The cacophony of battle outside the sword burial valley abruptly ceased. Lin Yuan, on high alert, raised his gaze to see the Bloodblade sect and the cultivators of Qingxiao slowly encircling them, forming a tight circle. He counted, exactly 355, plus himself and his junior sister, making a total of 360. Lin Yuan, you are indeed a natural focal point of the formation. An elder from Qingxiao approached on a sword, cradling a blood-red disc, the core artifact for soul borrowing and sword forging. Surrender quietly, and I shall spare your sister. Otherwise. He waved his hand, sending a surge of spiritual energy slicing through the air. Lin Yuan turned to witness the image of the Iron Sword Sect dungeon unfolding in the void. She was bound upon an altar, surrounded by Bloodblade Sect disciples, with the auctioneer at the forefront. No, Lin Yuan's sword intent erupted uncontrollably, yet it was restrained by the formation, rendering him immobile. His junior sister's body grew colder in his embrace, her final breath whispering past his ear, "Brother, I have long known you are not of Qingxiao, but I still wish to tell you, your sword is truly beautiful." The girl's head fell limply. Lin Yuan felt something shatter within him. He had once believed that strength could safeguard those he cherished, only to discover that the entire cultivation realm was a predatory cage, and no matter how fiercely he struggled, he could not escape the fate of being a mere pawn. The fragmented sword manuscript, devour the sword intent. The voice of the weapon spirit resonated suddenly in his consciousness. If the host is willing to offer the blood of a beloved, he may gain the power to annihilate heaven and earth. Lin Shi's smiling visage flickered before him. Trembling, Lin Yuan reached for the hair tie in his pocket. His fingertips brushed against blood, just as Su Qingshue's voice pierced through like a blade. "Lin Yuan, look to your sword embryo." On the surface of the sword embryo, his junior sister's blood intertwined with his own, forming a brand new seal amidst the patterns of the fragmented sword manuscript. It was a resonance of mortal and cultivator's blood, lacking overwhelming spiritual energy, yet imbued with the purest desire to survive and shatter this prison. "I require no devouring of sword intent." Lin Yuan raised his head, his gaze as frigid as frost. "I shall show you what true sword heart is." He swung his sword toward the ground. The unadorned sword intent ignited the entire sword tomb maze like a fuse. Those dormant sword intents, silent for millennia, suddenly surged forth, erupting from the stone tablets, the sword tomb, and even the weapons of the cultivators, coalescing behind Lin Yuan into myriad spectral long swords. Is this the myriad swords converging to the sect? The young master of the Bloodblade Sect retreated in terror. How could he possibly wield the ancient sword techniques? Lin Yuan offered no reply. He beheld his junior sister's blood merging with the sword embryo, transforming into a pure white sword intent, reflecting the golden sword pellet within him. It dawned upon him that the true purity of sword intent was not measured by the number of lives taken, but by the untainted fervor of one's desire to protect. As the first sword's phantom descended, the protective aura of the Qingxiao sect elder shattered like fragile paper. The second sword pierced the shoulder of the Bloodblade sect's young master, and the shards in his grasp inexplicably soared towards Lin Yuan's sword embryo. When the 108th sword struck, the sword intent resonated throughout the entire sword burial valley. The suppressed remnants of ancient immortals, the mortals serving as a sword furnace, and even the chains binding Su Qingshue's father, all emitted a deafening roar in response to this sword intent. The prison of the immortal was broken. The heart of the sword was illuminated. Lin Yuan's voice mingled with the harmonious clamor of myriad swords, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. The elder of Qingxiao sect was reduced to ashes amidst the sword light, and the sword intent of the Bloodblade sect's practitioners was wholly consumed. Meanwhile, his sword embryo had transformed into a colossal blade radiating golden light, entwined with two strands of hair, one black and one silvery white. Unbeknownst to him, the calamity clouds had dissipated, giving way to a clear sky. Lin Yuan gazed towards the direction of the Iron Sword Sect, as shards of the broken sword map automatically flew out, sketching a portal in the void. He understood that this was a lifeline opened for him by the spirit of the weapon. "Su Qingxue, I shall see you in the fleeting paradise," he murmured softly, cradling his little junior sister's lifeless body. As he stepped into the portal, he caught a glimpse of the bronze giant gate deep within the sword burial valley crashing open. A crimson figure treading upon the myriad sword intents, wielding a long sword that had transformed from a curved blade into a pristine white. At the moment the portal sealed, Lin Yuan heard Su Qingshue's voice. "Lin Yuan, the time rift to the fleeting paradise can only last for the duration of an incense stick. Remember, do not trust anyone who claims to be a messenger of the immortal realm." As the light faded, he found himself in an unfamiliar valley. The moonlight bathed the surroundings in silver, and ahead stood a dilapidated Taoist temple, its plaque bearing the faded words Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. At the entrance of the temple, an elderly man clad in gray robes smiled and beckoned him. "You have arrived at the perfect moment, young friend." The elder raised his hand, revealing a fragment resting in his palm. "I have awaited this day for 3,000 years." Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the sword embryo, yet felt an unusual tranquility within his spiritual energy. The elder exhibited no fluctuations of sword intent, yet instinctively, Lin Yuan sensed danger. It was a demeanor that looked down upon ants, as if everything before him was part of his grand design. "Who are you?" Lin Yuan inquired. The master of the heavenly mechanism pavilion, merely an old veteran wishing to sever the confines of the immortal realm, the elder replied, tossing the fragment to Lin Yuan, who instinctively caught it. He observed as the two fragments converged in his palm, forming the shape of a small sword. The sword tomb labyrinth of the sword burial valley is, in fact, an ancient array's heart. What you have just shattered is merely the first layer of the prison shackles. From afar, the mountain winds howled, mingling with the faint sound of swords. Lin Yuan looked down and saw the blood of his little junior sister blooming on the fragment, remarkably forming a star map, coordinates of the spirit realm and the entrance to the fleeting paradise. Go forth, young friend. The elder turned and entered the temple. Remember, whether the immortals of the spirit realm or the practitioners of the mortal realm, they are but trapped beasts within a cage. The true means to break the deadlock lies within the bloodline of the exiled immortal in your sword embryo. Lin Yuan raised his gaze to the night sky, witnessing a meteor streaking across the southeast, trailing a long, blood-colored tail. He understood that it was Su Qingxue who was opening the entrance to the fleeting paradise. In his embrace, the little junior sister stirred suddenly, her fingers gently grasping the hem of his garment. Reminiscent of that spring day at Sword Sect when she hid behind a tree, watching him practice his swordplay, her skirt dusted with peach blossoms. Wait for me, Lin Shi, he whispered softly. Once I cleave through this prison, I shall take you to witness the true starry sky. The sword embryo pulsed with warmth in his palm, golden sword intent surging through his veins, flooding his limbs. As Lin Yuan took his first step, he heard an elder's sigh emanating from the temple behind him. After 3,000 years, we have finally awaited the second who dares to slay immortals. Before his words faded, the entire valley trembled. Lin Yuan turned to see the plaque of the heavenly mechanism pavilion shatter, revealing a colossal formation diagram on the inner wall, identical to that of the Sword Sect's sword steel and the tombstone of the sword burial valley, an array meant to imprison celestial beings. With its focal point inscribed with his birthdate, the wind surged, lifting the tousled strands of hair from his forehead. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on his junior sister's hand and strode toward the direction of the falling meteor. He understood that ahead lay a more brutal truth, more perilous foes, and that elusive beauty he yearned for. Yet, in this moment, his sword heart was clearer than ever. For he finally comprehended that the path of a sword cultivator is not to become the executioner of the heavenly Tao, but rather to be the sword that shatters the cage, even if it means being reduced to fragments, allowing those imprisoned within to behold the true sky. Chapter 20. The momentary celestial realm as the mountain winds whisked past his brow, carrying fine shards of ice. Lin Yuan finally glimpsed the distorted rift in space-time at the cliff's edge. The rift was sword-shaped, its edges swirling with azure and violet lightning, each opening and closing emitting a sharp metallic shriek. This was the entrance to the legendary momentary celestial realm, where an instant in the exterior equated to a century within. The little junior sister in his arms suddenly murmured incoherently, her pale cheeks flushed with an unnatural hue. Lin Yuan then noticed that the black poison on her wrist had spread to her elbow, yet upon contact with the spiritual energy of the celestial realm, golden web-like patterns emerged. These patterns resembled the thunderous runes on his sword embryo, as if they were markings of some ancient covenant. Hold on. Lin Yuan carefully placed her in a hollow of the rocks, folding his robe to serve as a pillow. I will return shortly. No sooner had he spoken than a faint sound of bowstring twang reached his ears. Instinctively, Lin Yuan sidestepped as a poisoned crossbow bolt grazed his earlobe. Embedding itself in the stone wall, its tail entwined with a blood-red cloth bearing the fanged totem of the Bloodblade sect. Lin Yuan, you cannot escape. The auctioneer's voice drifted from the shadows, a mechanical prosthetic limb extending from his severed sleeve, whirring ominously. Do you think that by killing our young master, you can atone for your sins? The altar of the Bloodblade ancestor is prepared for you. Let your sword soul be the offering to forge a new Bloodblade. Dozens of figures erupted from the swirling snow fog. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted. Among them were not solely practitioners of the Bloodblade sect. Half wore the garments of the Sword Sect, led by an elder who should have perished in the heavenly tribulation. Their gazes were hollow as puppets, each marked with the same blood-red sword pattern on their foreheads. Living corpses forged from borrowed souls to refined swords. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the sword embryo, the sword pellet humming in his dantian. You do not even spare your own righteous path? Demonic path? The elder grinned, revealing a mouth full of blackened teeth. Before the eternal Tao, they were naught but ants confined within a cage. As the animated corpses surged forward, Lin Yuan finally discerned the gaping wounds where their hearts should have been, now housing pulsating cores of sword intent, crafted from the souls of disciples like his little junior sister. His fury erupted like a volcanic blast, the diagram of the severed sword unfurled, and the devoured sword intents transformed into myriad beams of sword light, weaving a net of death upon the snowy ground. When the first animated corpse shattered, Lin Yuan heard a familiar groan. It was Zhang San, a disciple of the Qingxiao sect's outer gate, who had mended his tattered robe just 3 days prior. As the sword light grazed the adversary's throat, it instinctively shifted direction, yet the foe seized the opportunity, their claw-like fingers piercing his side. They had lost all semblance of intelligence. Su Qingshue's voice echoed from the crevice. Lin Yuan turned to see her, bloodied and red, slowly emerging while leaning against the bronze giant door. The bloodstained chains at her waist had transformed into pure white sword tassels. To slay them is to grant release. The auctioneer's crossbow bolt struck again. Lin Yuan swung his sword to shatter the arrow, but amidst the shower of splintered fragments, he glimpsed a dark figure writhing behind the rock where his junior sister stood. His pupils constricted. It was an elder from the Qingxiao sect, brandishing a bloody dagger. Inching closer to the unconscious girl. No. With that bellow of fury, Lin Yuan's sword intent erupted entirely. The diagram of the severed sword morphed into a golden net, enveloping the scene, causing all animated corpses to dissolve into specks of light within the web. Even the auctioneer's mechanical limb melted into molten iron before his eyes. As he charged toward the elder, the dagger had already plunged into his junior sister's chest, yet upon contact with her skin, it was repelled by a layer of golden vigor. Indeed, the bloodline of the celestial exile is a dual vessel. The elder retreated in horror. Your sister is the true focal point of the formation. You are but a... His voice trailed off. Lin Yuan's sword pierced his throat, but this time, he chose not to consume the elder's sword intent, opting instead for a simple demise, allowing him to perish like an ordinary mortal, thereby concluding this massacre in the most unadorned man. After the disorienting flow of time and space, the three individuals found themselves on a desolate beach. The sky was an eerie shade of purple, and the waves were littered with countless remnants of swords. Upon the distant cliffs, intricate patterns identical to those of the Sword Burial Valley were etched. More astonishingly, a suspended city hung above the sea, its base entwined with myriad chains that plunged deep into the ocean, anchoring a colossal sword hilt. That is a fragment of the spirit realm. Su Qingxue pointed toward the inverted city, and it serves as the first prison used by the celestial realm to suppress ancient immortals. The beach beneath our feet is, in fact, the sword spine of an ancient malevolent weapon. Suddenly, Junior's sister coughed awake, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the sand, inadvertently sketching a complete diagram of a celestial prison array in the grains. Lin Yuan noticed a fleeting clarity in her eyes, which vanished as soon as they met his gaze, plunging her back into unconsciousness. Look over there. Su Qingxue directed attention to a cave beneath the cliff. Flickering flames emanated from the entrance, and shadows could be seen etching something into the stone walls. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the sword hilt as he approached. But upon glimpsing the interior, his pupils constricted. Amidst the scattered bones sat a middle-aged man bound in chains, bearing a striking resemblance to Su Qingxue. Father! Su Qingxue rushed forward, only to be repelled by a barrier of sword intent. The middle-aged man lifted his gaze, his eyes flashing with the lightning of a nascent soul cultivator, an indication of sword soul awareness. Shui girl, you have finally arrived. He coughed up a stream of black blood. The time rift of the celestial cave opens once every 100 years. I have inscribed 3,000 array patterns here, waiting for the heir of the fallen immortal bloodline. He turned his attention to Lin Yuan, the chains suddenly taut like swords. Hand over the residual sword diagram. Only with the offering of fallen immortal blood can we awaken the ancient sword cultivator sleeping within the sword spine. Su Qingxue grasped Lin Yuan's shoulder, her voice trembling as she conveyed, he is bound by the soul-locking chains of the Bloodblade sect. Each inscribed pattern consumes 10 years of his life. Father, Lin Yuan is here to assist us. The middle-aged man shook his head. Assist? The Bloodblade sect, the Qingxiao sect, and even the Heavenly Machine Pavilion all wish to exploit the fallen immortal bloodline. Do you think the Lord of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion bestowed the fragment upon you out of kindness? He intends for you to serve as the second focal point, using your soul to mend the prison of the celestial realm. Lin Yuan recalled the array diagram within the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, his grip on the fragment tightening as veins bulged on his hands. The temperature in the cave plummeted. His sword hilt resonated in unison with the broken sword at the middle-aged man's waist, together forming a complete celestial prison array in the void. When the fallen immortal split his nascent soul, he left behind 2 wills. The middle-aged man raised his hand, and numerous points of light cascaded from the ceiling, casting ancient images before them. The first key to open the prison requires the blood of one's closest kin to nurture it. The second key to lock the celestial domain necessitates the guidance of twin souls. And your sister. The images shifted to the Iron Sword Sect's dungeon. Lin Shi was bound to an altar, while a cultivator from the Bloodblade sect inscribed patterns upon her forehead. Lin Yuan's blood ran cold as he recognized that the pattern was identical to the marks on the foreheads of the living corpses from the Qingxiao sect. And at the center of the altar lay a ritual tool fashioned from the skulls of 365 disciples. She is the vessel for the second key. A middle-aged man sighed, revealing that the jailers of the celestial realm had long anticipated the awakening of the banished celestial bloodline. Thus, they orchestrated a scheme to cultivate dual focal points in both the righteous and demonic paths. Now, as the Bloodblade sect activated the soul-forging sword, their intention was to transform your sister into a formidable weapon of the locking celestial domain. Suddenly, Su Qingxue pointed towards the cave's entrance, exclaiming, "Look! Fragments of the spirit realm are descending." The gathered individuals turned to witness the inverted city gradually approaching the ocean's surface, its chains emitting a piercing sound of friction. Lin Yuan heard an ancient roar emanating from the deep sea, as if some slumbering giant was awakening. He tightened his grip on his junior sister's hand, noticing that the golden patterns on her wrist had spread to her heart, forming an invisible bridge with the sword core within him. "What should we do?" he inquired of the middle-aged man. "Venture deep into the sword ridge and locate the sword soul of the ancient sword cultivator." The man tossed a jade slip, explaining. He was a comrade suppressed alongside the banished celestial. Only his sword intent can sever the chains of the spirit realm. However, remember that the legacy of sword cultivators demands a price, either your sword soul or your sister's life force. Su Qingxue clutched Lin Yuan's wrist, urgently warning. "We cannot trust this. It may be a trap from the celestial realm." At that moment, his junior sister, still unconscious, murmured as if from a great distance, "Brother, the sword ridge carries the scent of our mother." Lin Yuan felt as though struck by lightning. He had never known his parents, having relied on his sister since childhood in their dilapidated home. Yet, upon hearing those words, his sword core inexplicably soared towards the depths of the cave, as if drawn by an innate instinct. "Stay close to me," he instructed, carrying his junior sister on his back as he turned to Su Qingxue, adding, "No matter what happens, do not let anyone touch her." The sword intent in the depths of the cave thickened to an almost tangible form. With each step Lin Yuan took, it felt as though he traversed a mountain of swords, the sword intent manifesting as phantoms that struck at him, only to dissipate upon contact with the banished celestial patterns. At long last, they arrived at a vast cavern, where countless sword tassels hung from the ceiling. And at its center floated a stone coffin, its lid inscribed with the words, "The heart of the sword remains unyielding. The cage shall inevitably shatter." As the coffin opened, a tempest of sword energy swept through the space. Lin Yuan barely managed to maintain his protective aura, only to discover that within the coffin lay not a corpse, but a colossal sword soul nascent. Embedded in its brow was the complete form of the fragmented sword map. The banished celestial bloodline, the sword's soul intoned, its voice resonating like 1,000 swords ringing in unison. "At last, you have arrived. Relinquish your sword core to me." Su Qingxue suddenly brandished her blade towards the sword soul, warning, "Be careful. This is a possession attempt." Yet Lin Yuan had already extended his hand. The sword soul transformed into a streak of light, piercing into his sword core. In that instant, a deluge of memories surged forth. Ancient battlefields, the banished celestial wielding a sword, the betrayal of the celestial realm, the birth of the dual focal points. The final scene revealed a woman placing an infant into the dilapidated home, turning to reveal golden patterns identical to those on his junior sister. "Mother," his junior sister murmured softly. Tears streamed down Lin Yuan's face as he finally comprehended why his sister had succumbed to spiritual poison, and why both the Qingxiao sect and the Bloodblade sect had simultaneously targeted them. From the moment of their birth, they had been branded with the mark of the key to the cage, destined to become pawns in the celestial realm's game with the ancient immortals. "Now, sever the chains." The voice of the sword soul resonated within him, urging him to activate the first key with his sister's blood and to pry open the second key with his own soul. "Remember, the twin arrays I can harbor only one," he shouted in fury. "It is impossible." Suddenly, the sword embryo erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. "I will shatter the prison and ensure my sister survives." A resounding crash echoed from outside the cave. Lin Yuan turned to see the chains of the remnants of the spirit realm reaching the ocean's surface, each link entwined with countless souls. His junior sister's body suddenly radiated heat, and the golden patterns on her forehead transformed into a beam of light ascending to the heavens, resonating with Lin Yuan's sword embryo. "Brother, look." She weakly pointed toward the sky. A fissure opened in the violet canopy, revealing a celestial expanse beyond. A universe so vast that even the immortal realm had never witnessed its grandeur. Lin Yuan grasped his sister's hand tightly, plunging the fragment of the broken sword map into his own heart, while simultaneously slicing open her palm. Their blood mingled upon the sword embryo, coalescing into a colossal sword that spanned the heavens. "Be it prison or heavenly law," he declared, swinging the sword toward the chains, "those who obstruct me shall be severed." As the sword's light flashed, the thickest chain snapped with a resounding crack. The remnants of the spirit realm quaked violently, and exclamations of astonishment erupted from the city of suspended realms. Lin Yuan beheld countless souls escaping from the chains, including old miners from the Urvanes, junior disciples of the Qingxiao sect, and even Su Qingshue's father. Yet the cost was immense. Lin Yuan felt his sword's soul rapidly dissipating, while his junior sister's body grew transparent like crystal. Su Qingxue rushed forward in an attempt to intervene, only to be repelled by the barrier of sword intent. "Stay back," Lin Yuan bellowed. "Tell Lin Shi that I have never regretted being her brother." "No." His junior sister suddenly unleashed her strength, propelling him toward the fissure. "Brother, you are the true key. Survive and see the world outside for me." Her body transformed into countless motes of light, merging with Lin Yuan's sword embryo. Simultaneously, the chains of the spirit realm shattered entirely, and the entire momentary cave began to collapse. Su Qingxue grasped Lin Yuan's hand, exerting all her strength to surge toward the temporal rift, with the final barrier of sword soul essence shielding them from behind. As the brilliance faded, Lin Yuan collapsed at the entrance of the sword burial valley. Trembling, he caressed the sword embryo, discovering a new, glassy pattern upon it. Whenever the sword intent flowed, he could hear his sister's gentle laughter. "She left you the chance to live," Su Qingxue said tearfully. Lin Yuan looked up to see a towering flame erupting from the direction of the Iron Sword Gate. Fragments of the broken sword map soared into the air, forming Lin Shi's smiling visage in the void, before transforming into a shooting star that fell into the distance. He understood that the altar of the Bloodblade Gate had been destroyed, and his sister, with her last vestige of strength, had severed the chains binding the immortal domain. "Miss Su," he stood resolutely, his gaze regaining its determination, "guide me to the spirit realm. I shall show those immortals who regard humans as mere pawns that even an ant in a prison can wield a sword capable of slaying immortals." Su Qingxue nodded, her fingertips tracing a path in the void for the teleportation. Before departing, Lin Yuan cast a glance into the depths of the sword burial valley, where the bronze giant gate had fully opened, revealing a new entrance to the momentary cave. He knew that one day, he would return here to fulfill his sister's unaccomplished wish. As the moment of the teleportation array's brilliance illuminated the surroundings, Lin Yuan heard the voice of the master of the Tianji Pavilion echoing in his mind. "Young friend, the immortals of the spirit realm are currently mending the prison. Remember, within your sword embryo resides not only the bloodline of the fallen immortal, but also the fervent aspirations of countless mortals. When you shatter the 9th layer of the prison, do not forget to glance upwards to behold the true way of heaven, which has never resided above." The wind swept through, tugging at his garments, and snowflakes struck his face. Lin Yuan gripped the sword embryo tightly and took his first step towards the spirit realm. He was acutely aware that the journey ahead would be fraught with peril and solitude, yet he felt no fear, for his sword was imbued not only with the smile of his sister, but also with the cries of an entire forsaken martial world. Beyond the prison, there must be a vast expanse of heaven and earth, and he was destined to be the sword that would carve the universe anew. Chapter 21. The enigma of the spirit realm. The falling immortal shore at the edge of the spirit realm was suffused with a decaying sword intent. While countless shattered jade slips lay embedded in the sand, each intricate line narrating the obsessions of mortal cultivators. As Lin Yuan stepped on a fragment inscribed with "Save the Wife," the glazed patterns on his sword embryo suddenly became heated, resonating with the lingering soul of his sister. Lin Shi, emanating from the mists of the northwest. It is the heart prison city. Su Qingxue tightened her grip on the pure white tassel at her waist, where faint traces of blood appeared at the tip. The prison of the spirit realm confines those with overwhelming obsessions, shackled by the 7 emotions and 6 desires of mortals. She paused, pointing to the blood-red clouds floating above. "Look, the words 'slay the immortal' have become clearer." Lin Yuan looked up to see the crimson clouds coalescing into a sword shape, with the point directed towards Heart Prison City. He recalled the master of the Tianji Pavilion's words and tightened his grip on the concealment talisman that Su Qingxue had handed him. An artifact forged from the chaotic temporal currents of the fleeting cave, capable of masking the aura of the fallen immortal bloodline. Remember, cultivators in the spirit realm revere mental power. Su Qingxue whispered, they cultivate by devouring the obsessions of mortals, and the purer the emotion, the more valuable it is. Do not reveal your true feelings in front of others. Before her words could settle, a multitude of figures suddenly emerged from the mist ahead, dressed in resplendent robes. With crystalline mental power gems embedded in their foreheads, their eyes glimmered with avarice upon seeing Lin Yuan and his companion. What exquisite fluctuations of mental power! The leader clapped his hands in delight, golden threads springing forth from his fingertips to ensnare Su Qingxue's wrist. This young lady's sword intent harbors blood-red obsessions. Surely, she has slain kin, has she not? As Lin Yuan prepared to unsheath his sword, Su Qingxue preemptively knelt, her tone laced with just the right amount of trepidation. My lord, you have misunderstood. We are wandering cultivators from the lower realm, seeking some fragments of mental power in Heart Prison City. The golden threads suddenly tightened, leaving crimson marks on her wrist. Lin Yuan then realized that those threads were crafted from the resentments of mortals, each entwined with anguished wails. The leader leaned in, sniffing the air, before erupting into maniacal laughter. Lowly ants from the lower realm dare to deceive me? The traitorous bloodline within you is denser than that of the old wretches from the Bloodblade sect. Su Qingxue's expression changed dramatically. Lin Yuan instinctively swung his sword towards the golden threads, but as the sword pellet barely separated from him, the mental power gems of all the surrounding cultivators simultaneously glowed, forcibly siphoning away a third of his sword intent. Mental power absorption. He gritted his teeth and retreated, colliding against the stone wall of Heart Prison City. The wall suddenly rippled, revealing a multitude of holes, each encased with a crystal sphere reflecting diverse scenes. A mother weeping over her ailing child, a scholar taking his own life at the grave of his beloved, a soldier witnessing the destruction of his homeland. These are the most profound obsessions of the human realm. The leader raised his hand, summoning a crystal sphere into his palm. Do you see that, farmer? He is willing to transform the Bloodblade Gate into a sword furnace to save his daughter. Such paternal devotion can elevate me 3 minor realms. Within the crystal, the farmer's face abruptly overlapped with that of an elderly miner. Lin Yuan felt a surge of anger rise within him, and the fragments of the broken sword blueprint uncontrollably erupted, unfolding a golden web of swords in the void. The cultivators who fed on the sword intent shrieked as they were thrust backward, their crystallized thoughts shattering. How dare you damage my collection? The leader bellowed, his brow crystal emitting a blinding red light. I shall turn you into a living furnace of intent, allowing you to witness your obsessions being devoured piece by piece. Lin Yuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the crystal sphere ensnared within the sword web, observing the trapped points of obsession that flew towards his sword embryo, coalescing into minuscule sword shapes along the glazed patterns. When the 100th light point merged, he heard his sister's voice not emanating from the sword embryo, but from the depths of the Heart Prison City. Brother, don't come in. They are waiting for you. Before the warning could fully escape, the ground abruptly cracked open. As Lin Yuan plummeted into darkness, he glimpsed Su Qingxue being dragged into the mist by golden threads, and when she turned back, the pure white sword tassel had been completely stained crimson. The fall lasted an entire tea time. When Lin Yuan finally touched the ground, he found himself within a colossal circular cage, its walls constructed from countless crystal spheres of obsession. At the center floated a massive bronze balance, the left tray bearing a blood-stained hair tie, while the right tray overflowed with shattered crystallized thoughts. Welcome to the depths of Heart Prison City, heir of the exiled celestial bloodline. A voice resonated from above. Lin Yuan looked up to see a white-robed cultivator seated upon the beam of the balance, 3 eyes adorning his forehead, the central eye swirling with intricate patterns. Are you a jailer of the celestial realm? Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the sword embryo, only to discover that the spiritual energy here was inexplicably sluggish. Hand over Su Qingxue and my sister. Sister? The 3-eyed cultivator chuckled lightly, flicking the hair tie with his fingertip. Are you referring to this little girl who has been transformed into a puppet of obsession? Alas, her 7 emotions and 6 desires have been completely stripped away. She is now merely a walking crystallization of intent. Suddenly, the crystal spheres on the cage walls illuminated, projecting the image of Lin Shi. She stood vacantly upon the altar, the golden patterns on her brow obscured by blood, surrounded by a group of white-clad cultivators extracting her inner obsessions with silver needles. No. Lin Yuan swung his sword toward the cage, but was repelled by an invisible barrier. The 3-eyed cultivator raised his hand, and from the pile of crystals on the balance's right side, Su Qingxue's sword tassel floated forth, its blood-stained tip forming the totem of the Bloodblade Gate. As for that traitorous girl of the bloodline, He smiled as he cast a crystal orb, within which Su Qingxue was confronting the young master of the Bloodblade sect. The ancient sword intent within her had awakened, and now she was poised to settle scores with an old nemesis. However, fret not. Their lives and deaths hold equal weight for me, serving merely as materials to mend the prison cage. Lin Yuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He finally grasped why the practitioners of the spirit realm could effortlessly sense their existence, and why the layout of the Heart Prison City was so specifically aimed at him. From the very moment he set foot in the spirit realm, they had fallen into the trap laid by the celestial jailers, with the bait being the person he cherished most. What do you desire? He asked in a low voice. Quite simple. The three-eyed practitioner rose, and the balance began to tilt slowly. Use your exiled bloodline to repair the fissures in the spirit realm's prison, and I shall grant your sister and Su Qingxue a chance at life. Otherwise, he gestured towards Lin Shi's image. The soul-borrowing sword refinement array of the Bloodblade sect has already been initiated. She will soon be transformed into an emotionless weapon of slaughter. The sword embryo burned warmly in his palm, its glassy patterns emitting a faint glow. Lin Yuan heard countless voices echoing in his ears, the dying request of an old miner, the final smile of his junior sister, Su Qingxue's warning, and his sister's childhood words. Brother, when we grow up, we must go see the real stars. What if I refuse? He raised his head, his gaze as cold as frost. Refuse? The three-eyed practitioner raised an eyebrow. Do you think you have the luxury of choice? Do not forget, your sister's lingering soul is still in my possession. His words were abruptly cut off. Lin Yuan saw the third eye on his forehead suddenly split open, oozing golden blood. At that moment, the top of the prison cage trembled violently, and a pure white sword light pierced through the dome. Su Qingxue descended from above, holding aloft the severed head of the young master of the Bloodblade sect. Lin Yuan, catch. She tossed a jade vial. This is a reverse time, dew refined using the laws of the momentary cave heaven. It can temporarily awaken your sister's consciousness. The jade vial shattered in his palm, and the cool liquid seeped into the sword embryo. Lin Yuan heard Lin Shi's exclamation resonate in his sea of consciousness, followed by the simultaneous shattering of all crystal orbs. Countless points of resolve spiraled like a galaxy in reverse, merging into his sword embryo. The glassy patterns shone brilliantly, weaving together the complete sword formula of the exiled celestial from years past in the void. Thus it is, the three-eyed practitioner staggered backward. The bond of the dual formation eyes can indeed transcend the laws of time. Lin Yuan swung his sword towards the balance. This time, no barrier could impede his sword intent. The bronze balance shattered in response, and a blood-stained hair tie fell into his palm, while those shattered crystallized thoughts transformed within the sword intent into twinkling starlight, illuminating the darkness at the bottom of Heart Prison City. Now, it is your turn. He turned his gaze towards the three-eyed practitioner, and myriad sword rays surged from the sword embryo, each entwined with the resolve of mortals. Tell me, how many layers does the prison of the celestial realm possess? The practitioner suddenly revealed a mad grin. Even if you shatter the prison of the spirit realm, there are still 9 layers of heavenly domains above. Each layer harbors even stronger jailers, more ruthless schemes for you descendants of the sinful, destined to be eternally trapped in the cycle of reincarnation. Then I shall sever through the 9 layers of heaven. As Lin Yuan wielded his sword, the blade emitted a brilliance akin to a torrential downpour. If the heavens are unjust, then allow me to rectify this. In a flash of sword light, the three-eyed cultivator was reduced to ashes, leaving behind a jade slip inscribed with the word prison. Upon picking up the slip, Lin Yuan discovered it concealed the coordinates of a teleportation array leading from the spirit realm to the celestial realm, along with evidence of collusion between the master of the heaven's secret pavilion and the celestial realm. Lin Yuan. Su Qingxue rushed towards him, her white attire stained with blood. The obsession barrier of Heart Prison City is on the verge of collapse. We must quickly find your sister. No sooner had she spoken than the ground fractured, numerous fissures opening up from which emerged countless entities formed of obsessions. Lin Yuan swung his sword in a decisive arc, only to witness those beings transform into human forms upon contacting the sword's intent, tears of gratitude welling in their eyes. They were the mortal obsessions devoured by the spirit realm's cultivators, now finally liberated. Follow me. Su Qingxue grasped his hand, dashing towards a hidden passage behind the prison. I can sense my father's sword intent. He is buying us time. At the end of the passage lay an ancient altar, where Lin Shi lay at its center, ensnared by blood-red chains. Lin Yuan rushed forward to sever the chains, but upon touching her, an overwhelming force drew him into the sea of consciousness. He found himself in an expanse of pure white, where 2 sword orbs floated at its center, one golden, the other a translucent blue. Lin Shi's spirit emerged before him, appearing far more mature, yet still wearing a familiar smile. "Brother, you have finally arrived," she whispered softly. "Do you remember the words our mother left us? The twin sword orbs, united they sever the celestial, apart they bind the prison." Lin Yuan nodded, recalling the fleeting images from the sword's sole inheritance. Their mother had placed them in a dilapidated hut, leaving behind a note with those 12 words. Now that the spirit realm's prison is shattered, it is time to bring this to a conclusion. Lin Shi reached for the golden sword orb. "You shall take my sword orb to the celestial realm, while I remain here to guard the spirit realm. Remember, for each prison you break, you must nurture the sword orb with the corresponding sword intent. Otherwise, that is not an option." Lin Yuan interrupted. "After all the effort I took to find you, how could I bear to be separated again?" Lin Shi shook her head. "Brother, look." She pointed to the edge of the pure white space, where countless light points converged to form a colossal sword-shaped illusion. "This is the sword of mortal obsession, and only you can wield it. I have already merged with the obsession barrier of the spirit realm." Her body began to grow translucent, her fingertips merging with the blue sword orb. Lin Yuan attempted to grasp her, only to find his own hands transforming into light points, resonating with the golden sword orb. "Do not be sorrowful, brother." Lin Shi's voice grew faint. "When you sever the 9th prison, look up at the sky. I will be among the obsessions of all mortals, accompanying you." The pure white space suddenly collapsed. Lin Yuan opened his eyes amidst a blinding light, finding himself cradling Lin Shi's body, her brow now marked by a faint golden line. Su Qingxue stood at the altar's entrance, flanked by her bloodied father and the master of the heaven's secret pavilion. "Young friend, it is good to see you unharmed." The master of the 34th pavilion smiled as he waved his sleeve, revealing a teleportation array to the celestial realm upon the altar. The cage of the spirit world had been shattered, and the next destination was the 9th heaven. However, before that, he turned to Lin Shi, stating that the twin array eyes must be separated. Otherwise, her sword embryo could not withstand the laws of the celestial realm. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on his sister's hand, and the sword embryo automatically rose to form a protective shield. Suddenly, Su Qingxue stepped in front of them, her pure white sword tassel transforming into blood-red chains that coiled around the master's throat. "You knew this day would come, did you not? From the moment you began to manipulate Lin Yuan with fragments in the Tiangong pavilion." The master did not flinch as the chains passed through his body. They dissipated into glowing points. "Manipulation? Is it not a mutual fulfillment? Young friend, do you believe that breaking through the 9th heaven will reveal the true Tao of heaven? You are mistaken. The Tao does not reside in the heavens or the sword, but rather," he pointed at Lin Shi, "in the hearts of all mortals who refuse to be imprisoned." As the teleportation array illuminated, Lin Yuan heard a thunderous sword chant echoing from above the spirit world. He turned to see the celestial slayer blood cloud materialize into a gigantic sword, its tip aimed directly at the 9th heaven. Lin Shi stirred in his embrace and softly said, "Brother, listen, the mortals are calling your name." Indeed, he heard it. The voice emanated from the jade slips of the fallen immortal beach, from the obsessions of Heart Prison City, resonating from the depths of all oppressed cultivators and mortals. It was a chorus of countless voices converging into a sword chant, purer and more powerful than any sword intent. Lin Yuan rose to his feet, gently placing Lin Shi in Su Qingxue's arms. He understood that this moment of separation was for a distant reunion. As he stepped onto the teleportation array, the glass-like patterns on the sword embryo fully merged with the golden sword pellet, carving a sword mark across the void that transcended the 3 realms. "Wait for me, dear sister," he whispered. "Once I break through the 9th heaven, I will return to show you the true starry sky." As the light of the teleportation array faded, Su Qingxue gazed at the gradually dissipating celestial slayer giant sword in the sky, suddenly noticing 2 new patterns on the hilt. One was the golden sword pellet, and the other, a glass-like teardrop. Su's father gently patted her shoulder. "Let us go, my dear. The spirit world requires a new guardian." While Lin Yuan is destined to become the sword that shatters the Tao of heaven. In the ruins of Heart Prison City, countless points of obsession ascended into the sky, transforming into a brilliant cluster of stars. Su Qingxue tightened her grip on the sword tassel, realizing that the blood-red patterns had completely receded, replaced by golden Tao patterns identical to Lin Yuan's sword embryo. In the distance, thunderous roars echoed from the direction of the celestial realm. Su Qingxue understood that the legend belonging to the bloodline of the fallen immortals was just beginning. And these ants in the cages, would one day make the entire 3 realms aware that the obsessions of mortals could also become swords, capable of slaying immortals. Chapter 22. The Tribulation of the 9th Heaven. In the first layer of the celestial realm, morning hearing the Tao, golden dust floated in the air. Remnants of the cultivator's heart towards the Tao being stripped away. Lin Yuan stepped over the ground scattered with shards resembling broken jade. These were the disguises shed by the immortals, each reflecting their hypocritical compassion. The bloodline of the fallen immortals indeed dared to venture forth to meet their demise. A voice like a great bell rolled down from the depths of the clouds. Lin Yuan lifted his gaze to behold a prison formed by 36 hovering golden towers, each crowned with a blood-stained celestial sword, its blade inscribed with the names of mortal cultivators. The central golden tower thunderously opened, revealing an immortal clad in a gilded robe. Descending upon his sword, an aura behind him composed of countless anguished faces of mortals. Are you the warden of the first heaven? Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the sword embryo, the glazed patterns shimmering in the golden dust as he harnessed the aura to refine his Tao heart. Indeed, the celestial realm has fallen to such depths. The immortal raised a hand, and Lin Yuan was suddenly seized by a sharp pain in his chest, a sensation akin to the violent extraction of mortals yearning for cultivation. He beheld myriad tiny cracks emerging on his sword embryo, each corresponding to a mortal in the mortal realm who was relinquishing their path of cultivation. Ignorant ants, how dare you judge the Tao? The immortal flicked a luminous chain from his fingertip, sneering. Do you think breaking the prison of the spirit realm is a remarkable feat? In the 9 heavens, each tier is bolstered by the laws of the Tao, and with just that broken sword in your grasp. The luminous chain shattered upon contact with the sword embryo. Lin Yuan was astonished to see the golden dust coalescing into the glazed patterns, forming a protective shield upon the surface of the sword embryo. He recalled Lin Shi's words in the spirit realm. The obsessions of mortals are the sharpest swords. Let us test this. He swung his sword, enveloping it with the collective Tao heart of countless mortals. The immortal's protective aura melted away before the intent of his sword. The golden towers trembled violently, and the celestial swords fell like rain. With each sword's disappearance, a mortal regained the courage to pursue the path of the Tao. Lin Yuan observed the cracks in his sword embryo healing, replaced by more resilient golden patterns. It is impossible. How can you manipulate the laws of the Tao? The immortal recoiled in terror. This is a feat only a fallen immortal can achieve. Because I am of the fallen immortal bloodline, Lin Yuan approached, the sword embryo transforming into a colossal sword. Tell me, why does the celestial realm imprison mortals? Why must we serve as the focal point of your formations? The immortal suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Do you believe the celestial realm is a sacred sanctuary? You are mistaken. We are merely the wardens of a higher existence. While you, the descendants of sinners, remain oblivious to the crimes you have committed. Before he could finish his sentence, countless formations illuminated around the golden tower. Lin Yuan was inexorably drawn toward the central altar, where he saw an inscription identical to that of the prison formation on the back mountain of the Qingxiao sect, with a golden crystal embedded at the focal point, identical to his sword embryo. Welcome to the ruins of the slaying immortal platform, the substitute of the fallen immortal. A voice echoed from behind him. Lin Yuan turned to find a man who bore his exact likeness, toying with a jade slip etched with the character for prison. I am the warden of the celestial realm, your mirror, specifically created to suppress the bloodline of the fallen immortal. The mirror image raised a hand, and 36 bronze pillars rose around the altar, each entwined with soul-binding chains identical to those of Su Qingshue's father. Lin Yuan attempted to swing his sword, only to find the spiritual energy entirely sealed in this place, rendering even the fragments of the broken sword diagram incapable of escaping. Surprised, are you? The mirror image tossed the jade slip, stating, when the fallen immortal split his nascent soul, the celestial realm crafted me from his remnant soul. As long as I exist, you shall never completely break free from this prison, for your sword embryo is, in fact, my heart. As the jade slip flew into the sword embryo, Lin Yuan felt an overwhelming disorientation. He beheld the ancient battlefield, a fallen celestial wielding a sword against the Tao of heaven, only to be ambushed by the celestial realm. His primordial spirit split into 2 sword pills. One fell into the mortal realm, becoming Lin Yuan, while the other was captured by the celestial realm, refined into a mirror prison guard. Before him stood the immortal slaying platform, crafted from the spine of the fallen celestial, now a tool of suppression. It was time to bring matters to a conclusion. The mirror raised a hand, and the bronze pillar radiated light simultaneously. Use your fallen celestial blood to mend the cracks of the 9th heaven, and I shall ensure your sister remains a quiet puppet in the spirit realm. Otherwise, he lightly tapped his fingertip, and Lin Yuan's sea of consciousness suddenly revealed an image of Lin Shi. She stood amidst the ruins of the spirit realm, the golden pattern on her brow being eroded by blood, while Su Qingxue, clutching a blood-stained sword tassel, confronted a group of mysterious figures clad in white. Dare to touch her? Lin Yuan roared. only to find his body being drawn towards the altar's center by the array patterns. A cold smile crept across the mirror's lips as soul-locking chains flew from the bronze pillar, wrapping around his limbs. At that moment, the glass-like patterns on the sword embryo erupted with brilliant light. Lin Yuan heard countless voices ringing in his ears, the dying wishes of old miners. The final smile of his junior sister, Su Qingshue's telepathic warning, and his sister's words from the spirit realm, "Brother, you are not alone." These voices converged into a torrent, breaking through the array that sealed his spiritual energy. Lin Yuan swung his sword at the soul-locking chains, only to discover that upon the chains' contact with his sword intent, they instinctively transformed into the mortal's heart of aspiration, merging into his sword embryo. When the last chain shattered, the entire immortal slaying platform trembled violently, and 36 golden towers collapsed simultaneously. Is this the power of mortal belief? The mirror retreated in terror. How could you possibly master both the sword intent of the fallen celestial and the aspirations of mortals? Because the Tao of Heaven should not be dictated solely by immortals. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the sword embryo. The glass-like patterns and the golden sword pill finally fused completely. Both cultivators and mortals deserve the freedom of choice. A flash of sword light severed the mirror's form, revealing within it a golden crystal, a missing fragment of Lin Yuan's sword embryo. As the crystal flew back to the sword embryo, the ruins of the immortal slaying platform collapsed, unveiling a portal to the second heaven. Before stepping into the portal, Lin Yuan picked up a jade slip left by the mirror, discovering an astonishing secret. The so-called celestial prison guards were merely puppets of a higher existence, while the true masters of the nine heavens were a group of ancient cultivators who had proclaimed themselves as agents of the Tao of Heaven, imprisoning all potential threats to their dominion within a cage system. Lin Yuan. Su Qingshue's voice suddenly resonated. The barrier of obsession in the spirit realm is cracking. Your sister. Her words were cut short by the sound of fierce sword cries. Lin Yuan gripped the sword embryo tightly, and through the portal's gap, he beheld a surge of crimson light rising from the direction of the spirit realm. Lin Shi's golden patterns were fiercely contending against the blood-colored obsessions, while Su Qingshue's sword tassel had entirely turned crimson, coiling towards a mysterious figure's throat. Wait for me. I will come immediately, he whispered. And as he stepped into the portal, the sword embryo automatically split, sending a shadow flying towards the spirit realm. The sky above the Wang Xian gate of the second heaven was draped in pink rain, tears of longing from mortals collected by the immortals. Lin Yuan treaded upon the scattered heart knots, and the glass-like patterns on the sword embryo suddenly became scalding hot. He heard Lin Shi's cries, so vivid and real, as if they were right beside him. Brother, don't come over here. They possess the broken cage sword manual. Before the warning could fully escape, a streak of sword light cleaved down from the clouds. Lin Yuan instinctively sidestepped, only to witness the sword light fracturing in midair into countless strands, each entwined with a distinct emotion: anger, sorrow, despair, and resentment. Welcome to the purgatory of emotions, descendant of the celestial bloodline. A voice, delicate yet commanding, floated through the ring. I am the second-tier warden of the heavens, tasked with harvesting the 7 emotions and 6 desires of mortals. Suddenly, the raindrops morphed into chains, ensnaring Lin Yuan's limbs. He beheld countless crystal vials dangling from the chains, each filled with a different-hued liquid, the essence of mortal emotions. As the chains made contact with his skin, those emotions surged into his consciousness like a deluge, nearly submerging his spirit. Struggle, resist, the voice chuckled softly. The more you fight, the more intense your emotions will become, and my harvest will proceed all the more effortlessly. Lin Yuan felt his sword intent disintegrating into a myriad of emotions. The worry for his sister transformed into fury, guilt towards Su Qingshu morphed into sorrow, and hatred for the celestial realm turned into despair. Cracks began to form in his sword embryo, the luminous specks within the glass-like patterns extinguishing one by one. In that moment of impending collapse, he recalled the words of the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. The way of heaven resides not above, nor within the sword, but in the hearts of all mortals who refuse to be imprisoned. No longer resisting, Lin Yuan embraced those emotions. Anger sharpened his sword intent, sorrow fortified his heart, and despair purified his conviction. As all emotions coalesced within his sword embryo, he witnessed his sword intent transform into a radiant rainbow, each hue symbolizing a facet of mortal sentiment. This is impossible. The voice gasped in astonishment. You can harmonize the 7 emotions and 6 desires? What are you, human or celestial? I am mortal, yet also a sword cultivator. Lin Yuan swung his sword, unleashing a rainbow sword intent that tore through the pink rain curtain. I fight for the emotions of mortals and for the freedom of sword cultivators. As the sword light swept through, every crystal vial shattered simultaneously, and the emotions of mortals erupted forth like a volcanic explosion, creating an ocean of feeling in the second tier of heaven. Lin Yuan saw the cracks in his sword embryo heal completely, now adorned with a kaleidoscope of glimmers, each color narrating the stories of mortals. The voice shrieked, "Retreat," and dissolved into a stream of pink light that vanished amidst the clouds. Lin Yuan approached the portal, noticing an inscription etched upon it. Third tier, Hall of Heart's Inquiry, dedicated to the judgment of the hearts of the condemned. He gripped the sword embryo tightly, the iridescent aura dancing with the glass-like patterns. In that moment, he understood his heart more clearly than ever. He was neither a puppet of the celestial realm nor a pawn of the ancient immortals. He was Lin Yuan, the slayer of celestial beings, bearing the aspirations of countless mortals. As the portal opened, Lin Yuan heard the sound of sword cries from the spirit realm suddenly becoming lucid. He knew that Su Qingxue and Lin Shi were buying him time, and he could not let them down. "Wait for me," he whispered softly. "Once I breach the 9 tiers of heaven, I shall take you to witness true freedom." The rainbow sword intent illuminated the entrance to the 3rd tier as Lin Yuan took a step forward, the aura from his sword embryo transforming into myriad sword shadows, each inscribed with the names of mortals. He understood that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, yet he no longer feared it. For within his sword heart resided the hope of the entire 3 realms. Chapter 23. The Trial of the Heart. The colossal bronze doors of the Hall of Inquiry in the 3rd heaven were intricately engraved with patterns of torture devices, and the door knockers were fashioned from the twisted, anguished bones of celestial beings. As Lin Yuan touched the knocker, a sudden searing pain erupted from his palm, where blood tears oozed from the eye sockets of the skeletal remains, branding the word sinner upon his hand in blood. Exiled immortals dare to question the heavenly path. The interior resonated with the thunderous toll of judgment bells. Lin Yuan was drawn into the hall by an unseen force, where 9 coiling dragon pillars supported the vaulted ceiling, each entwined with the wails of mortal cultivators. Upon the central dais, an inspector from the celestial realm, clad in the robes of the sheath, slowly rose. 12 judgment mirrors floating behind him, reflecting all of Lin Yuan's experiences from the mines to the spirit realm. Lin Yuan, a descendant of sinners, bore the bloodline of the exiled immortals with the intention to breach the 9 heavens. The inspector raised his hand, and the first judgment mirror illuminated, proclaiming, "Do you understand that merely bearing the title of exiled immortal is a sin punishable by death?" The mirror revealed the dying moments of an old miner. Lin Yuan gripped the hilt of his sword, only to find his arm rising uncontrollably, mimicking the act of slaying the old miner. His pupils constricted. This was the mirror's method of distorting memories, attempting to impose the sin of fratricide upon him. "The old miner transmitted to me the diagram of the broken sword, aiding my awakening of sword intent," Lin Yuan asserted solemnly. "What basis is there for such accusations of fratricide? The evidence is right here." The inspector snapped his fingers, and the old miner morphed into a bloodblade agent within the mirror. He had been a fugitive from the celestial realm, stealing the diagram only to incite rebellion. "You knowingly conspired with traitors. What punishment do you deserve?" Lin Yuan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He recalled that the diagram required the blood of a close relative for nurturing and remembered the complex expression in the old miner's eyes at his death. Suddenly enlightened, he pondered, if the diagram truly was a weapon of slaughter, why did my sword intent strengthen in its defense of mortals? The celestial realm fears not the rebellion of sinners, but the awakening of mortals. The inspector slammed his palm upon the table, and the remaining judgment mirrors illuminated simultaneously. Lin Yuan beheld the scene of himself slaying disciples of the Qingxiao sect in the sword-burying valley, magnified infinitely, as blood transformed into chains that coiled around his throat. He also witnessed Su Qingxue battling the heir of the Bloodblade Gate in the spirit realm, her actions distorted into collusion against the celestial beings. Finally, a vision emerged of Lin Shi, corrupted by bloodlust, thrusting her sword towards Su Qingxue's back, her eyes filled with madness. "Look at the calamities you have wrought." The inspector sneered. "Your sister has succumbed to madness because of you. Your beloved is stained with blood, and mortals perish for your cause. How can you still claim to uphold the path of slaying immortals?" The chains around his throat tightened suddenly, causing Lin Yuan to struggle for breath. Yet, he heard the whispers of countless mortals resonating from his sword embryo. "Young Master Lin, it is you who emboldened us to resist the oppression of the sect. Brother Lin, your sword intent dispelled the poison from my daughter's spirit. We believe that fairness ought to exist in this world." These voices coalesced into a warm current. Breaking the shackles of the judgment mirror, Lin Yuan swung his sword towards the illusion, and the vibrant sword intent shattered the distorted memories. revealing the true images within the mirror. The old miner smiling through tears at his passing, Su Qingxue willingly enduring wounds to protect Lin Shi, and Lin Shi striving to maintain clarity amidst the crimson haze. My sin is that I have rendered the celestial realm incapable of oppressing mortals at will. Lin Yuan advanced towards the dais, the sword intent of the exiled immortal and the convictions of mortals erupting in unison. And your sin is that you have tarnished the heavenly law, leaving fairness unrepresented. The inspector, stricken with fear, recoiled as the 12 judgment mirrors shattered into fragments. Lin Yuan suddenly realized that within each mirror resided a captive mortal soul, their aspirations stripped away and transformed into the jewels adorning the crown of the censor. As the final mirror shattered, those souls coalesced into luminous orbs, merging with his sword embryo, forming numerous delicate sword-shaped imprints upon the glazed patterns. Did you think that shattering the judgment mirror would alter your fate? The censor's expression darkened as he proclaimed, "The laws of the 9 heavens have long been inscribed in your very blood. Observe the tiles of this hall of reflection." Lin Yuan then noticed that the ground was composed of countless blue bricks, each engraved with the characters of one's birth date, with one prominently bearing his name. Golden blood seeped from the cracks between the bricks, flowing along the patterns toward the central monument of accusation. This was the blood oath formation of ancient offenders. The censor raised his hand, and the monument emitted a blinding red light. As long as you remain in the 9 heavens, you shall forever be a prisoner of the celestial realm. The sword embryo trembled violently. Lin Yuan felt something within him shatter with a resounding force. Those were the shackles inscribed in his bloodline by the celestial realm. He recalled Lin Shi's words in the spirit world. The obsessions of mortals can sever any chain. Let me be the first to break free. He swung his sword toward the monument of accusation, his 7-colored sword intent weaving a net with the glazed patterns. If the heavenly path is unjust, I shall rewrite it. If the laws are heartless, I shall establish my own. As the sword light passed, the monument shattered, revealing the sealed remnant spirit of a fallen celestial. The remnant spirit nodded to him, merging with the sword embryo, while at that moment, a fissure opened in the dome of the Hall of Reflection, revealing the sight of the 4th layer of the heavens, a vast ocean of chains, each binding the nascent soul of a mortal cultivator. Lin Yuan. Su Qingshue's voice resonated with a taste of blood. The blood-colored sword cultivator from the spirit realm is my mother. She was transformed into a weapon of obsession by the celestial realm. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted. Fragments of Su Qingshue's memories surfaced in his consciousness. A young mother fleeing to the mortal realm with her, a golden pattern etched on her forehead identical to Lin Shi's. Pursued by celestial jailers. At that moment, the blood-colored sword cultivator confronted Lin Shi, employing the same techniques as Su Qingxue, each strike threatening to rend space itself. Steady your mind, he transmitted back. That is your mother's remnant spirit resisting. Awaken her with your sword intent. Suddenly, the tassel of Su Qingshue's sword erupted with pure white radiance. Lin Yuan beheld her striking at the blood-colored sword cultivator. The blood marks on her tassel transformed into strands of her mother's hair, gently brushing against the cultivator's brow. The blood-colored sword cultivator froze, a flicker of clarity crossing her eyes, only to be swiftly engulfed by crimson once more. Brother, the remnants of the broken cage, sword manual reveal Lin Shi's voice echoed. Trembling. During the battle between the fallen celestial and the heavenly path, the master of the heavenly mechanism pavilion was present. He is the true traitor. Before his words could fade, the portal of the Hall of Reflection suddenly activated. Lin Yuan saw the master of the heavenly mechanism pavilion standing behind the door, holding the complete broken cage sword manual, his brow marked with the same judgment emblem as the celestial censor. My dear friend, I trust you are well, the master smiled, caressing his sword. Congratulations on passing the first 3 trials. The truth is about to be unveiled. In fact, you are the one who betrayed the fallen celestial. Instinctively, Lin Yuan raised his sword, only to find his spiritual energy completely sealed. The master raised his hand, and the sword manual shattered into countless fragments, flying towards Lin Yuan. Each shard carried memories he had never encountered before, ancient battlefields where he served as the right-hand man to the fallen immortal, personally plunging a sword into the back of the celestial, earthly mines where he approached Lin Yuan under the guise of an old miner, solely to awaken his bloodline. The heart prison city of the spirit realm, where he conspired with the celestial jailer, using Lin Shi as bait. How could it be that Lin Yuan staggered back, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting that I am the traitor?" The master leaned closer, whispering, "When the fallen immortal's nascent soul fractured, the good aspect transformed into your sister, while the evil aspect became you. I am merely adhering to the heavenly way, restoring everything to its rightful course." Suddenly, The sword intent within the sword embryo erupted violently. Lin Yuan felt two forces tearing at him from within. One was the warmth of mortal obsession, and the other the chilling malice of the fallen immortal. He beheld the fragments of the judgment mirror reassembling, reflecting his current visage. Half of his face was Lin Yuan, while the other half mirrored the jailer. "Choose," the master declared, casting a jade slip. "Suppress the evil intent with your sister's living soul, and you shall become the new jailer of the celestial realm. Or allow the malevolence to consume you, condemning the three realms to ruin." The moment the jade slip penetrated his consciousness, Lin Yuan heard Lin Shi's cries. They echoed from their childhood, when he was bitten by wild dogs while saving her, when she fell victim to spirit poison, believing she would never see him again. And just moments ago in the spirit realm, when she thought she would never wait for him again. "I am no one's substitute." Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the sword embryo, the seven-colored sword intent coalescing into a shield against the encroaching malice. "I am Lin Yuan, Lin Shi's brother, a mortal who slays immortals." He swung his sword towards the master. This time, the sword intent encompassed not only the majesty of the fallen immortal and the obsession of mortals, but also the unwavering resolve of Lin Yuan himself. The master's protective aura shattered before this sword intent like mere paper, and the fragments of the sword manual cascaded down, revealing the blood array concealed beneath, a trap forged from the obsession of Su Qingshue's mother. "Do you think severing my form will alter the outcome?" The master laughed bitterly. "In every layer of the 9 heavens, there exists a fallen immortal avatar like you, while the true heavenly way," his voice trailed off. Lin Yuan's sword pierced his throat. Yet upon touching the blood, he discovered it to be the unique golden luminescence of the celestial realm. It became evident that the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion had long been a mere shell. The true self had perhaps become a puppet of the heavenly way a millennium ago. As the portal's light illuminated, Lin Yuan heard the sound of chains breaking from the 4th heaven. He understood that the obsessions of mortals were collapsing the shackles of the celestial realm. He gazed towards the spirit realm, witnessing Su Qingxue weeping over her mother's lingering soul, while Lin Shi stood behind them. The golden patterns on her brow transformed entirely into 7 colors, resonating with his sword embryo. "Wait for me," he whispered. "In the next tribulation. I shall not make you wait long." The moment he stepped out of the heart of Inquiry Palace, Lin Yuan felt an added weight upon his shoulders. He recognized it as the hopes of countless mortals, the trust of his sister, and the expectations of Su Qingxue. He clenched the sword embryo, its 7-colored intent transforming into wings, lifting him towards the 4th heaven. Each line etched upon the sword embryo conveyed a singular conviction: the cage shall inevitably shatter. The heavenly way shall ultimately be rewritten, and the obsessions of mortals shall illuminate the entirety of the cosmos. Chapter 24. The wrath of the soul locked the waves of the 4th heaven. Soul-locking sea surged forth, engulfing the cultivator's nascent souls. Each crest mirrored Lin Yuan's reflection, at once fierce and timid, embodying the malevolent thoughts festering within him. He glided across the surface on his sword embryo, observing the inky tendrils seeping from his pupils, remnants of the mirror prison's lost souls striving to seize his essence. "Lin Yuan, there is no escape for you," echoed a voice from the depths. "We are but one. To sever me is to sever yourself." Suddenly, a colossal whirlpool erupted, and a leviathan, forged from chains and vengeful spirits, breached the surface, its forehead adorned with the golden crystal Lin Yuan had encountered at the immortal slaying platform's ruins. The giant whale opened its maw, releasing a torrent of reflections, each brandishing bloodied swords aimed at his heart. Why was the banished immortal betrayed? The whale's voice thundered amidst the tumultuous waves. "The freedom you sought is naught but a deceit that allows the sinners to continue their descent." The sword embryo instinctively unleashed a spectrum of sword intent, yet upon contact with the reflections, it was devoured. Lin Yuan sensed the malevolence within him resonating with the sea. Those suppressed fears, wrath, and resentment morphing into razor-sharp blades that dissected his spiritual core from within. "Do you believe that protecting mortals embodies justice?" A reflection approached, bearing an identical smirk. "Look upon the spirit realm. Your sister is slaughtering with her obsession." A sudden, excruciating pain pierced his consciousness. Lin Yuan beheld Lin Shi's visage, the 7-colored patterns on her brow tainted with crimson, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of countless spirit realm cultivators. While Su Qingxue knelt at her feet, her sword tassel severed, blood staining the ground. "No." He swung his sword at the illusion. But chains from the leviathan ensnared his ankle, an illusion of the celestial realm. "Illusion?" The whale roared with laughter. "Do you truly think the spirit realm's obsession barriers would falter? It is because the desires of mortals ought not to be indulged." The chains tightened abruptly, dragging Lin Yuan into the abyss. He glimpsed countless gravestones rising from the seabed, each inscribed with the names of the banished immortals, and at the center, the largest stone bore the words, Lin Yuan's tomb. The glassy patterns on the sword embryo began to fracture, revealing a core of pure malevolence beneath. At that moment, a clear, resonant sword cry emanated from the direction of the spirit realm. Lin Yuan heard Lin Shi's voice penetrate his consciousness. Brother, look. The scene shifted to the ruins of the spirit realm. Lin Shi was merging the remnants of Su Qingshue's mother into the barrier of obsessions. Those blood-red thoughts transformed into translucent light butterflies within the seven-colored sword intent, each carrying the benevolence of mortals. Su Qingxue raised her broken sword, and the sword tassel reformed into a pristine crystal of sword intent. We have succeeded. Lin Shi's smile shone like sunlight breaking through clouds. The obsessions of mortals can indeed be pure. The chains in the deep sea shattered in response. Lin Yuan felt the malevolence retreating like a receding tide, replaced by the warm sword intent emanating from Lin Shi. He gripped the sword embryo tightly, as the spectrum of patterns and shattered glass reassembled, forming a yin-yang symbol on the blade. Good and evil, obsession and sword intent, reached a delicate equilibrium in that moment. Thus it is, the whale's voice resonated with resentment. The bond of the twin arrays can indeed transcend the laws of heaven. Lin Yuan swung his sword towards the whirlpool. This time, the sword intent was no longer mere destruction, but imbued with compassion and redemption. The devoured primordial infants surged forth from the belly of the colossal whale, transforming into luminous specks that converged within his sword embryo, while the golden crystal returned to the sword embryo, completing the final void. As the giant whale dissipated into bubbles, Lin Yuan heard its final whisper, "Venture to the fifth heaven, there lies your true adversary." When the portal emerged upon the ocean's surface, Lin Yuan noticed the words crossing the Calamity Bridge inscribed upon it. The bridge, forged from the remorse of mortals, emitted echoes of guilt with each step taken. As he set foot upon the bridge, he beheld a familiar silhouette at its end, his little junior sister from the Qingxiao sect, smiling and waving at him. "Senior brother, you have finally arrived," she said softly. "I have waited for you here for 300 years. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted. His junior sister's form was translucent like crystal, her brow adorned with a shard of crystallized obsession, a fragment of a mortal soul he had encountered in the Hall of Reflection. He sought to speak, yet found his throat choked with regret. Had he been stronger back then, perhaps she would not have perished. "Do not be sorrowful," the little junior sister raised her hand, and countless specks of light appeared upon the bridge, representing the mortals he had saved. "They say you are the first cultivator to regard them as human." The specks of light coalesced into the shape of a sword, encircling Lin Yuan. He observed various scenes reflected within each speck. Some had repelled the oppression of their sect with the sword intent he had imparted. Others had healed their spiritual toxins with the light of obsession, while some simply laughed in the fields, knowing that others still fought for their sake. "Senior brother, I have always wanted to ask," the little junior sister's voice faded. "When you speak of slaying immortals, do you mean to grant mortals the freedom to cultivate?" "Indeed." Lin Yuan grasped her hand tightly, sensing her form transforming into luminous specks, merging into the sword embryo. It was not merely about cultivating immortality. It was about the freedom to choose how to live. The little junior sister nodded with a smile, ultimately becoming a fleeting ray of light, condensing into a small crystal petal upon the sword embryo. The crossing the Calamity Bridge subsequently crumbled, revealing a staircase leading to the fifth heaven, each step inscribed with the wishes of mortals. "I wish to see the snow-capped mountains. I hope my mother no longer coughs. I wish to read and write." Lin Yuan ascended the steps, the yin-yang fish pattern upon the sword embryo gradually rotating, as the sword intent of good and evil merged into a new form of humanistic sword intent. He understood that this was the key to transcending the fifth heaven, not to remain fixated on slaying immortals, but to comprehend the aspirations of mortals. At the center of the fifth heaven's platform of beings stood a colossal wheel of reincarnation, inscribed with the heavenly judgments upon mortals: foolish, guilty, insignificant. As Lin Yuan stepped onto the platform, he witnessed the wheel of reincarnation suddenly spin, unleashing countless scrolls of fate for mortals, each inscribed with the decree of servitude. "New offenders have arrived." A mechanical voice emerged from the depths of the wheel of reincarnation. "Number 001, Lin Yuan, sentenced to eternal imprisonment in the ninth heaven." Lin Yuan swung his sword, severing the scrolls, and the humanistic sword intent transformed them into a flurry of colorful butterflies. He beheld the butterflies soaring towards the mortal realm, illuminating the foreheads of mortals, igniting a faint glow, a yearning for freedom and a questioning of the heavenly order. "By what right do you determine the fates of mortals?" He approached the wheel of reincarnation, as the humanistic sword intent resonated with the aspirations of mortals. Equality among all beings is the true heavenly way. The wheel of reincarnation suddenly erupted in blinding red light. Lin Yuan found himself ensnared within the wheel of reincarnation. Witnessing countless scenes from past and present lives, he had once been a jailer in the celestial realm, casting mortals into cages. He had also lived as a mortal in the human world, utilized by cultivators as a furnace for swords, and now he stood as Lin Yuan, one of the dual focal points of the array, embodying the hope of mortals. Behold, echoed the voice of the reincarnation wheel, laced with mockery. Regardless of the number of lives, you are destined to be prisoners. Shaking his head, Lin Yuan raised the sword embryo, declaring, "No, in the past, I might have accepted my fate, but now I possess something that I must protect." The essence of humanity surged into the reincarnation wheel like a tidal wave. Lin Yuan witnessed the scrolls destined for enslavement shatter, replaced by blank sheets of fate. The flickering light of mortals converged into a torch, illuminating the darkness of the fifth heaven. As the reincarnation wheel collapsed with a thunderous roar, Lin Yuan heard cheers resounding from the spirit realm. He understood that mortals were reclaiming their autonomy over fate. Gazing towards the sixth heaven, he beheld a cloud composed of jade tablets of knowledge, each inscribed with truths sealed away by the celestial realm. Next stop, the sea of knowledge, he murmured, mortals deserve the right to seek the truth. The petals of the glazed flower on the sword embryo quivered gently, as if responding to his resolve. Lin Yuan inhaled deeply, infused with the essence of humanity and the tenacity of mortals, and stepped towards the entrance of the sixth heaven. He recognized that 4 more tribulations awaited him. Yet he no longer felt fear, for within his sword resided the weight of the entire mortal world. Chapter 25. The chaos of the scripture vault. The clouds of the sixth heaven, scripture vault, churned with waves of ink-like books, each crest bearing fragments of sealed jade tablets. Lin Yuan traversed the floating shards of the strategy for the foolish, when the petals of the sword embryo suddenly vibrated with a warning. The text on the fragments writhed, attempting to infiltrate his consciousness and alter his memories. To pry into the mysteries of the heavenly path without permission, a sin compounded, a voice boomed like ancient bells, causing Lin Yuan's eardrums to throb painfully. He looked up to see a guardian clad in a blue robe seated atop a mountain of jade tablets. His hair and beard woven from countless characters, with a fragment of a jade tablet inscribed with the word forbidden embedded in his forehead. "Are you the guardian of knowledge?" Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the sword embryo, the essence of humanity forming a barrier against the encroaching words. Does the celestial realm even seek to strip mortals of their right to know the truth? The guardian raised a hand, and the mountain of books suddenly collapsed. Countless jade tablets cascaded like a torrential rain, each bearing distinct sealing sword intents. Some transformed into chains that ensnared limbs, others shattered into blades hurtling towards throats. And the most terrifying were the tablets inscribed with the spell of forgetfulness, which caused Lin Yuan to lose sight of the original intent behind his sword. Knowledge is a double-edged sword, the guardian intoned gravely. If mortals were to comprehend the essence of the celestial realm, they would only plunge into deeper despair. The sword embryo trembled violently. Lin Yuan beheld the glazed petals glowing softly, from which emerged countless fragments of mortal memories. The bittersweet smile of an old miner on his deathbed, the final smile of his junior sister, and the unwavering gaze of Lin Shi in the spirit realm. These memories shone like beams of light, illuminating the sealed spiritual platform. After despair comes hope, he proclaimed, wielding his sword to cleave through the rain of jade tablets, scattering them into dust. Mortals are far more resilient than you can imagine. Countless specks of light erupted from the shattered jade tablet, embodying the imprisoned truth. Lin Yuan observed as these luminous points converged into the sword embryo, coalescing within the yin-yang symbol to form the essence of the character knowledge. Upon the merging of the 100th light, he discerned a soft sob emanating from the depths of the sutra pavilion, the weeping of the spirit of knowledge bound in confinement. "Do you believe that shattering the jade tablet will alter anything?" The guardian raised a hand, and a more formidable array of prohibitive characters materialized in the sky. Every decree of the Sutra Pavilion has been inscribed with the blood of mortals. In the instant the array descended, Lin Yuan felt as though his very bones were being devoured by the inscriptions. He noticed cracks appearing in the humanistic sword intent upon the embryo, but at that moment, a clear chime resonated from the direction of the spirit realm, the sound of a bell announcing the commencement of classes at Su Qingshue's Mortal Academy. Mingled with the voices of mortals reciting sword intent, innocent yet imbued with potency. Listen closely. Lin Yuan gazed upward at the array of prohibitions. This is the voice of mortals yearning for knowledge. Suddenly, the array fractured. Lin Yuan heard a multitude of mortal voices surging forth from the fissures. I wish to understand why spiritual poison is so difficult to cure. I want to comprehend why cultivators plunder mortals. I must learn to protect my family. These voices coalesced into a torrent, overwhelming the prohibitive array and dissipating the guardian's protective aura. Impossible. Knowledge cannot resonate. The guardian staggered back. Only a fallen immortal can incite this. Because I am the voice of mortals, Lin Yuan advanced, the knowledge sword intent of the embryo merging with the aspirations of mortals. Unseal the forbidden jade tablets. Or else, before he could finish, an explosive tremor erupted from the depths of the sutra pavilion. Lin Yuan watched as countless sealed jade tablets flew forth autonomously, encircling him and forming a ring of knowledge. One tablet suddenly illuminated, revealing the image of Su Qingshue's mother, who was placing a scroll into the young Su Qingshue's hands. The cover inscribed with the true interpretation of the Breaking Cage Sword Manual. So it is, Lin Yuan murmured, knowledge is the key to breaking free. The guardian's expression darkened. Since you are so obstinate, you shall perish alongside these foolish mortals. He summoned the sword intent of burning books, igniting the entire cloud canopy in a furious blaze. Lin Yuan felt the sword embryo gradually melting in the heat, yet fragments of those mortal memories detached, transforming into a shield to protect him from the flames. He witnessed the fragments of the old miner smiling amidst the fire, the little junior sister dancing in the inferno, and Lin Shi's fragment making a heart gesture toward him. No, Lin Yuan roared, the humanistic sword intent resonating with the memory fragments. They must not be forgotten. The sword intent transformed into nourishing rain, extinguishing the flames. Lin Yuan saw the guardian's form dissipate in the fiery glow, leaving behind a jade tablet inscribed with the character initiate. The moment the tablet flew into the sword embryo, all shackles binding the sealed jade tablets shattered simultaneously, and knowledge surged forth like a flood into both the mortal and spiritual realms. From the spirit realm came Su Qingshue's astonished cry. Lin Yuan, the light points on the foreheads of mortals are brightening. They can sense the sword intent. Lin Yuan turned his gaze toward the mortal realm, witnessing countless mortals lifting their heads, their eyes shimmering with the light of wisdom. Some individuals picked up the fragmented pages of jade, while others began to inscribe the essence of swordsmanship upon stones. A few gazed at the sky, revealing serene smiles. For they finally comprehended that they were no longer the forsaken ants cast aside by the celestial order. This is the true path of heaven, Lin Yuan murmured, not oppression, but the gift of hope. Amidst the ruins of the scripture pavilion, the spirit of knowledge transformed into butterflies that danced around him. Lin Yuan noticed one butterfly alight upon the glazed petals of the sword embryo, its wings reflecting the true visage of the immortal's decree, when the twin sword orbs unite, slashing towards one's own reflection. Only then can the authentic path of heaven be discerned. Gripping the sword embryo tightly, he suddenly understood why every layer of heaven prior had borne his reflection. Those reflections were not adversaries, but illusions set by the celestial order, leading him to mistakenly believe that slaying immortals was the ultimate destination. The true liberation was not in opposing the immortal realm, but in shattering the obsessions of the heart. Brother, look. Lin Shi's voice resonated with excitement. The barriers of the spirit realm have transformed into a wall of knowledge. Mortals can now learn the essence of swordsmanship through it. In the scene, Lin Shi was inscribing jade tablets with the light of obsession, while Su Qingxue guided mortals in perceiving spiritual energy beside her. Behind them stood a library composed of points of light, each book chronicling the wisdom and hopes of mortals. Well done, Lin Yuan smiled. Next, we shall ascend to the seventh layer of heaven. As the portal within the ring of knowledge opened, Lin Yuan heard the heartbeat of the seventh layer echo like a war drum. He understood that it was the pulsation of the celestial order's core, heralding the commencement of the final 3 tribulations. Yet, at that moment, his heart brimmed with the faith of mortals, rendering him unafraid of any challenge. Wait for me. He softly spoke towards the spirit realm. Soon, we shall attain true freedom. The ring of knowledge transformed into wings, carrying him into the portal, each line upon the sword embryo shimmering with the radiance of wisdom. He recognized that the path ahead might be fraught with greater difficulties. But as long as the obsessions and knowledge of mortals accompanied them, no prison could restrain their steps. Chapter 26. The debate of celestial order in the seventh layer of heaven. The palace of celestial order bore a dome suspended with 12 stars of law, each inscribed with distinct principles: survival of the fittest, predestined fate, distinction between immortals and mortals. Lin Yuan ascended the steps paved with the bones of cultivators. As the knowledge inscribed upon the sword embryo suddenly twisted, the foreheads of those bones bore the same immortal patterns as his own. Welcome to the core of celestial order. The final path for the sinful. A voice emanated from between the stars. Lin Yuan looked up to see his benevolent incarnation standing upon the altar of laws, clad in pure white robes and holding a scale inscribed with celestial runes. A golden vertical line marked the forehead of the incarnation, signifying the celestial order's adjudicator. You have indeed arrived. The incarnation spoke, its voice mirroring Lin Yuan's, yet imbued with a chill, laden with the delusions of mortals, seeking to challenge the order of the celestial realm that had endured for eons. Suddenly, the stars of law began to rotate, and Lin Yuan felt innumerable chains of law descend upon him. The law of gravity bent his knees. The law of causation implanted thoughts of certain defeat in his mind. And most terrifying of all, the law of destiny projected a future before him where he knelt before the palace of celestial order, the sword embryo shattered, and Lin Shi and Su Qingxue dissipated into points of light. Do you see? The avatar waved, and the projection transformed into chains that ensnared Lin Yuan. This is your fate. The heavenly path cannot be defied. Mortals must remain docile within their cages. Suddenly, the glass petals on the sword embryo shattered. Lin Yuan felt warm liquid trickling down from the corners of his eyes. Mortal tears, a manifestation of discontent against injustice and a yearning for freedom. He recalled the wall of knowledge in the spirit realm, the bright eyes of children in the mortal academy, and his sister's longing to behold the true stars. The heavenly path is not a shackle. He gripped the sword embryo tightly, resonating with the tears through the essence of humanity, igniting the spark that allows every life to shine. The sword intent erupted like a volcano, shattering the projection of fate. Lin Yuan witnessed his blood dripping onto the celestial rules, corroding cracks that revealed the hollow interior of the stars. It turned out that the so-called heavenly laws were merely an empty shell constructed from lies by the immortal realm. Do you think mere emotions can challenge the laws? The avatar raised a hand, and the law of gravity transformed into mountains pressing down upon him. Look at yourself. You are but a remnant soul of a fallen immortal. What right do you have to speak of freedom? In that fleeting moment as the mountains descended, Lin Yuan heard the resounding echoes of sword cries from the spirit realm. He knew that mortals were practicing their sword intent with fragments of the law, that Su Qingxue was teaching children to recognize the stars, and that Lin Shi was recording the dreams of every mortal before the wall of knowledge. Those voices converged into a torrent, sweeping away the mountains that burdened him. I am Lin Yuan. He shattered the fragments of the law. He is the sword of mortals, who showed him that even a remnant soul can illuminate the darkness. The essence of humanity transformed into a torch, igniting the entire heavenly path palace. Lin Yuan saw the celestial stars plummeting, revealing the mechanical gears hidden beneath. The order of the heavenly path was merely a sophisticated instrument manipulated by the immortal realm, maintained by lies and fear. The avatar's pure white robe was stained crimson by flames, unveiling the confinement runes etched beneath. Did you think breaking the instrument would change anything? The avatar sneered. The guardians of the heavenly path in the eighth heaven will restore everything, and you shall only face harsher repression. Suddenly, the sword embryo flew autonomously towards the center of the altar. Lin Yuan beheld a gigantic mirror there, reflecting not a benevolent incarnation, nor a malevolent shadow, but his true self, eyes ablaze with the obsessions of mortals. The words of the fallen immortal echoed in his ears. To sever your own reflection is to glimpse the true heavenly path. So this is it, he murmured. The true heavenly path is not above, nor in the mirror, but within our hearts. In the instant he swung his sword towards the mirror. The heavenly path palace trembled violently. Lin Yuan felt something within him explode, an overwhelming tide of memories rushing forth. He was the benevolent thought split from the fallen immortal, a jailer whose memories had been altered by the immortal realm, and the Lin Yuan awakened by the obsessions of mortals. As the mirror shattered, it revealed a portal behind, leading to the chaotic sea of the eighth heaven. In the distance, the eye of the heavenly path in the ninth heaven radiated a menacing red glow. Lin Yuan. Su Qingxue's voice resonated with a sobbing tone. The wall of knowledge has been breached by despair. Lin Shi, in her efforts to protect mortals, is engulfing the darkness with a barrier of will. In the vision, Lin Shi's colorful patterns had transformed into deep purple, and her body was surrounded by countless black tendrils, each entwined with the despair of mortals. Su Qingxue grasped the broken sword, attempting to approach, yet was repelled by the tendrils. The pure white sword intent at the tassel being devoured by darkness. Hold on, I will be there shortly. Lin Yuan rushed towards the portal, but was ensnared by the avatar's chains around his ankle. Release me. Time was of the essence, but the avatar shook its head. The eye of heaven in the ninth heaven has already locked onto you. Even if you return now, you can only watch helplessly as they are erased. Suddenly, The sword embryo erupted with an unprecedented radiance. Lin Yuan felt the mortal's tenacity merging with the transcendent sword intent, coalescing behind him into a pair of colossal wings. He swung the sword to sever the chains, and as the wings flapped, the humanitarian sword intent swept the ruins of the heavenly palace towards the ninth heaven. Let the eye of heaven witness what true invincibility looks like. His voice mingled with the cries of countless mortals. In the tempest of the chaos sea, Lin Yuan beheld innumerable celestial ships from the immortal realm unleashing beams of destruction towards the spirit world. He flapped his wings, and the humanitarian sword intent transformed into a shield, deflecting the beams. Yet, upon contact with the sword intent, the beams morphed into beams of hope for mortals, illuminating the darkness of the chaos sea. Impossible, the avatar's voice resonated with astonishment. Is this a backlash from the heavenly Tao? Indeed, it should be so. Lin Yuan gazed towards the spirit world, witnessing a glimmer of gold emanating from Lin Shi's purple patterns, encompassing the light and dark of all life, granting significance to every tenacity. The eye of heaven in the ninth heaven suddenly opened. Lin Yuan sensed an unmatched force locking onto his soul. The final judgment of the heavenly Tao. He gripped the sword embryo tightly, bracing for the impending tribulation. When he heard the voices of countless mortals from the spirit world, Lin Yuan, we believe in you. Thank you for showing us hope. Shatter the heavenly Tao, our sword. The voices coalesced into the most potent sword intent, lifting Lin Yuan towards the eye of heaven. He observed all the patterns on the sword embryo glowing, glassy petals. Inyang fish, the character's sword intent, fragmented memories of mortals, ultimately merging into a simple yet steadfast symbol of humanity. As the light of the eye of heaven descended, Lin Yuan unleashed his final strike. This blow bore no ostentatious sword techniques, nor formidable laws, only the tenacity and hope of millions of mortals. As the sword light passed, the eye of heaven shattered, revealing the true starry cosmos beyond the ninth heaven, where each star represented a liberated soul. Simultaneously, the dark tenacity of the spirit world dissipated. Lin Yuan saw Lin Shi collapsed in Su Qingshue's embrace, the colorful patterns regaining their brilliance, while Su Qingshue's sword tassel had restored its pure white, now adorned with additional starlight radiance. Brother, you did it. Lin Shi's voice echoed with weary joy. The heavenly Tao has shattered. Indeed, the heavenly Tao has broken. Yet, what has fractured is not order, but prejudice and oppression. Lin Yuan turned his gaze towards the mortal realm, observing mortals gazing up at the new starry sky, their foreheads shimmering with autonomous light, a power surpassing any law. Before the avatar's form dissipated in the starlight, it revealed a serene smile. So, the true heavenly Tao is to allow every life to become its own light. I apologize, I have understood too late. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the sword embryo, feeling the surging mortal tenacity within the sword's heart. He realized this was not the end, but a new beginning. Now, his purpose is to take his sister and Su Qingxue to witness the true starry sky, to observe how mortals inscribe their own celestial path with their hands. In Chapter 27, the era of post-celestial path, the starlight on the ruins of the spirit realm carries a gentle warmth of survival. Lin Shi gently brushes her fingertips over the human-shaped sword intent on the Lin Yuan sword embryo. The vibrant patterns resonate with the starlight, coalescing in her palm into a translucent seed. This is the crystallization of mortal obsession, as well as the nascent form of a new celestial path. Brother, listen, she says, pressing the seed to her ear, her smile imbued with relief. Within the hearts of mortals, there is no longer fear. Su Qingxue kneels nearby, mending the sword tassel, with pure white sword intent interspersed with starlight-like glimmers. As she looks up, Lin Yuan notices a faint golden pattern newly etched between her brows, perfectly aligned with the celestial trajectory of the celestial palace's regulations. This is the mark left when she resonated with the rules at the moment of the celestial path shattering. The remnants of the immortal realm are gathering. Su Qingxue caresses the sword tassel, and the broken sword suddenly emits a clear, ringing sound. They retreat to the ruins of the ninth heaven, attempting to reconstruct the prison with the remaining gears of the laws. Lin Yuan gazes towards the horizon, where the wreckage of celestial ships floats, slowly sinking like dying behemoths. He tightens his grip on the sword embryo, only to discover that the human path sword intent within is no longer sharp and fierce. Instead, it has taken on a degree of tolerance, akin to the true celestial path, which never deprives life of its choices, but witnesses its growth. Let them go, he murmurs softly. The true prison is not high walls, but the hearts of men. As his words fade, a commotion arises from the direction of the mortal realm. Through the barrier of obsession, Lin Yuan sees that some mortals, having suddenly grasped sword intent, are descending into madness. They plunder resources and oppress their kin, reenacting the brutalities of the past practitioners. Su Qingxue grips her broken sword. Do you need me to suppress them? No, Lin. She shakes her head, as the seed at her fingertips suddenly sprouts 2 root systems. Look at those mortals. The scene shifts to a mortal academy. The son of an old miner stands on the podium, demonstrating the most fundamental sword movements with a wooden sword. A girl who once fell victim to spiritual poison holds a jade slip, explaining the principles of spiritual energy circulation to her companions. Even a few children are using the light of obsession to sketch the trajectories of stars on the ground. They have spontaneously formed a guardian team, guiding the lost with knowledge and kindness. After the celestial path fractured, mortals must learn to balance power and responsibility themselves. Lin Yuan gazes at the figures beneath the starry sky, the human-shaped sword intent on the sword embryo gently quivering. What we can do is protect their freedom of choice. Suddenly, Su Qingxue rises, her sword tassel pointing northward. A celestial ship has fallen. When the group arrives, they discover that what has fallen is not a ship, but a cube inscribed with unknown runes. A pale blue liquid seeps from the cube's surface, each drop corroding the barrier of obsession on the ground. Just as Lin Yuan is about to swing his sword, he hears a familiar voice emanating from within the cube, the cough of the master of the celestial machine pavilion. Young friend, long time no see. The master crawls out from the ruins, his gray robe soaked in the mysterious liquid. I apologize for revealing the truth only at the end. The blood he coughs drips onto the cube, activating a hidden projection. Lin Yuan sees galaxies light years away. On one blue planet, the immortal realm is merely a transparent observation station built upon mortal civilization, and their battle for freedom is being broadcast live by entities of higher dimensions. Are we merely experimental subjects? Su Qingxue clenches the sword tassel. No. The master shook his head. As you shattered the gaze of the heavenly path, the live broadcast abruptly transformed into static. The higher beings were thrown into disarray. He pointed towards the depths of the cube, which served as their emergency mechanism, attempting to reformat the 3 realms with an absolute order protocol. Suddenly, Lin Shi's seed erupted with a brilliant light. Lin Yuan observed the seed's roots entwining with the cube. As the mortal's fervent light clashed violently with the blue liquid of the observation station, forming a rainbow bridge between the two, his sword embryo instinctively soared towards the cube, and memories of the fallen celestial surged like a tide. It turned out that the so-called fallen celestial was merely an experimental entity created by the higher beings to test the limits of mortal civilization under pressure. They sought to discover whether mortals would succumb to despair or transcend it in dire circumstances. The master smiled bitterly, for you have provided them with answers that instilled fear. The cube suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. Lin Yuan felt countless eyes watching them through the cube, filled with confusion, curiosity, and even dread. He swung his sword towards the rainbow bridge, merging the essence of humanity's sword intent with the fervent light, etching a mortal's handprint upon the surface of the cube. Tell your creator, he spoke solemnly to the cube, that the future of mortals shall be written by us. With a thunderous explosion, the cube shattered into countless luminous particles that merged into the starry sky. Lin Yuan beheld the faces of mortals reflected in each particle, some smiling, some weeping, yet all bearing an unprecedented resolve. Suddenly, Su Qingxue's sword tassel fully restored, with a star-shaped gem adorning the hilt, crystallizing the energy of the observation station. Brother, look. Lin Shi pointed to the sky. A rainbow spanning the 3 realms was forming, visible to the mortals of the human realm, the cultivators of the spirit realm, and even the remnants of the celestial realm. The seed of Lin Shi took root and sprouted in the heart of the rainbow, swiftly growing into a towering tree, with each leaf reflecting a different fate, some wielding swords in the fields, some reading beneath the stars, and others rebuilding their homes amidst the ruins. This is the world tree, Su Qingxue murmured, the foundation of the new heavenly path. Lin Yuan clasped his sister's hand tightly, feeling the vitality surging within the sword's heart. He understood that regardless of whether the higher beings were still observing or how many challenges lay ahead, mortals had discovered their own path, a path that embraced all, respected choices, and allowed for resilience even in the face of adversity. In the distance, the remnants of the celestial realm's ship slowly turned, soaring towards the unknown cosmos. Lin Yuan did not intervene, for he comprehended that true freedom was not merely the release from shackles, but also the allowance for diverse choices to exist. Perhaps one day, those celestial beings would grasp the true essence of the heavenly path, and perhaps they would find a new sanctuary within the universe. Yet, that was their destiny, and his mission had already reached its substantial completion. What shall we do next? Su Qingxue gazed at the world tree, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Lin Yuan smiled. pointing to the brightest star in the sky. "First, let us witness the true stars, and then, together with mortals, inscribe the new laws of the heavenly path." The sword embryo transformed into a stream of light, lifting the three of them as they soared towards the depths of the galaxy. Lin Yuan glanced back to see the roots of the world tree delving deep into the three realms, as the fervent light of mortals grew upwards along the roots, destined one day to illuminate the entire universe. The heavenly path had shattered. A new chapter awaited to be written. They are both the disruptors and the authors. In this post-Tao era, the tale of mortals is only just beginning. Chapter 28. The light of origin as the rings of the world tree etched the third ripple into the starry sky. Lin Yuan stood beneath the dome of the Council of Beings, his fingertips gently tracing the nascent patterns on the sword embryo. These intricate lines are the crystallization of 3 years' worth of mortal wisdom, each one encapsulating the joys and agonies of unfettered growth. In the distance, Lin Shi's laughter resonated as she engaged in discourse with spiritual realm cultivators on how to mend the desolate star domains using the light of intent. Lost in thought again, Su Qingshue's sword tassel brushed against his hand, the star gem flickering with a soft glow. The council was about to deliberate on the matter of the origin jade tablet. The tablet hovered at the center of the assembly, the character for beginning pulsating as if it were breathing. The moment Lin Yuan made contact with the tablet, the world tree trembled violently, unleashing a torrential downpour of fragmented memories, the first glimmer of light at the dawn of chaos, the finger of a higher existence pressing the creation button, and countless reflections of himself struggling in parallel universes. This is the code of origin. Lin Shi's voice quivered as it beckoned us beyond the cosmos. Suddenly, Su Qingshue's star gem broke free from the sword tassel, soaring towards the jade tablet. Lin Yuan beheld the gem reflecting the council chamber of higher beings, where numerous luminous brains were analyzing the data of mortal civilization, and at the heart of it all was the image of him shattering the eye of the heavenly path. They were struck with fear. The specter of the chamber master abruptly emerged within the tablet. The unpredictability of mortals shattered their perfect experimental model. Now, they sought to reboot the universe at the origin. The council hall fell into a profound silence. The representative of the human realm tightened his grip on his wooden sword. "Then we shall stop them." The spiritual realm cultivator caressed the seed of the world tree. "The roots of the world tree connect all parallel universes. We are not alone." Lin Yuan gazed out the window, witnessing countless points of light flickering among the branches of the world tree. Those were the Lin Yuans of parallel universes transmitting their sword intent. One particular point shone exceptionally bright, revealing a youth clad in tattered robes, standing amidst ruins, wielding a sword with the same fervor burning in his eyes. "Let us go." He clasped Su Qingshue's hand tightly, heading towards the origin to bring closure to this experiment. The origin was an expanse of pure white void, at the center of which floated a colossal creation furnace, surrounded by the projections of higher beings like colossal deities. Lin Yuan observed their forms composed of data streams, each inscribed with impeccably ordered codes. "Lower dimensional beings, halt here." The largest projection spoke, its voice resonating like the simultaneous operation of countless machines. "Your civilization is rife with flaws and must be formatted." Lin Shi raised the seed of intent, which suddenly sprouted countless tendrils, each entwined with the wishes of mortals. "Flaws? It is precisely these imperfections that grant us the virtues you lack: love, courage, hope." Su Qingshue's star gem transformed into a sword of light, resonating with Lin Yuan's sword embryo, as they swung their swords towards the creation furnace. The sword intent of countless parallel universes converged simultaneously, coalescing in the void into a colossal sword spanning the galaxy. For the first time, the projections of higher beings exhibited signs of fluctuation, the data streams seeping with hues of panic. "Behold," Lin Yuan pointed towards the faint glow seeping through the fissures of the furnace. "It is the light of mortal intent, more resplendent than your perfect order." The furnace erupted with a thunderous roar, revealing within it a crystalline sphere inscribed with the codes of an advanced civilization. Lin Shi's seed penetrated the crystal, and the light of mortal obsession clashed violently with the codes, reshaping it into a pulsating heart. The projection of the higher existence began to collapse. How could chaos ever triumph over order? For the essence of life has never been confined to definitions. Lin Yuan grasped the heart-shaped crystal, feeling the heartbeat of the three realms surging within, flourishing freely. In the void, the sound of countless swords echoed. Lin Yuan beheld all the iterations of himself across parallel universes simultaneously wielding their swords, shattering the cages of their respective worlds. Their sword intents converged into the world tree, sowing a new starry sky within the pure, white void. 3 years later, On the first mortal planet of the new universe, a child pointed at the sky in astonishment, exclaiming, "Look, swords are flying." Lin Yuan chuckled and shook his head, sheathing the sword embryo into the sword box. Su Qingxue presented a flower formed from the light of obsession, its petals reflecting Lin, she arranging a star map atop the world tree. In the distance, the sect leader was teaching a group of young cultivators to identify constellations, their laughter drifting through the clouds and landing upon the shoulders of mortals tilling the earth. "Are you tired?" Su Qingxue inquired softly. Lin Yuan gazed at the twin moons rising on the horizon, recalling the old mines, the sword burial valley, and the 9 heavens. Those sufferings and struggles had ultimately transformed into the tranquility of this moment. He tightened his grip on Su Qingxue's hand, feeling the warmth of her fingertips. "Not tired. For I know, no matter what the future holds, we shall never again be confined by cages." A faint tremor emanated from the sword box, a response from the sword embryo to a distant mortal practicing swordplay. Lin Yuan smiled, knowing that this was the true way of heaven, not a lofty judgment, but a tapestry woven from the vibrant lights of myriad lives, collectively creating a net of freedom. When the wind rose, the leaves of the world tree rustled, as if recounting an ancient yet ever-renewing tale. In a corner of some universe, a group of mortals wielded their obsessions like swords, severing the shackles of the heavenly way, allowing the light of life to illuminate every dark corner. Chapter 29. The Blood River blossoms. The iron chain bridge of the Bloodblade Gate swayed in the torrential rain like a withered twig, and Su Wanyue's hands, clutching the hem of her garment, were stained with blood. From the opposite bank came the cries of an infant, abruptly silenced by a dull thud, akin to a candle flame snuffed out. She counted the falling raindrops. On the 19th drop that struck her forehead, she finally heard the familiar sound of chains, her father's movements in the sword furnace. 34, she murmured into the void, a metallic taste rising in her throat. 3 months prior, she had stolen a glance at the Blood River secret classic in her father's study, which detailed that the blood of the 9-9 infant, the sword embryo, must be formed. At that moment, the boy being cast into the sword furnace bore a cinnabar mole between his brows, resembling her deceased brother. As thunder crashed, Su Wanyue rushed into the sword forging room. The bloodlight within the bronze furnace illuminated everyone's faces. Her father turned with a bloody dagger in hand. Flesh splattered upon his silver hair. "Wanyue? Who allowed you in here? Why is it an infant?" She stared at the blood paste solidifying within the furnace. The partially melted fingers still curled. "The classic states that the blood of sinners can be used. Why must the innocent be slain?" Her father's pupils suddenly contracted. The disciples around her swiftly shattered the communication jade slip, and only then did Su Wanyue realize she had committed a grave taboo. The Bloodblade sect never spoke of the secret classics, referring to them solely as the ancestral teachings. As a dagger hurtled through the air, she instinctively turned aside, only to find a phantom of an infant emerging from the blood mist trailing the blade. "Wretched curse," her father exclaimed, shattering the furnace lid with a flick of his sleeve. "Do you believe the blood of the sinful is pure enough? Mortals are inherently tainted. Only the blood of a maiden can nourish a flawless sword embryo." Su Wanyue collapsed to the ground, her back colliding with the warm sword furnace. The walls were inscribed with countless tiny characters, and she recognized her mother's handwriting among them. "In the year of Guiwei, I buried my beloved son in the 3rd layer of the sword furnace." It turned out her brother had not succumbed to illness, but had been cast into the furnace by their mother to forge a sword. "Sister Wanyue." The disciples brandished their swords as they advanced, declaring, "Those who offend the ancestral teachings shall suffer the punishment of the Blood River." A torrential rain poured through the skylight, extinguishing the flames on the wall. Su Wanyue felt the sword tassel at her waist, a parting gift from her mother before her demise, its tip adorned with a white bead, now radiating heat like coal. As the first sword struck, she instinctively grasped the tassel tightly, and a surge of white light erupted, sending the nearest disciple flying 3 yards. Their chest charred as if struck by lightning. Pure white sword intent. Her father's voice trembled with fear. "Your mother actually passed that on to you?" The tassel transformed into a stream of light in her palm, condensing into a 3-inch dagger. Su Wanyue recalled her mother's final words, "In times of danger, crush the bead. It will guide you to where you need to go." As she wielded the short blade, she glimpsed the murderous intent in her father's eyes and the communication jade slip concealed within his sleeve, signaling for aid from the ancestor of the Bloodblade. "Go." Someone shoved her from behind. Su Wanyue turned to see her senior brother, bloodied and standing resolutely at the door. He, usually playful, now wore a grave expression. "Flee to the abandoned infant's valley. There you will find the answers you seek." The torrential rain blurred her vision as Su Wanyue sprinted through the forest, the sound of alarms echoing behind her. She had no knowledge of where the abandoned infant's valley lay, only recalling her mother sighing towards the north on a moonlit night, lamenting that there existed vitality that should not be. Suddenly, the tassel directed her towards a leftward ravine. She leaped over a stream, and ahead, a vast expanse of dandelions trembled in the rain, while a wooden sign before a stone house bore the words "No Return" in a crooked carving. "Who goes there?" A hoarse voice emerged from within the house. An elderly woman with a cane lifted the grass curtain, her murky eyes suddenly brightening. The daughter of the Sword Sect master? The air within the stone house was infused with the scent of herbs, and dried hemostatic grass hung from the walls. The woman added kindling to the fire pit, and the flames illuminated her sleeve, revealing a sword tassel nearly identical to Su Wanyue's, save for the bead at its tip, which had shattered in two. "I am Granny Chun," she said, offering a bowl of hot soup. 30 years ago, on a rainy day, your mother brought your brother here." The soup bore a faint bitterness, yet Su Wanyue drank it hastily. "Is my brother?" "He is not dead," Granny Chun interjected. "Your mother protected his heart with pure white sword intent. He is now in the valley, helping me care for the children." Thunder illuminated the bamboo bed in the inner room. Su Wanyue observed a cluster of children huddled together, the youngest infant gnawing on its fingers within a swaddling cloth. Each child's forehead adorned with a vermilion mark, reminiscent of the male infant cast into the sword furnace today. The Bloodblade Sect abandoned imperfect infants each year. Granny Chun rolled up her trousers, revealing shins scarred by countless sword marks. "In my youth, I was a sword forger, after eavesdropping on the secrets of the ancient texts. I fled here. Your mother discovered my efforts to save the children and used her sword intent to mask my presence." Su Wanyue tightened her grip on the short blade, its surface reflecting her pale visage. It dawned on her that her mother was not an accomplice, but was resisting in her own way. She recalled the hidden compartment in her father's study, where lay a tome titled White-Clad Sword Canon, its title page inscribed with the words, "To nurture a sword with blood ultimately leads to demonic transformation. Only the heart directed towards purity may attain the path." "They are coming." Granny Chun suddenly rose. The sound of metal scraping echoed from outside. Su Wanyue lifted the grass curtain and beheld dozens of shadowy figures encircling the valley, her father at the forefront, holding the severed head of her elder brother. "Wanyue, do you think you can escape?" Her father raised his hand, bloodlight coalescing into chains that ensnared her throat. "No matter how pure your sword intent, it cannot breach the Blood River sword technique." As the chains grazed her skin, Su Wanyue heard the children's gasps of astonishment. She remembered her mother's sword cannon, her elder brother's dying gaze, and the warm breath of the infant in her arms. Suddenly, the sword tassel erupted with blinding light, the short blade transforming in her palm into a colossal sword, its blade inscribed with unfamiliar array patterns, the marks of salvation etched by her mother's lifelong sword intent. "Break!" At the moment the sword light cleaved through the Blood River chains, Su Wanyue glimpsed the astonishment in her father's eyes. Her meridians felt as though they were ablaze, the pure white sword intent clashing against the power of the Blood River within her, every inch of her skin oozing blood, yet rapidly healing beneath the sword's essence. As the second strike was unleashed, the dandelions in the valley grew against the wind, each flower transforming into sword energy, piercing towards the disciples of the Bloodblade Sect. "This is impossible." Her father staggered back, exclaiming, "The life sword intent of ancient sword cultivators?" As the giant sword pierced the ground, the entire valley trembled violently. Su Wanyue saw Granny Chun sheltering the children in the cellar, her father summoning the ultimate manifestation of the Blood River ancestor. And she noticed her own blood dripping onto the dandelions, which blossomed into pristine sword-shaped flowers. "After today, there will be no more blood infants in the Bloodblade Sect." Her voice mingled with the sound of rain. "Either cease your actions, or perish." The spectral form of the Blood River emitted a piercing wail, yet dissipated the moment it touched the sword-intent flowers. Her father's artifacts shattered inch by inch, and he gazed at the pure white sword patterns manifesting on Su Wanyue's forehead, suddenly breaking into a maniacal laugh. "Do you think you can change anything? The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion has long foreseen everything. Su Wanyue, you cannot escape your fate." Before his words fell silent, he abruptly crushed a jade slip. Su Wanyue felt the space warp, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself in an unfamiliar valley. The thunderous sound of a stone door closing behind her, the entrance to a momentary realm. The sword tassel from Granny Chun slipped from her sleeve, the tassel's beads aligning perfectly with the array patterns of the entrance. "So it is," she caressed the ancient inscriptions on the stone wall. "Mother had long prepared an escape route, and I have become a traitor to the Bloodblade Sect." From deep within the valley, the sound of flowing water echoed, and Su Wanyue pressed onward, dragging her aching body. The moonlight illuminated the tranquil pool ahead, where her reflection danced upon the water's surface. The sword mark on her brow slowly rotated, and a drop of crimson tear had appeared at the corner of her left eye, an emblem forged from the fusion of pure white sword intent and the power of the blood river. She settled by the edge of the pool, and the sword tassel abruptly soared forth, embedding itself in the fissure of a desiccated sword. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of memories surged into her consciousness. Her mother practicing swordplay under the moonlight, her elder brother secretly teaching her to identify spiritual herbs, and the silhouette of a stranger standing deep within the sword burial valley, wielding an identical pure white long sword to her tassel. 34 twin sword pellets. United they slay immortals. She murmured, recognizing her mother's handwriting. It turns out, it was not merely a legend. Suddenly, ripples disturbed the surface of the pool, revealing the direction of the Bloodblade sect. Su Wanyue beheld her father summoning the elders, each of their artifacts now bearing new markings, the sign of pursuing traitors. In the distance, the sword light of the Qingxiao sect pierced the night sky, seemingly responding to some summons. Whoever you may be, she gripped the desiccated sword tightly. The tassel rustling in the wind, my sword, Su Wanyue, shall henceforth be wielded solely for freedom. As the torrential rain ceased, the first bird's song echoed through the valley. Su Wanyue rose, witnessing the dawn's faint glow emerging on the eastern horizon, reflecting upon her sword, upon the dandelion petals, and upon the distant stone wall, where new inscriptions had inexplicably appeared, imprison heaven and earth, yet not the heart. She understood that this heralded a new beginning. Even if the road ahead was fraught with thorns, even if she were destined to be at odds with the entire martial world, she would wield this pure white sword to cleave through the fate of the Blood River sword cultivators, allowing those children treated as mere sword forges to gaze upon the true sky. Chapter 30. The white-clad weeps blood. The moonlight in the momentary cave bore an odd warmth as Su Wanyue walked along the edge of the pool, discovering dozens of skeletons lying at the bottom. Each right hand clutched a half of a jade tablet inscribed with the word guilt. She recalled the confidential documents in her father's study, how the Bloodblade sect would cast traitors into this place during times of great calamity, preserving their bodies with the reverse time flow within the cave, serving as a warning for future generations. The 37th. When she counted the last skeleton, her pupils constricted. This skeleton wore the Taoist robe of the Qingxiao sect, with a half-blood blade protruding from its chest. The tassel entwined around the hilt bearing an identical pattern to her own pure white tassel. The tassel suddenly trembled violently, and the jade tablet in the skeleton's hand shattered, revealing small characters inscribed inside. Approaching the abyss, do not dwell. Su Wanyue's fingertips brushed against the inscription, and a conversation she had overheard the previous night flickered in her mind. Her father in clandestine talks with a messenger from the Qingxiao sect, mentioning that Lin Yuan has been buried in Sword Burial Valley. The pure white sword intent poses no threat anymore. Are you Lin Yuan? She whispered. Before her words faded, the skeleton suddenly transformed into motes of light, merging into the sword tassel, and a wave of memory flooded in. In the springtime of Sword Burial Valley, peach blossoms fell upon the shoulders of a youth. As he turned, the snow-patterned robe of the Qingxiao sect billowed in the sword qi, and in his hand was the very withered sword that Su Wanyue now held. This sword is named Wangshu. The youth tied the sword tassel around her wrist, to draw forth the pure light of Wangshu and eradicate all impurities. Su Wanyue attempted to grasp his hand, but the vision abruptly shattered. She staggered backward, colliding with the stone wall beside the pool, where she discovered a multitude of sword marks etched into the surface. Among them, one deep scar cradled a fragment of blood jade, identical to the burial treasures of her mother. Wanyu. A familiar voice echoed from the depths of the cave. Su Wanyu turned to see Lin Yuan rushing towards her, bloodied and disheveled. His snow-patterned robe was soaked in crimson, and embedded in his left chest was the signature weapon of the Bloodblade sect, the blood-weeping spike. Don't come any closer. She wished to retreat, but found her feet ensnared by a countercurrent. How did you end up here? Lin Yuan coughed up black blood, his fingertip resting upon the pure white sword mark on her brow. The Qingxiao sect intends to use you for sword crafting. I stole their teleportation talisman. His gaze suddenly became unfocused, drawn toward the pile of bones behind her. So the rumors were true. The Bloodblade sect and the Qingxiao sect are indeed in league. Su Wanyu felt the world spin around her. Lin Yuan produced a jade slip, its surface inscribed with the grand formation diagram of the Qingxiao sect, with the location of the Bloodblade sect's sword forging chamber circled in red. They seek to restart the Prisoner of Immortals formation. Lin Yuan's voice grew faint, using pure white sword intent and the Blood River sword technique as the formation's core. As the jade slip fell into Su Wanyu's hands, Lin Yuan dissipated into motes of light, leaving only the sword Wang Shu. It was then that she noticed the blade bore the same formation markings as the entrance to the Shattered Moment cave, and the hilt was inscribed with her name. So you knew all along. She grasped the hilt tightly, tears falling onto the blade, which unexpectedly activated the concealed sword intent. Lin Yuan's voice resonated from within the sword. Wan Yu, if you perceive this sword intent, it signifies my failure. Both the Qingxiao sect and the Bloodblade sect are manipulated by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. They mask the truth with a facade of good and evil while secretly embedding the Prisoner of Immortals formation across various dragon veins, sustaining it with the blood of cultivators and mortals alike. The pure white sword intent and the blood river sword technique are the keys to the formation. Your mother uncovered this secret years ago, which led to her demise. The scene shifted to Su Wanyu's childhood, her mother kneeling outside her father's study late at night, clutching a blood-stained sword manual, while her father looked on coldly, accompanied by an elder from the Qingxiao sect. I beg you to stop, her mother pleaded, her forehead bloodied from repeated blows. Those children are innocent. Innocent? Her father scoffed. On the chessboard of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, we are all mere pawns. Do you think that sparing infants will save us from the Qingxiao sect? Do not forget, you carry the bloodline of the exiled immortal. They will come for your life sooner or later. Su Wanyu felt her heart constrict. Her mother's untimely death was a ruse. She had been driven to her end by her father and the Qingxiao sect. To her shock, she realized she bore the blood of the so-called sinners. Wanyu, take the Wang Shu sword to the Sword Burial Valley. Lin Yuan's sword intent continued, where remnants of the first generation of sword cultivators remain. Perhaps the secret to unraveling the Prisoner of Immortals formation lies there. Remember, the head of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is the true mastermind. As the sword intent faded, the pool suddenly began to boil. Su Wanyu witnessed countless motes of light emerging from the bones, converging into a star map. At the center of the map was marked the location of the Sword Burial Valley, while an area shrouded in shadow at the edge bore the label headquarters of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. She inserted the Wangshu sword into her waist, and the sword tassel seamlessly fused with the pure white short blade, transforming into a complete longsword. As she grasped the hilt, the reverse flow of time within the cave abruptly intensified. She witnessed her wounds rapidly healing, while in the distance, the stone door began to creak open. Lin Yuan, I shall not allow your sacrifice to be in vain. She whispered into the void. Bloodblade Gate, Qingxiao sect, Tianji Pavilion, I will make them all pay the price. The moment she stepped through the stone door, Su Wanyue was blinded by a blinding light. She realized she had returned to the abandoned infant valley. Yet the scene before her was starkly different from when she had left. The dandelions were all withered, the stone house was reduced to ashes, and Granny Chen's corpse lay by the well, clutching a half of the Bloodblade Gate jade token in her hand. No, she rushed towards the body, only to hear a familiar laughter behind her. Her father stood atop the mountain, accompanied by an elder from the Qingxiao sect, both holding transmission jade slips inscribed with the unique golden patterns of the Tianji Pavilion. Welcome back, my daughter. Her father raised his hand, and the chains of the blood river coiled around her throat once more. Did you think you could escape your fate by fleeing into the momentary cave? Do not forget, the eyes of the Tianji Pavilion are omnipresent. The elder from the Qingxiao sect tossed a bell, its chime mingling with the wails of an infant. Su Wanyue felt the pure white sword intent within her clash violently with the power of the blood river. It dawned on her that her father had drugged the hot soup she had consumed. At this moment, the two forces wreaked havoc within her meridians, resonating with the frequency of the prisoner immortal array. Now, it is time to take you to meet the head of the Tianji Pavilion. The elder smiled as he unfurled the formation diagram. Your mother disrupted the array's core with pure white sword intent. We have searched for 30 years and finally found the perfect substitute in you. Su Wanyue gripped the Wangshu sword tightly, only to find that her sword intent could not coalesce. Her father's chains pierced through her shoulder. Amid the excruciating pain, she saw disciples of the Qingxiao sect surging from all directions, their magical tools inscribed with the patterns of the prisoner immortal array. In the distance, the flying boat of the Tianji Pavilion sliced through the sky, its flag adorned with a colossal character for prison. Do you think you can control me? She suddenly laughed, blood tears streaming from the corner of her left eye, dripping onto the Wangshu sword. Do not forget, within me resides not only pure white sword intent, but also the power of the blood river. The sword tassel erupted with a blinding red light, and Su Wanyue felt something within her explode violently. The chains from her father shattered, and a dual-hued red and white sword pattern illuminated her forehead. The two powers intertwined within her, forming an unprecedented chaotic sword intent. As she swung her sword, blood-colored dandelions sprouted from the ruins of the abandoned infant valley, each adorned with pure white floral cores, Wherever she passed, the magical tools of the Qingxiao sect disciples shattered into pieces. Is this chaotic sword intent? The elder retreated in terror. Impossible. Only a fallen immortal can. Fallen immortal? Su Wanyue advanced, the sword blade pressed against the elder's throat. I am Su Wanyue, a traitor in your eyes, yet I am also the one destined to shatter the prison. Suddenly, her father summoned a secret tome, and the bloodlight transformed into a colossal hand reaching out towards her. Su Wanyue sidestepped, swinging her sword towards the secret tome. At the moment of contact, she glimpsed the inscription within, revealing the words 34 twin-born sword pills, united to slay immortals 34, accompanied by the birth dates of Lin Yuan and herself. So this is how it is, she murmured. You have been waiting for the emergence of the twin-born sword pills, and Lin Yuan and I are that destined pair. The tome erupted violently, scattering countless torn pages, each revealing the sinister schemes of the Tianji Pavilion. Su Wanyue picked up one page, which depicted her and Lin Yuan nailed at the center of the Prisoner of Immortals formation, while the pavilion master stood nearby, clutching a soul-drawing banner. Father. She turned to her father, who stood frozen. Do you truly believe that serving the Tianji Pavilion will ensure the survival of the Bloodblade sect? They can sacrifice their own pawns. What makes you think you are safe? Her father's eyes flashed with struggle. But upon seeing the elder of the Qingxiao sect summon a silencing talisman, he suddenly lunged towards Su Wanyue. Blood splattered across her face as her father's voice echoed weakly yet resolutely. Go to the Sword Burial Valley and seek the first-generation Sword Cultivator. In that instant, as the elder's sword pierced her father's chest, Su Wanyue finally understood that her father was not devoid of emotion. He had merely been ensnared by the Tianji Pavilion's machinations for so long that he had forgotten he was mortal too. She cradled her father's cooling body, her blood tears falling upon his brow, dispelling the blood river goo poison within him. I'm sorry, Wanyue, her father stroked her hair one last time. I hope you can find the true path of heaven. As his words faded, his body transformed into motes of light, merging into the tassel of Su Wanyue's sword. The disciples of the Qingxiao sect advanced once more, and Su Wanyue tightened her grip on the Wangshu sword. The chaotic sword intent erupted like a volcano, forming a massive whirlpool of swords above the abandoned infant valley. When the whirlpool descended, all cultivators marked by the Prisoner of Immortals formation were vaporized, leaving only fragments of jade tablets scattered on the ground. She picked up her father's Bloodblade sect jade token, and the character sin on its surface suddenly flipped, revealing the inner character prison. In the distance, the flying vessel of the Tianji Pavilion retreated, and Su Wanyue understood that this was merely the beginning. A greater conspiracy awaited her ahead. Lin Yuan, Granny Chun, father, she whispered to the starry sky. I shall carry your resolve and shatter the cage of the Tianji Pavilion, ensuring that this realm knows neither blood infants nor prisoners of immortals. As she sheathed the Wangshu sword, Su Wanyue noticed two additional beads on the tassel, one pure white, the other blood red. They clinked gently in the wind, reminiscent of the wind chime Lin Yuan had once crafted for her. A sound of swords echoed from the direction of the Sword Burial Valley, and Su Wanyue wiped away her blood tears, embarking on a new journey. She knew that more truths awaited revelation, stronger foes stood ready to challenge her, yet she felt no fear, for within her sword resided pure white hope, the fury of the blood river, and the aspirations of countless captives. Chapter 31. The Tomb of the Sword Burial. The entrance to the Sword Burial Valley was sealed by 9 sword shadows, each inscribed with fragments of distinct sword techniques. Su Wanyue caressed the formations on the Wangshu sword, and the red and white beads on the tassel suddenly soared, embedding themselves into the gaps of the 3rd and 7th sword shadows. This was the resonance mark of the sword intent shared between Lin Yuan and herself. Only when the twin swords united could they enter the valley. A hoarse voice emanated from behind a shadowy sword. Su Wanyue lifted her gaze and beheld a head embedded in the stone wall, its brow marked with the same Qingxiozong sword emblem as Lin Yuan. I am the first generation of Qingxiao sword cultivators, guarding the sword burial mound for 3 centuries. As the head turned, rust-colored liquid seeped from its moss-covered eye sockets. You possess the pure white sword intent and the power of the blood river. Yet who are you, Su Wanyue? She tightened her grip on the hilt. How do you know my name? Lin Yuan has visited. The head cracked a smile, revealing its corroded teeth. He exchanged the Qingxiao secret scripture for a single word at the bottom of the Sword Burial Valley, concealing a sword capable of severing the causal ties of the Tianji Pavilion. The shadowy sword shattered with a thunderous roar, revealing an abyssal chasm. The moment Su Wanyue stepped in, a cacophony of sword cries erupted in her consciousness, each resonating with the entrenched beliefs of the sword cultivators trapped here, each narrating tales of betrayal by the Tianji Pavilion. She glimpsed the rudimentary form of the celestial prison array etched on the stone wall, identical to the jade slip Lin Yuan had given her. "Beware the labyrinth of the sword mound," warned the head's voice, growing fainter. "Each strand of sword energy conceals its master's weaknesses. A moment's carelessness could lead to a reckoning with one's true self." A purple mist enveloped the valley's depths, and suddenly, the tassel of Su Wanyue's sword pointed northeast. She circumvented a stone tablet engraved with the grave of the Bloodblade ancestor, only to discover dozens of infant skeletons concealed behind it, each pierced in the chest by iron nails inscribed with the character for sin, a method employed by the Bloodblade sect to deal with flawed blood infants. From the 37th to the 69th, she counted the skeletons, her nails digging deep into her palm. Her father had spoken of the 99 blood infants, requiring 69 to nurture the sword fetus and an additional 30 sword cultivators for the sacrificial array. The mist suddenly coalesced into the shape of a sword. Instinctively, Su Wanyue swung her blade, only to see her own reflection emerge within the sword's shadow. This reflection donned the crimson garb of the Bloodblade sect, its brow marked solely with the Blood River sword emblem, coldly mocking as it pointed towards her heart. "Do you believe that by slaying your father you can atone for your sins?" The reflection spoke, its voice mirroring her own. "The poison of the Blood River sword technique flows through your veins, destined to become the new master of the Bloodblade sect." The Wangshu sword trembled violently, shards of Lin Yuan's sword intent erupting to form the words severing emotion, certifying the path in the void. Su Wanyue recalled her mother's sword scripture, forcibly suppressing her inner turmoil, as the pure white sword intent transformed into chains binding the reflection. Yet, upon contact, the chains were stained crimson. Unbreakable, the reflection advanced. "Do you truly think Lin Yuan loves you? His pursuit of you is solely for the pure white sword intent. The people of Qingxiozong are devoid of sincerity." Memories surged forth. Lin Yuan had once injured his fingertip while crafting a wind chime for her, and when she offered to bandage it, he had laughed, saying, "A cultivator's body is resilient. Such a wound is inconsequential." In retrospect, as his blood dripped onto the wind chime, it left no trace, an indication that he had long since attained the golden core stage, while she had merely been a Qi induction period disciple. "You lie." Su Wanyue swung her sword towards the reflection, but at the moment the blade pierced, the reflection morphed into Lin Yuan, her sword embedded in his chest. Lin Yuan. As the illusion dissipated, Su Wanyue found herself kneeling before a grave, the tombstone inscribed with Lin Yuan's name, her sword lodged in its center. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from behind the tombstone. She turned to see Lin Yuan standing there, unscathed, holding a bouquet of dandelions. "Wanyue, this is for you." He smiled as he presented the flowers, the dandelions of the sword-bearing valley embodying the essence of sword intent. In that moment, as the blossoms brushed against her, Su Wanyue heard a cacophony of voices echoing in her ears. "Kill him. He is deceiving you. Run." Startled, she recoiled, only to witness Lin Yuan's smile contort into the visage of the master of the heavenly mechanism pavilion. "Indeed, reaching this point within the labyrinth of the sword tomb, you surpassed those worthless fools by far." The master's phantom emerged from the mist, clad in the same snowy patterned robe as Lin Yuan. Yet the cuffs bore the totem of imprisonment from the heavenly mechanism pavilion. "Now, relinquish the pure white sword intent and the power of the Blood River, and I may grant you a swifter demise." Su Wanyue tightened her grip on the Wangshu sword, but felt the chaotic sword intent within her being suppressed by the master's aura. Remembering her father's final words, an epiphany struck her. She hastily removed the red and white dual pearls from the tassel of her sword and crushed them with force. Amid the excruciating pain, both the pure white sword intent and the power of the Blood River surged violently, forming a massive vortex within her. The master's phantom shrieked in horror. "Have you lost your mind? You will explode. Then let us perish together," Su Wanyue declared, advancing as the vortex transformed into a torrent of sword energy. "I have long ceased to desire life. Dragging you down with me is worth it." The master hastily retreated, but was pursued by the deluge. Just before his phantom dissipated, he hurled a jade tablet. "Do you truly believe that the sword-bearing valley can sever the ties of fate? Let me tell you, the original sword cultivator was ensnared by my design, and his sword has long been cursed." As the jade tablet soared into Su Wanyue's consciousness, she beheld the depths of the sword-bearing valley, where a colossal broken sword was embedded, its blade etched with the runes of the imprisoned immortal array. And upon its edge, congealed black blood, the lifeblood of the original sword cultivator. "So this is the truth," she murmured, realizing that the so-called sword capable of severing causality was merely another trap devised by the heavenly mechanism pavilion. Suddenly, the fog lifted, revealing the core area of the sword-bearing valley. Su Wanyue saw hundreds of sword tombs arranged in perfect order, each adorned with broken swords. And at the center stood a massive stone platform, inscribed with the same reverse-time array as the momentary cave. Approaching the platform, she discovered a female corpse draped in garments akin to those of her mother, with a complete pure white sword pattern etched upon her brow, her long-lost grandmother. In the corpse's grasp lay a bamboo scroll, inscribed with a single line. The true power of the twin-born sword pill resides at the end of the reverse-time flow. Just as Su Wanyue grasped the scroll, the sword-bearing valley trembled violently. She witnessed all the broken swords rise simultaneously, forming a colossal imprisoned immortal array in the air. With her standing at its center, the Master's voice resonated from all directions. Since you wish to embrace death, let your blood activate the new generation of the imprisoned immortal array. The broken swords descended like a torrential downpour. Su Wanyue instinctively swung her sword in defense, only to realize that each shard bore the familiar sword intent. There were the Blood River sword techniques of the Bloodblade Gate, the snowy sword intent of the Qingxiao sect, and even Lin Yuan's Wangshu sword techniques. It dawned on her that these sword cultivators were mere pawns, exploited by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion and their sword intents stripped away to reinforce the imprisoned immortal array. I will not let you have your way, she roared, unleashing her chaotic sword intent, weaving a network of red and white sword energy in the void, rebounding all the broken swords back at their source. As the broken sword pierced the Prisoner of Immortals array, the runes began to operate in reverse. Su Wanyue felt time flowing backward. She saw herself return to the abandoned infant valley, witnessing her father still alive and Lin Yuan smiling at her under the moonlight. Was this a reversal of time? She tightened her grip on the bamboo slip, pondering whether the end her grandmother spoke of referred to returning to the past. The reversal intensified, and Su Wanyue felt her body growing younger, arriving at the day she first entered the sword forging chamber. Her father was preparing for the blood infant ceremony, and she stood beside the iron chain bridge, her hand gripping her garment devoid of bloodstains. This time, instead of rushing into the sword forging chamber, she circled to the back mountain and discovered the hidden compartment where her father concealed the secret tome. Within the compartment, alongside the tome, lay a yellowed letter, inscribed with the words, "To my beloved daughter. If you are reading this letter, it means I have failed." The Bloodblade Sect and the Qingxiao Sect are both pawns under the control of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, and we are all mere pieces used to guard the Prisoner of Immortals array. Your mother is the inheritor of the pure white sword intent, while you are the key to unlocking this predicament. The twin-born sword pills require the blood of a close kin as a catalyst. Do not trust anyone. Tears blurred her vision as Su Wanyue realized that her father had long wished to rebel against the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, but lacked the opportunity. He had deliberately allowed her to glimpse the secret tome and had feigned weaknesses in the sword forging chamber to compel her to flee and seek the true power to break free. At the apex of the time reversal, Su Wanyue felt a resonance with her grandmother's corpse. She plunged the Wangshu sword into the stone platform's ruins, and the fragments of the dual-colored orbs automatically embedded into the array's core, instantly freezing time across the entire sword grave valley. Now, it was time to put an end to it. She addressed the void, declaring, "Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, the Prisoner of Immortals array, and this cannibalistic Jianghu." The chaotic sword intent transformed into a colossal hand, tearing apart the sky above the Prisoner of Immortals array. Su Wanyue beheld the flying vessel of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion circling in the distance. The true visage of the Pavilion Master emerging from the clouds, a venerable man adorned with a bronze mask intricately etched with the runes of the Prisoner of Immortals array. "Do you believe that reversing time can alter fate?" The Pavilion Master scoffed. "Do not forget, you possess the bloodline of the exiled immortal, and the exiled immortals are, in fact, the keys to the cages we have forged." Su Wanyue tightened her grip on the bamboo slip, which suddenly transformed into a stream of light, merging with the Wangshu sword. She witnessed the memories of the first generation of sword cultivators materializing upon the blade. In ancient times, the immortal realm, to suppress the exiled immortals, forged the twin-born sword pills from their bloodlines, entrusted to the Bloodblade Sect and the Qingxiao Sect for guardianship, while the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion was tasked with monitoring the existence of these sword pills. "We are all mere pieces," she murmured, "but even pieces possess the right to choose." In the moment she swung her sword towards the Pavilion Master, Su Wanyue felt the perfect fusion of the time reversal and chaotic sword intent, etching a scar across the fabric of time and space. This strike not only targeted the present Pavilion Master, but also severed the strings of fate controlled by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion in the past, and aimed at all potential cages that may arise in the future. As the scar passed, The protective shield of the heavenly mechanism pavilion's vessel shattered, and a fissure formed in the pavilion master's mask, revealing his aged visage beneath. He stared at Su Wanyue in terror, for the first time revealing a crack in his composure. You can sever the causal line? Because I am not alone. Su Wanyue pointed towards the sword tomb in the sword grave valley. Every strand of sword intent here is the will of the resistors. And our sword shall ultimately cleave through this eternal night. The pavilion master's vessel turned to flee, and Su Wanyue chose not to pursue. She understood that this was merely a fragment of the celestial mechanism pavilion's spirit, while the true master remained concealed in the shadows of the headquarters. Yet, she had unearthed the pivotal power of the twin swords and the secrets of reversing the flow of time, alongside a newfound resolve to reject the shackles of fate. The mists of the sword burial valley began to dissipate, allowing sunlight to penetrate the valley's depths for the first time. Su Wanyue beheld dandelions sprouting from the skeletal remains of infants, their white fluff scattering in the wind, reminiscent of the wind chimes crafted for her by Lin Yuan. She picked up her father's blood-stained jade token, and the character for sin on its surface had vanished, replaced by a vague figure of a person. Lin Yuan, father, grandmother. She whispered, I shall carry your hopes forward. The next destination is the headquarters of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. The Wangshu sword emitted a clear, resonant sound, and the red and white beads on its tassel reformed, transformed now into a chaotic spectrum of colors, symbols of life and freedom. As Su Wanyue embarked on her journey home, the sword tombs of the sword burial valley arranged themselves into formations, shielding her from the pursuit of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. She recognized that this war against fate had only just begun, yet she was no longer fighting alone. Behind her stood countless unwilling souls, their sword intents destined to converge into a radiant light, illuminating the martial world. Chapter 32. The Enigma of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. The headquarters of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion was situated atop the Dragon Vein Convergence at Broken Dragon Cliff. Its outer walls constructed of 100,000 green bricks, each inscribed with calculations, seeping with the blood of cultivators, remnants of the obsessions of those who had attempted to breach its defenses throughout the ages. Standing at the cliff's base, Su Wanyue gazed up at the enormous banner inscribed with the one who follows the heavens, when suddenly the chaotic bead on the sword tassel grew hot, scorching a hole into the character heaven. The third question, what is the way of heaven? The stone cliff suddenly cracked open, revealing 3 portals, each guarded by a one-armed cultivator kneeling before them, with wooden stakes inscribed with the secrets of the celestial mechanisms must not be revealed lodged in their severed arms. One of the cultivators raised his head, and Su Wanyue's pupils constricted. It was the son of Old Chun, the child who should have been cast into the sword furnace a decade ago. Oh man, she cried out in disbelief. The cultivator's hollow eyes suddenly glimmered. Miss Su. Before passing, the old lady instructed me to tell you that the staircase of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion consumes people. Only the unspoken answer can resolve the enigma. As his voice faded, he transformed into a point of light and merged into the central portal, causing the calculations above the threshold to automatically assemble into the character 1. The Wangshu sword suddenly pointed toward the left portal, where the calculations formed the character 3, while the right portal displayed the character 10,000. Su Wanyue recalled the jade slip left by Lin Yuan. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion is based on the 3 talents calculation classic, which secretly aligns with the principles of 1 begetting 2, 2 begetting 3, and 3 begetting all things, a prison of laws. She tightened her grip on the sword tassel, and the chaotic bead flew forth, embedding itself in the gap of the 1 character of the central portal. A bone-chilling wind surged from within, and the moment Su Wanyue stepped inside, she heard the sound of countless abacuses shattering. Before her appeared an illusion of the pavilion master, standing atop an endless staircase, each step inscribed with different answers of the way of heaven. The way of heaven is the survival of the fittest. The way of heaven is the cycle of fate. The way of heaven is the private tool of the powerful. Choose a step, or remain trapped here forever, echoed the master's voice from the depths of the staircase. As Su Wanyue ascended the first step, she was taken aback as the stairs suddenly sank, revealing a pit beneath filled with broken swords of the survival of the fittest. Retreating to her starting point, she endeavored to navigate with the chaotic sword intent, only to discover that each step was connected to a different time and space. While the master at the end of the stairs was merely a projection, the answer to the unspoken question, she murmured to herself, suddenly slicing her sword toward the center of the staircase, declaring, my answer is that the heavenly path should not be defined by anyone. Where the sword light passed, all the steps simultaneously crumbled, unveiling a spiral passage leading directly to the apex. The walls of the passage were inscribed with the transgressions of the heavenly mechanism pavilion, trafficking children in the name of destiny, slaughtering dissidents under the pretext of following heaven, and altering history through the power of calculations. Su Wanyue saw her name inscribed in the calamity section, alongside a notation stating requires the blood of a close relative for the sacrificial array. So my father sacrificed himself to prevent me from becoming a victim, she mused, gently tracing the engravings on the wall, her fingertips brushing against a depression that concealed half of a jade pendant, the very piece that had once rested in Lin Yuan's skeletal hand. At the end of the spiral passage lay a circular chamber, at the center of which stood the enormous heavenly mechanism disc, its surface etched with the landscapes of the three realms, while a red dot representing her was ensnared by countless golden chains. The true form of the master sat behind the disc, black mist seeping from beneath a bronze mask, a concoction of bewildering heart mist forged from the obsessions of cultivators. You are far more astute than your predecessor, the master remarked, raising a hand as the chains lunged towards Su Wanyue's throat. Yet clever pawns often meet their demise more swiftly. The chaotic sword intent instinctively protected her, and Su Wanyue noted that upon the chain's contact with the sword intent, their true form was revealed. They were life locks forged from infant umbilical cords, each tethered to the red dot on the heavenly mechanism disc. With a decisive swing of her sword, she severed the chains, causing the red dot to suddenly expand into countless white dots representing mortals. Do you believe that severing the life locks will save them? The master scoffed. The heavenly mechanism disc has long been connected to the immortal capturing array. For every soul you rescue, 10 will be cast into the sword furnace. Su Wanyue's blade halted midair. She observed the white dots on the disc rapidly diminishing, replaced by blood-red spots. Those were the mortals who suffered due to her defiance. Seizing the opportunity, the master unleashed the immortal capturing net, a mingling of pure white sword intent and the essence of a river of blood. The very artifact that had ensnared her grandmother years prior. Now kneel and bow 3 times, and I may spare your corpse. The master manipulated the heavenly mechanism disc, and Su Wanyue felt her meridians being tugged by countless fine threads. Or watch as these mortals perish because of you, becoming eternal sinners. In the midst of the excruciating pain, Su Wanyue recalled the dandelions of the abandoned infant's valley, the warmth of Grandma Chen's soup, and the gaze of her father in his final moments. Turning her attention to the heavenly mechanism disc, she suddenly noticed that among the blood-red spots, a few white dots remained brilliantly luminous. These were the mortals who steadfastly believed in her ability to effect change, their unwavering light piercing through the crimson corruption. My sword is not wielded for bowing, she declared, gripping the Wangshu sword tightly, as the chaotic pearl upon its tassel fractured into numerous smaller pearls, soaring toward every corner of the heavenly mechanism disc, but to ensure that these lights shine forever. At the moment when the small pearl touched the white dot, the mortal's obsession transformed into sword energy, igniting a conflagration upon the celestial mechanism. The sect leader, gripped by terror, attempted to manipulate the fate lock, only to find the chains melting away in the blaze of obsession. Remarkably, Su Wanyue's sword intent resonated with the hopes of mortals. Is this the sword intent of humanity? The leader's mask cracked. Impossible. Only an exiled immortal could. I am not an exiled immortal, Su Wanyue advanced, the chaotic sword intent merging with the fire of obsession. I am the sword of mortals. They have shown me that the path of heaven resides not in the skies, but within the hearts of each individual. In the instant the sword light descended, the celestial mechanism erupted violently. Su Wanyue beheld countless specks of light escaping from the device. The fates of imprisoned mortals finally liberated. The true form of the sect leader was revealed in the flames, a mere skeleton of an old man, his spine forged into an abacus, each bead inscribed with the names of victims. Do you think killing me will change everything? The old man coughed up dark blood. The roots of the celestial mechanism sect extend throughout the 3 realms. Even if you slay me, countless other leaders remain. But at least you can no longer deceive in the name of the heavenly path. Su Wanyue swung her sword, severing the abacus, and the old man's skeletal form crumbled, revealing beneath it a secret scroll of the celestial mechanism. The scroll unfurled of its own accord, the first page reading, on the day when the twin swords unite, the cage shall shatter, yet the slayer of immortals shall become a new prisoner. This is the cycle of heavenly law. Su Wanyue tore the scroll apart. Yet within the fragments, she glimpsed a vision of the future, a youth standing atop the 9 heavens, his sword adorned with both pure white and crimson river patterns, accompanied by countless mortals wielding wooden swords. So it is, she murmured, slaying immortals is not an end, but a new beginning. The headquarters of the celestial mechanism sect began to collapse. Su Wanyue picked up the bronze mask left by the old man, its inner side inscribed with the character Gu, revealing that the leader's surname was Gu. belonging to the same lineage as Lin Yuan. She tucked the mask close to her chest, brandishing the Wangshu sword as she rushed toward the exit, the resonance of the shattered celestial mechanism echoing behind her, a farewell from the mortal's obsessions. Outside the Dragon Break Cliff, the sun shone brightly. Su Wanyue gazed down at the village, observing children chasing one another in the fields, their foreheads free from the marks of the Crimson River and the patterns of the Qingxiao sword, only illuminated by the ethereal glow of unrestrained vitality. She understood that this was the world she vowed to protect. Lin Yuan, father, Granny Chun, she whispered to the sky, I have succeeded. The first layer of the celestial mechanism's prison has been shattered. Next, the truth of the Bloodblade Gate and the Qingxiao sect awaits, as well as the true mission of the twin swords. The sword tassels rustled in the wind, the chaotic pearl emitting a gentle radiance. Su Wanyue tightened her grip on the Wangshu sword, embarking on a new journey. She knew that ahead lay even more formidable foes and intricate conspiracies. Yet she no longer felt fear, for within her sword dwelled the hopes of mortals, the fervor of rebellion, and the resolve to defy fate. Chapter 33. The union of twin swords. The dying sun over the Bloodblade Gate was as red as blood. Su Wanyue stood before the ruins of the sword forging chamber, silently gazing at her father's tomb adorned in ceremonial attire. The Wangshu sword suddenly emitted a mournful cry, and the chaotic orb on its tassel pointed towards the tomb. It was then that she realized that beneath the tombstone lay not mere garments, but the true body of the man, Lin Yuan, sealed within pure white sword intent. So, you had known the outcome all along. She knelt beside the tombstone, her fingertips brushing over the sword pattern on Lin Yuan's brow, understanding that he had lured her into the burial sword valley using his doppelganger, while his true self had shielded her from the pursuit of the Tiangui pavilion. The male corpse suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of pure white, pupilless eyes of sword intent. Wanyu. The core of the Prisoner of Immortals array lies within the spirit realm, and the key to unlocking it is within the black blood I coughed up, held in my hand as a half-piece of blood jade, which resides in your mother's coffin. Su Wanyue recalled the hidden compartment in her father's study. Indeed, there was an empty space that perfectly matched the shape of the blood jade. Lin Yuan's body began to dissipate, transforming into specks of light that merged into her sword tassel. His final transmission was as light as a feather. The twin sword pill must be guided by the blood-colored dandelion. Remember that the flow of time in the spirit realm differs from that of the outside world. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed from outside the Bloodblade Gate ruins. 17 disciples of the Qingxiao sect approached on their swords, their robes embroidered with fresh blood patterns, marking the completion of their blood infant rite. Su Wanyue tightened her grip on the Wangshu sword, the chaotic sword intent instinctively forming a sword net, but it abruptly halted upon seeing the sword tassels at the disciples' waists, each adorned with the hair of infants. By the command of the pavilion master, seized Su Wanyue's head. The leading disciple cast out counting rods, each inscribed with the character for death. Considering you were once the Bloodblade Saintess, severing your meridians could spare your body. As the counting rods transformed into flying blades, Su Wanyue suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. She swung her sword towards her own tassel, causing the chaotic orb to split into 17 smaller orbs, each embedding itself into the disciple's sword tassels. The infant hair emitted a blinding light, rebounding the flying blades back at their wielders, who were horrified to discover that their artifacts were now turning against them. Is this the obsession of the blood infants? You can control the backlash of the Blood River sword technique? Someone trembled and retreated. It is not control, but redemption. Su Wanyue pointed towards the glowing orbs on the sword tassels. Every infant has the right to survive, and your heavenly path is merely an excuse for cannibalism. After the blinding light faded, the 17 disciples knelt upon the ground, their sword tassels transformed to a pure white hue, and the blood river mark upon their brows dissipated. One of them produced a tattered page from a secret tome. Saintess, the Qingxiao sect is preparing the ultimate Prisoner of Immortals array in the spirit realm, intending to restart the exile seal using the blood of 3,000 young boys and girls. Su Wanyue took the torn page, noticing a map of the spirit realm depicted upon it, with the central altar precisely where her mother's coffin lay. Remembering Lin Yuan's words, she pressed the chaotic orb onto the page, inadvertently activating a hidden teleportation array, a blood river crossing technique reserved for the saintesses of the Bloodblade Gate throughout the ages. Take care of these children, she instructed the disciples. If I do not return, spread the truth throughout the martial world. With a flash of bloodlight, Su Wanyue found herself within the ruins of the spirit realm. The flow of time here was indeed different. While only half a day had passed in the outside world, 3 years had elapsed in this realm. She treaded upon the shattered sword monuments, witnessing countless cultivators nailed to the pillars of sin, each bearing the same exile markings upon their foreheads. The 300th. She counted the pillars of sin, discovering her mother's coffin upon the 301st. The coffin was sealed with a dual enchantment of pure white sword intent and blood river chains. As Su Wanyue touched the coffin, she heard her mother's voice emanating from within. Wanyue, if you have arrived here, it signifies that you have awakened the chaotic sword intent. Inside the coffin lies the sword pill, forged from my lifelong efforts to break the formation. However, remember, the sword pill requires the blood of a close kin to activate, and the cost of activation. Suddenly, the coffin exploded, and a blood jade embedded itself into Su Wanyue's forehead. She beheld her mother's lingering soul standing within the coffin, cradling a sword pill inscribed with the birth dates of herself and Lin Yuan. At the center of the pill, a droplet of mixed red and white blood solidified. This was the destined blood of the twin sword pill. Su Wanyue extended her hand, but the lingering soul transformed into specks of light, merging into the sword pill. What is the cost? The sword pill soared into her dantian, and Su Wanyue felt something take root within her body. Suddenly, blood rain descended from the sky in the spirit realm. She saw, in the distance, the elders of the Qingxiao sect presiding over a ritual, where 3,000 young boys and girls were bound at the formation's core, their cries piercing through the rain and stabbing at her eardrums. By the fury of the blood river, I bind the sins of the celestial. The elder swung his sword, and the blood rain coalesced into chains that ensnared the children. Instinctively, Su Wanyue wielded her sword. The chaotic sword intent resonated with the sword pill, and astonishingly, a sword mark that transcended life and death was etched into the void. This strike not only severed the blood river chains, but also awakened the celestial bloodline dormant within the children. Their foreheads simultaneously glimmered with chaotic sword patterns, their weeping transforming into a furious roar of sword intent. How could the bloodline of the condemned awaken? The elder retreated in terror. Quickly, activate the ultimate seal. A colossal prison formation rose at the altar's center, and Su Wanyue beheld the intricate engravings that depicted the past and present lives of Lin Yuan and herself. With the heart serving as the formation's core, the elder cast the soul-summoning banner, from which countless specks of light emerged. These were the lingering souls of past sword pill hosts, who had attempted to resist, but ultimately fell as sacrifices to the cage. Do you think awakening your bloodline will enable you to resist? The elder sneered. From the moment of your birth, you were destined to become the sword vessel that stabilizes the formation. Su Wanyue felt the sword pill in her dantian burning, and she finally understood the cost her mother had mentioned. In activating the sword pill, she too would become the new core of the formation. Yet, gazing into the fearful eyes of the children, memories of the dandelions from the orphan valley flooded her mind, and she suddenly smiled. Then let me be the final core. The chaotic sword intent and the sword pill fused completely, and Su Wanyue's body began to become transparent. She unleashed her final strike. This time, the sword intent transcended mere destruction, embodying inclusiveness and redemption. As the sword light swept through, the patterns of the prison formation were reshaped into a colossal, blood-red dandelion, with each silky filament carrying the essence of pure white sword intent. The 3,000 boys and girls were elevated by the sword intent, safely landing beyond the ruins. Su Wanyue felt her consciousness fading, and she gazed toward the sky of the spirit realm, witnessing a beam of light pierce through the blood rain, illuminating the dandelion's filaments. Those filaments transformed into countless small swords, soaring across the three realms. Lin Yuan, father, mother, she whispered into the void. Thank you for helping me understand that true freedom is worth sacrificing one's life. Before her body completely dissipated, Su Wanyue hurled the Wangshu sword into the mortal realm. The chaotic pearl at the sword's tassel shattered into millions of tiny beads, each carrying her sword intent and unwavering resolve. She understood that these small orbs would fall into the hands of mortals, becoming their courage to resist the confines of their cages. The blood rain in the spirit realm ceased, and the first crimson dandelion bloomed amidst the ruins. The young boys and girls picked up their small swords, their foreheads no longer marred by fear, but illuminated by resolute light. One girl gazed skyward, witnessing a shooting star traverse the heavens. It was the sword intent of Su Wanyue, journeying toward the next realm that required her. Chapter 34. The dawn of a new era. In the months following Su Wanyue's dissolution, the three realms enjoyed a fleeting peace, a boon granted by her sacrifice. A new sect was established upon the remnants of the Bloodblade Gate, gradually evolving into a sanctuary for those yearning for freedom. The disciples within this sect studied the chaotic sword intent, disseminating the tale of Su Wanyue, whose spirit shone like a beacon, illuminating the path for all. In the spirit realm, the rescued boys and girls formed a special brigade, dedicated to safeguarding their domain and preventing the resurgence of the celestial prison array. They patrolled day and night across the spirit realm. The little girl who once wielded the dandelion sword had now matured into a pivotal figure within the team. She led her companions in exploring the powers of the chaotic sword patterns within them, striving to grow stronger. "We cannot betray Sister Sue's sacrifice," the girl proclaimed to her comrades. "She traded her life for our freedom. We must protect this freedom with our lives." Meanwhile, in the mortal realm, the seeds of Su Wanyue's sword intent took root, giving rise to countless sword cultivators in pursuit of liberty. They no longer remained shackled by sect restrictions, nor did they blindly adhere to the so-called heavenly Tao, instead following their own beliefs and principles of justice. These sword cultivators formed various loose alliances, opposing the remnants of dark forces throughout the lands. A young sword cultivator, during a confrontation with remnants of the demonic path, comprehended the true essence of Su Wanyue's sword intent. With chaotic sword intent, he severed the malevolent spells of the demonic path, rescuing countless innocents. True power exists to safeguard. The sword cultivator murmured to himself, resolved to spread this revelation so that more might understand the significance of freedom and justice. Simultaneously, within a mysterious palace in the celestial realm, the immortal who had once observed Su Wanyue was in deliberation with several celestial dignitaries. "The power of the twin sword pearls has shattered the old equilibrium," the immortal stated, furrowing his brow. "Yet, this is merely the beginning. The true crisis may still lie ahead. Could it be that matter is about to unfold?" A celestial dignitary inquired gravely. The immortal nodded slightly. "The seal of the exiled immortals is loosening, and the dark forces of the world are quietly coalescing. We must prepare ourselves, otherwise the three realms will face an even greater calamity." Amidst this tense situation, in the mortal realm, the gears of fate began to turn for a young boy who had repeatedly witnessed Su Wanyue's battles in his dreams. His true lineage gradually came to light. He was, in fact, the reincarnation of Lin Yuan. Although he had lost the memories of his past life, the fervor for justice and the longing for freedom remained deeply etched within the essence of his soul. By a stroke of chance, the boy came into possession of the Wangshu sword left by Su Wanyue. The moment he grasped the hilt, her sword intent surged into his consciousness, and the images of past battles flooded in like a tide. Miss Su whispered softly. Though he could not recall the myriad events of his past life, in this moment, he felt the unwavering determination and resolve of Su Wanyue. He made a vow to inherit her will and continue to safeguard the peace among the three realms. Meanwhile, beneath the ruins of the Tiangui Pavilion headquarters, a mysterious old man was manipulating a black orb, endeavoring to reassemble the power of the Tiangui Pavilion. Surrounding him was a group of equally dubious individuals, conspiring in the shadows to devise new schemes. "What of the twin sword pills?" the old man scoffed. "As long as the core of the Prisoner of Immortals array remains intact, we shall have the opportunity to regain control over the three realms." A new storm was silently brewing. Yet, regardless of what the future held for them, the tale of Su Wanyue would forever inspire the brave to march forth fearlessly for freedom and justice. Chapter 35. Soul Searching the Three Yama Kings. Upon hearing the identity of the individual before them, who was indeed the eldest daughter of Zhang Xian, felt a jolt within their hearts. As memories flooded back like a surging tide, he recalled, a decade ago, fighting alongside Zhang Ju, facing death on the battlefield, trusting one another amidst the blood-soaked chaos, forging an unbreakable bond. But the brutality of war was merciless. As the smoke cleared, he found himself alone in this world, clinging to memories and longing for a lost friend. "Rise," said the Three-Yama King, his voice slightly heavy, addressing the frail figure kneeling before him. The frail one, upon hearing this, cautiously stood, head bowed, not daring to breathe. The Three-Yama King paced with his hands clasped behind his back, brow furrowed, contemplating the disappearance of Zhang Mushue's soul. As the third young lady of the Yu Jingzhang family, logically, her soul should have been summoned back to the underworld upon her demise, yet now it was nowhere to be found. Something was amiss. Immediately investigate what transpired before and after Zhang Mushue's death. Leave no stone unturned for any clue, commanded the Three-Yama King, turning his piercing gaze upon the frail figure, his tone brooking no dissent. "Yes, your majesty, I shall investigate at once," the frail one replied hastily, turning to depart, quickly vanishing into the heavy darkness. Once the frail figure had left, the Three-Yama King stood alone in the vast, empty hall of the underworld. The eerie silence surrounding him accentuated by the occasional faint wails of spirits, adding to the somber atmosphere. He gazed into the endless darkness beyond the hall. his thoughts drifting back to the time spent with Zhang Ju. In their youth, they had been impetuous and full of ambition, believing they could change the world and protect their homeland. Yet fate had other designs. A war had separated the realms of life and death. Now, with the soul of a dear friend's daughter missing, he was resolute in uncovering the truth behind the matter. Time passed, and regaining focus, he raised his hand, sending forth a wave of black spiritual energy from his fingertips, which swiftly coalesced before him into a mirror-like screen, gradually revealing scenes from the mortal realm. He fixated on the screen, seeking any thread of connection to Zhang Muxue. The mortal world remained vibrant and bustling, with people hurrying to and fro in pursuit of their lives, oblivious to the undercurrents swirling beneath the seemingly calm surface, driven by the mystery of a missing soul. Suddenly, the images within the screen distorted, the once lively street transformed into shadows, and a blurred figure darted past in an instant. The third king of Hell's gaze sharpened, instantly focusing his mind and channeling his spiritual energy to magnify and freeze the image before him. Regrettably, the figure remained too indistinct to discern any features. But the third king harbored an ominous intuition that this silhouette was intricately linked to the mysterious disappearance of Zhang Muxue's soul. Clearly, this matter was far from straightforward. The third king murmured to himself, retracting his spiritual energy as the luminous screen gradually faded. He resolved to venture into the mortal realm personally, for it was possible he might uncover further clues to unravel the enigma surrounding Zhang Muxue's lost soul. With that, the third king's energy surged around him, transforming into a swirling mass of black mist, which swiftly vanished from the grand hall, racing towards the human world. Meanwhile, in the mortal realm, the night deepened, and a mysterious event surrounding Zhang Muxue's soul was just beginning to unfold. Chapter 36. The Misty Alley. The third king transformed into a wisp of black mist, silently descending on the outskirts of Yujing City. Beneath the night sky, Yujing remained resplendent with lights, while the distant sound of sporadic drums echoed, failing to dispel the eerie silence of the city's outskirts. Concealing his dark aura, he treaded along the gravel path, where the air was permeated with a faint stench of decay, reminiscent of some rotting soul whispering in the shadows. As he turned into an alleyway, the third king suddenly halted. In the corner of the wall curled a shadowy figure, an unformed child's soul, being scorched by several strands of ghostly blue flames. With each flicker of the flames, the shadow emitted a heart-wrenching wail, reverberating hauntingly in the desolate alley. Who dares to tamper with souls beyond the jurisdiction of the underworld? The third king's black mist surged, and with a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a chain that shattered the flames completely. The child's soul, as if granted a reprieve, transformed into a glimmering wisp and vanished into his sleeve. From the shadows came a cold chuckle, and a figure clad in a dark cloak slowly emerged, revealing half of a decayed face beneath, where writhing maggots were faintly visible beneath the skin. The third king has descended in person. I am truly honored. Yet, I believe you are mistaken. This soul is merely a stray picked up along the way. The third king's gaze blazed like lightning, and the chain suddenly expanded, ensnaring the figure's wrist. Every soul in the underworld bears a mark. This child is clearly the missing son of the Li family's tofu shop from 3 days ago. Speak. What is your connection to the disappearance of Zhang Muxue's soul? Before he could finish, the figure began to thrash violently, numerous tentacles extending from beneath the cloak, coiling towards the third king like venomous serpents. The tentacles, covered in suckers, sizzled against the blue stone ground, corroding deep pits in their wake. The third king let out a cold laugh, summoning a shield of dark energy around him, as he yanked the figure forward with his chain. At that moment, a clear, melodious phoenix cry echoed through the air. A beam of golden light descended, severing all the tentacles. The newcomer, clad in garments as white as snow and wielding an ancient bronze mirror, was none other than the Star Monarch of Destiny, sent to investigate the matter. Third king, hold your hand. The Star Lord of Destiny raised his hand to halt the unfolding events, and within the ancient mirror emerged a vivid scene. On the night of Zhang Muxue's demise, a shadowy figure infiltrated the Zhang residence, cradling a bronze compass that exuded an eerie aura. The third king of Hell's pupils constricted slightly. The compass in the image bore an uncanny resemblance to the presence of the person before him. It seemed that the master behind you was no ordinary being, daring to alter the book of life and death. The third king of Hell tightened his grip, ethereal runes appearing on the chains as he demanded the origin of the compass and the whereabouts of Zhang Muxue's soul. The figure suddenly threw back his head and laughed, his decaying visage beginning to disintegrate. Do you think you can unveil the truth? Just wait. When that entity awakens, the 3 realms will. Before he could finish, the figure transformed into a pool of foul, putrid blood, seeping into the ground and vanishing without a trace. The Star Lord of Destiny furrowed his brow as he examined the ground. This was the forbidden technique of the underworld, the corpse decay spell. Once the caster was exposed, they would self-destruct. It appeared the opponent had long been prepared. He turned the ancient mirror, revealing the northwestern corner of Yujing City, where a swirl of black mist rose, faintly echoing the sound of a dragon's roar. It seems we must pay a visit to the city god temple, he said to the third king of hell. The city god temple was situated in the most secluded corner of Yujing City, its mottled red walls overgrown with moss. The lanterns under the eaves had long extinguished, leaving only a few charred tassels swaying in the wind. As the third king of hell and the Star Lord of Destiny stepped through the temple doors, they felt a formidable barrier. The ground was inscribed with ancient runes, emanating a dim blue glow, enveloping the entire temple. This was an ancient soul-restraining formation, perfectly suited to suppress powerful souls. The Star Lord of Destiny gently caressed the ancient mirror, which revealed the location of the formation's eye. Behind the idol in the main hall of the city god temple, the two cautiously avoided the ruins, and just as they reached the steps of the main hall, a chilling gust swept through, igniting 36 white lanterns simultaneously, illuminating the interior. Inside, the idol of the city god, once benevolent in appearance, had been grotesquely mutilated. Its eyes were gouged out, 7 soul-pinning nails pierced its chest, and its mouth was grotesquely stretched to its ears, revealing a set of ghastly white teeth, seemingly grinning in silent malice. Beneath the idol knelt several souls, all of whom had gone missing in Yujing in recent months. Their eyes were hollow, their bodies entwined in chains, the other ends of which were connected to the bronze compass held in the idol's grasp. So this was it. Living souls were being fed to the compass. No wonder its aura was so bizarre. Just as the third king of hell was about to advance, a sound like silver bells filled the air. Tiles from the temple roof flew about as a woman clad in red floated above, toying with a crystal-clear jade pendant. A cherished possession of Zhang Muxue. Your Excellency, the third king of hell, I am remiss not to have welcomed you properly, the woman said, her veil fluttering to reveal a breathtakingly beautiful face, though her eyes glimmered with a sinister red light. However, you have arrived too late. Zhang Muxue's soul has already merged with this compass, and soon, an entity capable of overturning the 3 realms will emerge. The Star Lord of Destiny raised the ancient mirror, a beam of golden light shooting forth. Wretched creature, cease your arrogance. I am the Star Lord of Destiny, sent by the Jade Emperor to investigate this matter. Surrender the compass at once, and perhaps I shall spare your life. The woman laughed melodiously, and the jade pendant suddenly erupted with blinding light, activating all the runes within the hall. The soul-restraining formation began to operate, and the ground cracked open with countless fissures, allowing innumerable vengeful spirits to crawl forth, encircling the third king of hell and the Star Lord of Destiny. The vengeful spirits, their eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, bore countless scars upon their bodies, murmuring the same haunting words, "Return my life." The king of the 3 Yamas summoned the judge's pen, its tip igniting with an ethereal blue flame. These are souls forcibly refined, having lost their sanity. Si Ming, you shall dismantle the array while I contain these spirits. With that, he waved the judge's pen, conjuring a fiery barrier to keep the spirits at bay. The Star Lord Si Ming, deftly forming incantations, suspended an ancient mirror in the air, revealing the map of the 28 constellations within. As he moved, the constellation map transformed into sparkling starlight, shooting towards the various focal points of the soul-guarding array. Yet, each time the starlight touched a focal point, it was repelled by an unseen force. The woman, witnessing this, laughed with increasing derision. Futile. This soul-guarding array is woven with the blood of ancient ferocious beasts, unless, before she could finish, a thunderous voice erupted from outside the hall. Unless it involves a substance of supreme yang. A man clad in armor burst in, wielding a long spear of flame with golden fire. The third Prince Neza, sent to provide support. Neza deftly dispatched several spirits with his spear and called out to Si Ming, "Star Lord, I will secure the focal point with my fire-tipped spear. Seize this opportunity to dismantle the array." Si Ming nodded, the ancient mirror radiating brilliant light. Under the dual onslaught of the fire-tipped spear and the mirror, cracks finally began to form in the soul-guarding array. The woman's expression shifted dramatically as a jade pendant flew towards the compass, intent on completely merging with Zhang Muxue's spirit. Noticing this, the king of the 3 Yama released the judge's pen, transforming it into a streak of light to intercept the jade pendant. At that moment, the compass emitted a blinding radiance, and a vague figure emerged from within. Dressed in a white bridal gown, the figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhang Muxue, yet her eyes reflected coldness and madness. You have ultimately arrived too late, she spoke, her voice echoing as if a multitude spoke in unison. It is now my turn to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Before her words could fade, the entire city god temple began to tremble violently, fissures splitting the ground as a dark power capable of devouring all surged forth from the depths. The king of the three Yama, Si Ming, and Neza exchanged glances, simultaneously summoning their artifacts in preparation for the impending fierce battle. Meanwhile, in the depths of darkness, a conspiracy potent enough to overturn the three realms merely began to reveal its ominous presence. Outside the city god temple, the citizens of Yujing suddenly heard a resounding roar that echoed into the heavens, filled with resentment and unwillingness. Some, mustering their courage, gazed towards the temple, where a vast cloud of darkness loomed, within which the shadow of a dragon writhed, accompanied by the clangor of clashing weapons. In the Zhang residence, Zhang Xian sat in a trance before his daughter's memorial tablet. Ever since Zhang Mushua's death, he had fallen ill, spending each day in longing. At this moment, he felt a familiar aura and turned his gaze towards the city god temple, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Mushua, is that you? In the underworld, Meng Pa gazed towards the Naihe bridge, her hand trembling slightly as she held her ladle. She sensed an aura that did not belong to the mortal realm, one that even the underworld feared. What must come has indeed arrived, Meng Pa murmured, her eyes filled with concern. As the darkness thickened, an inevitable battle concerning the fate of the three realms loomed on the horizon. Would Zhang Mushua's spirit be rescued? Who was the master behind the mysterious woman? What calamities would the existence capable of overturning the three realms bring upon heaven and earth? All answers shall be unveiled in this thrilling battle. Chapter 37. The Soul Fire Scorching the Heavens. Within the city god temple, Zhang Mushua, having fused with the compass, slowly opened her eyes. Deep within her pupils swirled dark golden runes, and the entire structure began to crumble under her oppressive aura. The three Yama kings twisted their wrists, summoning the judge's pen. As the ghostly flame at its tip collided with the dark golden radiance surrounding the phantom, erupting in a thunderous roar, with debris raining down like a deluge. This aura exuded the primordial chaotic power. Neza's pupils constricted, and the fire-tipped spear unleashed 3 zhang of blazing flames, only to be devoured by a strange vortex upon contact with the phantom. The ancient mirror of the Star Lord reflected countless star trails, attempting to ensnare the apparition. However, the celestial bodies within the mirror began to rotate in reverse, the tremendous backlash causing blood to seep from his lips. The woman in red laughed maniacally, as a jade pendant transformed into a stream of light, merging into the phantom's brow. Do you see? This is the remnant chaotic flame from Pangu's creation of the heavens and the earth. As long as we completely refine Zhang Mushua's soul, we can reshape the chaos. Before her words could fully escape her lips, the phantom casually waved a hand, and a dark golden blade of light sliced through, severing the judge's pen of the 3 Yama kings, ink congealing in the air into blood-red runes. Impossible. The chaotic flame had long been extinguished in the war of the 3 realms. The 3 Yama kings gazed at the broken pen in their hands, a chill surging within them. In ancient times, the chaotic power had caused the collapse of the heavens and the earth, and it was only through the combined efforts of the 3 purities that it was sealed. Should the chaotic flame truly resurface, the 3 realms would inevitably plunge into irreversible catastrophe. Suddenly, the soul-restricting array on the ground burst forth with blue light, the trapped souls emitting anguished cries, transforming into streams of light that surged into the phantom's form. The phantom's shape grew increasingly solid, and Zhang Mushua's visage gradually became clearer. Yet it bore an uncharacteristic ferocity and indifference. She looked down upon the 3 below, her voice resonating like a great bell. 3 Yama kings. Had you saved my father back then, how could you face such a fate today? Her words struck the 3 Yama kings like a heavy hammer, reverberating within their hearts. 10 years prior, during that war, he indeed had the opportunity to bring Zhang Ju's soul back to the underworld, but at that time, the underworld was under siege from external foes, and in the chaos, Zhang Ju's soul dissipated amidst the tumult. Now, witnessing Zhang Mushua being consumed by chaos, guilt and rage churned within him. Mushua, awaken. Your father would not wish to see you become a vessel of chaos. The 3 Yama kings felt a surge of dark energy, the fragmented judge's pen reconstituting, its tip entwined with his own life's dark fire. Yet, the phantom merely scoffed, as the dark golden sphere in her palm erupted with a deafening blast, instantly leveling the roof of the city god temple. Under the moonlight, the sky within a 10-mile radius was painted in an eerie dark golden hue. In the distance, the citizens of Yujing City watched in terror. Some knelt in prayer, while others packed their belongings in preparation to flee, the entire city descending into chaos. Zhang Xian, struggling against illness, stood in his residence, tears streaming down his face as he gazed towards the city god temple. "Father, I am sorry. If only I could have protected you back then." At that moment, a clear phoenix cry suddenly resonated from the sky. A radiant rainbow light pierced through the dark golden clouds as goddess Yuan descended, holding the map of mountains and rivers. The image within the map revealed ancient mountains and rivers, exuding a gentle power that starkly contrasted with the chaotic aura. It was unexpected that the chaotic flame had re-emerged in the mortal realm. Evidently, there had been a lapse in the ceiling from years past. The goddess Yuan's expression grew solemn as the map of mountains and rivers transformed into a luminous veil enveloping the battlefield. The illusory figure sensed the looming threat and unleashed a flurry of dark golden arrows. Wherever these arrows passed, the air distorted into black holes. Yet, upon reaching the map, they were entirely absorbed. Yuan began to chant incantations, and from the map emerged countless five-colored divine stones, suspended in the air to form a grand sealing array. The woman in red, perceiving the dire situation, morphed into a cloud of black mist in an attempt to flee but was ensnared by chains cast by the king of Hades. "Want to escape? First, reveal the truth," he declared, channeling his spiritual energy into the chains as the ghostly runes scorched the woman's body. She writhed in agony, her veil igniting in flames, revealing a face strikingly similar to that of Zhang Muxue. "Are you her sister?" The king of Hades staggered back in disbelief. In his memories, Zhang Muxue indeed had a sister who had died young. He never imagined she had been transformed into a malevolent spirit. The woman let out a piercing laugh. "Exactly. In order to save her, my father used my soul as a sacrifice. I am merely reclaiming what is rightfully mine." The revelation struck the hearts of the onlookers like thunder. The Star Decree Lord hastily flipped through the Book of Fate and discovered that Zhang Muxue's destiny had been tampered with. She, who was supposed to have died early, had her lifespan forcibly extended at the cost of her sister's soul. Neza gripped his fiery spear tightly, declaring in fury, "Such a violation of the heavenly order cannot be excused, even by your father." Suddenly, the illusory figure emitted a furious roar, interrupting the conversation. The chaotic fire seed within her burned fiercely, causing cracks to appear in the sealing array of the map. Yuan's expression turned grave. "This cannot continue. The chaotic power is too overwhelming. Someone must sacrifice their spiritual energy to reinforce the seal." Without hesitation, the king of Hades transformed the dark energy surrounding him into a vortex that surged into the sealing array. Gazing at Zhang Muxue's visage within the illusion, he softly murmured, "What I owe your father, I shall repay now." Neza and the Star Decree Lord exchanged glances, each summoning their magical artifacts to infuse their spiritual energy into the array. The flames of the fiery spear and the power of the stars fused into the array, barely stabilizing the impending collapse of the seal. At that moment, a familiar aura emanated from the direction of the Zhang residence. Zhang Xian, clutching the family heirloom jade pendant, disregarded the attempts of others to stop him and charged onto the battlefield. The pendant, inscribed with the sealing runes of the Zhang ancestors, radiated a brilliant light. "Allow me. This is the Zhang family's sin. It is my duty to bring it to an end." He pressed the pendant against the sealing array, and the runes resonated with the five-colored divine stones, unleashing a tremendous force. The chaotic fire seed within the illusion began to tremble violently. As Zhang Muxue's consciousness fought desperately within, she glimpsed her father's aged face, heard the remorseful words of the king of Hades, and felt the gaze of her sister filled with resentment. Memories surged like a tide, and she finally comprehended how she had arrived at this juncture. "No, I refuse to become a puppet of chaos." Zhang Muxue's consciousness roared defiantly, igniting a flicker of clarity deep within her soul. She began to resist the chaotic fire seed. As two opposing forces clashed violently within her, painting the entire sky in a tapestry of intertwined red and blue. Seizing the moment, Yuan commanded the map of mountains and rivers to emit a myriad of radiant rays. With the collective effort of all, the chaotic fire seed was ultimately resealed, transforming into a dark golden orb that fell into the map. Zhang Muxue's soul separated from the illusion, weakly descending towards the ground. The king of Hades swiftly moved, catching her with steady arms. The battle has concluded, and the city god temple lies in ruins. Zhang Xian sits despondently on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he gazes at the spirit of his daughter. At this moment, Zhang Muxue's sister has transformed into a wisp of blue smoke. Dissipating into the air, her final gaze seems to carry a hint of liberation. Mother Yuan, the Lord of the Chaos Fire Seed, expresses his concern. Nuwa carefully puts away the map of mountains and rivers, her expression grave. I shall return it to the heavenly realm, where I will collaborate with the three pure ones to reinforce the seal. However, the mastermind behind this scheme remains elusive, and the three realms must remain vigilant. The three Yama kings look upon Zhang Muxue in their arms, their hearts filled with conflicting emotions. They resolve to take her spirit back to the underworld and restore her physical form, hoping to rectify past regrets. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian, having lost all his wealth in this upheaval, establishes an orphanage atop the ruins of the city god temple to shelter the homeless children, dedicating the rest of his life to atone for his former misdeeds. Yujing City gradually regains its tranquility, yet the legends of this great battle spread among the populace. Some claim to have witnessed divine beings in combat, while others speak of impending chaos that threatens to annihilate the world. However, the truth is forever sealed within the map of mountains and rivers, departing with Nuwa. Unbeknownst to all, beneath the battlefield's debris, a small dark golden light flickers quietly, hinting that this crisis may merely be the prologue to a far greater conspiracy. Chapter 38. Undercurrents beside the Yellow Spring River in the underworld. The three Yama kings observe the translucent soul jade cup in their possession, within which Zhang Muxue's spirit is slowly mending. Mengpo approaches, leaning on her wooden staff, her murky eyes fixed upon the jade cup. Lord Yama, she warns, this girl's spirit has been tainted by chaotic forces. Even if we restore her body, there may be lingering threats. The Yama king furrows his brow, recalling the resolute determination in Zhang Muxue's eyes as she faced the chaos fire seed on the battlefield. A pang of sorrow strikes his heart. No matter what, I must return her a complete life. He turns towards the depths of the river of forgetfulness, where the nether crystal that can restore physical forms lies in slumber. Simultaneously, within the Hall of Clarity in the heavenly realm, the gods gather. Nuwa unfurls the map of mountains and rivers, where the dark golden chaos fire seed struggles within. Esteemed ones, she declares, though the chaos fire seed is sealed, those capable of unbinding it are far from ordinary. Her gaze sweeps across the assembly. The three pure ones, who participated in sealing the chaos, remain in seclusion. We must act swiftly to uncover the puppeteer behind this. Tai-Bai Jinxing steps forward, lightly waving his whisk. Your Highness, I have consulted ancient texts and discovered that there once existed a mysterious organization known as the Nether Pavilion, dedicated to the study of chaotic forces. However, this organization vanished after the War of the Three Realms, and I did not anticipate. Before he can finish, a violent tremor erupts from outside the hall. A shadow bursts through the southern heavenly gate, advancing towards the Hall of Clarity. The figure is enveloped in black mist, with skulls faintly visible within its depths. Hand over the chaos fire seed. The shadow commands, its voice deep and oppressive. The heavenly King Li Jing takes immediate action, launching the exquisite treasure pagoda towards the shadow. Yet, as soon as the pagoda makes contact, it is corroded by the black mist, riddled with countless holes. Observing this, Neza steps forth on his wind fire wheels, brandishing his fiery spear towards the shadow. The shadow sneers, raising a hand to conjure a dark barrier that deflects the attacks entirely. In this critical moment, a brilliant sword light slices through the air as Erling Shenyang Jian and his celestial hound arrive. The three-pronged, two-edged dagger clashed with the shadow, igniting a dazzling spark. Seizing the opportunity, the celestial hound lunged at the shadow's ankle, only to emit a painful howl upon contact, foaming at the mouth and collapsing to the ground. This was the ethereal poison mist, which ordinary celestial arts could not possibly unravel. Yang Jian's expression darkened. The gods hastily summoned their magical artifacts. Yet all were effortlessly dispelled by the shadow. Just as the shadow was about to encroach upon the map of mountains and rivers, a radiant golden light descended from the heavens, heralding the arrival of the Buddha. Amitabha, he proclaimed, do you not fear divine retribution for stirring such chaos? With his palm outstretched, the Buddha's light enveloped the surroundings. The shadow, sensing the might of the Buddha's radiance, retreated slightly, yet remained defiant. Tathagata, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you. The power of chaos should never be sealed. The Buddha offered no reply, instead forming a seal with his hands, conjuring a golden mount 5 fingers that materialized from thin air to subdue the shadow. However, just as the sealing was nearly complete, the shadow abruptly transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished, leaving behind a resonant proclamation. The day chaos reemerges shall herald the obliteration of the three realms. As the battle concluded, the gods were left shaken. Goddess Nuwa's countenance was grave. It seems our adversary is impatient. We must expedite our investigation. She turned to Yang Jian. Erling Shun, I entrust this matter entirely to you. You must uncover the whereabouts of the Hall of Netherworld. Yang Jian accepted the task and descended with the Celestial Hound. Their first destination was Yujing City, the very site where the seed of chaos had manifested, hoping to unearth some clues. At this moment, Yujing City appeared tranquil on the surface, yet whispers of the celestial battle circulated through its streets. Disguised as a mortal, Yang Jian roamed the city with the Celestial Hound, seeking information. As they passed by the orphanage run by Zhang Xian, he overheard children recounting tales of the battle at the city god temple. One little girl's words caught his attention. That night, I saw a figure in black lurking near the city god temple, and he had a strange odor, like rotten eggs. This description bore a striking resemblance to the ethereal poison mist surrounding the shadow. Yang Jian promptly sought out Zhang Xian to inquire about any suspicious individuals he might have encountered. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Xian recalled, a few days before the battle, indeed, a man in black visited my residence, claiming to be interested in antiques. He seemed particularly intrigued by a jade pendant passed down in my family, but I turned him away. Yang Jian felt a stirring in his heart. Zhang Xian's jade pendant could enhance the sealing power. Could it be linked to the Hall of Netherworld? He resolved to investigate the antique dealings. After some inquiries, he learned that the largest antique dealer in Yujing City, Master Li, had recently engaged in frequent transactions with a mysterious figure. Under the cloak of night, Yang Jian infiltrated Master Li's estate. In a secret chamber within the backyard, he observed Master Li conversing with a hooded figure. Various ancient artifacts adorned the table, among which was a soul-seeking compass capable of sensing chaotic power. When will this shipment arrive? The hooded figure rasped. Master Li, bowing and scraping, assured, rest assured. It will set sail tomorrow. But will that seed of chaos truly grant me immortality? The hooded figure scoffed. Once the Hall of Netherworld reemerges, not just immortality, but even ascension to divinity shall be within reach. As Yang Jian prepared to take action, he suddenly sensed a formidable presence approaching. He instantly concealed himself. Witnessing a woman clad in black robes enter the chamber. Her beauty was unparalleled, yet her gaze was as frigid as ice. It was the enigmatic woman who had appeared during the battle at the city god temple. How has the task progressed? She inquired. The woman spoke, her voice as frigid as ice. Lin Yuan promptly reported the situation, and upon hearing his account, the woman nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Continue to monitor Zhang Xian. His jade pendant is one of the keys to unlocking the treasures of the Nether Pavilion. Yang Jian felt a jolt of alarm. It appeared that the machinations of the Nether Pavilion were far more intricate than he had anticipated. Silently, he withdrew from the secret chamber, preparing to relay the information back to the heavenly realm. However, just as he exited Li's residence, the enigmatic woman detected his presence. With a cold smirk, she brandished a black long sword, its blade slicing through the air like a venomous serpent aimed at Yang Jian. A fierce battle erupted under the night sky of Yujing City. Yang Jian's trident blade clashed with the woman's dark sword, sparks flying in a dazzling display. The Celestial Hound joined the fray but was soon wounded by the woman's toxic mist. As the battle reached a stalemate, a wisp of nether fire descended from above, heralding the arrival of the three Yama Kings. So you still live. The three Yama Kings fixed their gaze on the mysterious woman, wariness etched in their eyes. The woman, upon seeing them, paled slightly, evidently caught off guard by their presence. Three Yama Kings, do not meddle. This is a matter between the heavenly realm and the Nether Pavilion. The three Yama Kings offered no response, but summoned the judge's brush. The combined forces of Netherfire and Yang Jian's divine power forged a formidable assault. Gradually overwhelmed, the woman transformed into a wisp of black smoke and fled. Before her departure, she left behind a chilling remark. Do you truly believe that sealing the chaotic ember ensures your safety? Just wait. The real spectacle is yet to come. With the battle concluded, Yang Jian and the three Yama Kings exchanged intelligence. They realized that the Nether Pavilion was gathering various artifacts and treasures, attempting to unravel an even greater seal. The jade pendant belonging to Zhang Xian was likely the crux of their plans. It seems we must safeguard Zhang Xian and his pendant, Yang Jian declared. The three Yama Kings nodded in agreement. I shall dispatch the underworld emissaries to covertly protect him. Simultaneously, I will expedite the reconstruction of Zhang Mushue's physical form. She may provide some vital clues. After parting ways, Yang Jian returned to the heavenly realm to report, while the three Yama Kings returned to the underworld. Meanwhile, deep within the Nether, in an ancient palace, the mysterious woman knelt before the shadowy figure seated upon the throne, relaying the developments. Master, Yang Jian and the three Yama Kings have intervened. Our plan. The shadow interrupted her. No matter, everything is under control. Inform Lin Yuan to hasten the progress. Once we gather the 9 treasures, even the gods of the heavenly realm will be unable to thwart the resurgence of the Nether Pavilion. The shadow's voice brimmed with ambition and madness, and suddenly, The candles in the palace extinguished, plunging it into darkness. Simultaneously, the nether crystal of the underworld was finally awakened. The three Yama kings infused Zhang Mushue's soul into the crystal, a gentle radiance illuminating the space as a new physical form gradually took shape. Within the light, Zhang Mushue slowly opened her eyes. A flicker of confusion crossed her gaze, but clarity swiftly returned. An even greater crisis loomed, and she was destined to be drawn once more into this conflict that threatened the very existence of the three realms. Chapter 39. The Crystal Conundrum. Zhang Mushue's eyelashes fluttered as her fingertips brushed against the cool surface of the nether crystal. Suddenly, the searing cries of the chaotic ember ignited within her soul echoed in her ears. The three Yama kings observed her suddenly pallid complexion, and the shadowy energy from their sleeves coiled around her trembling wrists like bandages. Do not resist. This is a normal reaction during the reconstruction of your physical form. Mengpo approached, leaning on her wooden staff, her murky eyes fixed upon the dark patterns spreading across the crystal's surface. Something is amiss. The crystal is absorbing her memories. Before her words could fully escape her lips, the Xianjing erupted with a resounding explosion. Zhang Mushue was hurled by an unseen force, her back slamming against a stone pillar of the underworld. Crouching on the ground, she pressed her forehead. As memories flooded back like a relentless tide, the distorted visage of her sister during the sacrificial rite, her father's trembling hands placing the life-extending talisman against her heart, and the chilling laughter of a shadow from the Yumming Pavilion. It was all true. Zhang Mushue dug her nails deep into her palm, blood cascading along the lines of her skin. Just as the three Yama kings were about to approach, they suddenly sensed a sharp drop in temperature. Shards of Xianjing began to levitate, assembling into a celestial map. At the center of this map shimmered 9 ghostly lights, precisely aligning with the locations of the 9 treasures described by Yang Jian. Simultaneously, in a secret chamber within Yujing City, a mysterious figure clad in a conical hat was carving into their palm with a dagger. The moment blood dripped onto the soul-seeking compass, a star map identical to that of the underworld emerged upon its surface. The third treasure, the 9-tailed celestial pearl of the Qingxiu Fox clan, was now in their possession. The figure's raspy voice was laced with excitement. Once 6 more were gathered, the core seal of the Yumming Pavilion could be unlocked. In the depths of the Qingxiu forest at midnight, the leader of the 9-tailed White Fox clan was presenting the celestial pearl at the altar. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting a prismatic halo upon the pearl. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, extinguishing the candles surrounding the altar. A dozen shadows emerged from the trees, led by the black-clad woman who had escaped from the battle at the city god temple. Clan leader, surrender the pearl, and Qingxiu shall remain unscathed. In her hand, the dark sword hummed, blood-red runes materializing along its blade. The 9-tailed leader's eyes widened in fury, her 9 tails erect, illuminating the entire forest with foxfire. The remnants of the Yumming Pavilion, still unrepentant after being scattered by the 3 pure ones. Just as the 2 sides engaged in a fierce battle, a golden light sliced through the night sky. Yang Jian descended upon a rainbow-hued cloud, his 3-pointed, double-edged blade cleaving through the entanglement of foxfire and underworld poison mist. Do not harm the innocent. The black-clad woman scoffed, casting a talisman. The paper transformed into a massive chain that ensnared Yang Jian, its barbs oozing venom that corroded his armor. At that moment, a melodious cry of a phoenix resonated from the depths of the forest. A crimson phoenix burst through the clouds, its talons aimed directly at the black-clad woman. It was the Fire Phoenix Fairy, sent by the goddess Lin Yuan to provide assistance. Flames blazed around her, dispersing the underworld poison mist entirely. Sensing the tide turning, the black-clad woman unleashed a smoke bomb and vanished into the darkness. Thank you for your aid, the 9-tailed leader said, securing the celestial pearl. The Yumming Pavilion's intentions were evidently clear. They had come well prepared. Their next target was likely the fragments of the sea-calming needle within the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Yang Jian's expression turned grave. After the sea-calming needle was shattered by Sun Wukong, its fragments scattered across the 3 realms, each containing the power to devastate the heavens and earth. Within the underworld, Zhang Mushue, guided by the 3 Yama kings, entered the reincarnation office. The enormous fate disk within slowly rotated, countless lights flickering upon its surface. When you were consumed by the chaotic fire seed, your soul forged a connection with the Yumming Pavilion, the 3 Yama kings explained, pressing her hand upon the fate disk. Perhaps we can trace their whereabouts through this. Suddenly, the fate disk trembled violently, a red light piercing the sky. In Zhang Mushue's pupils, the depths of the East Sea were reflected. The denizens of the Yumming Pavilion were besieging the Dragon Palace, the waters tainted black by the underworld poison mist. Ao Bing brandished his spear to confront the foe, yet upon contact with the enigmatic being's artifact, his scales began to darken and decay. This was dire. The third king of hell promptly summoned the netherworld warship, while Zhang Mu Shui tightened her grip on the soft sword at her waist. As the warship cut through the waves, she gazed at the surging sea and suddenly recalled a vision from the Chaos Fire Seed, the master of the netherworld pavilion holding a half-piece of jade pendant, which bore an exact resemblance to her father's ancestral pendant. Before the Dragon Palace in the East Sea, a woman clad in black held a soul-searching compass, its needle spinning wildly. The fragment of the sea-stabilizing needle was nearby. Search for it. The palace guards bravely advanced, yet were corroded into bones by the toxic mists of the netherworld. Ao Bing's injuries worsened, and the dragon breath he unleashed from his spear was tainted with black energy. In a moment of peril, the netherworld warship surged forth. The third king of hell cast out the judge's pen, igniting a barrier of netherworld fire upon the sea's surface, halting the spread of the poisonous fog. Zhang Mu Shui leaped into the fray, her soft sword slicing through the air towards the woman in black. As they engaged in a fierce battle, Zhang Mu Shui suddenly noticed a crescent-shaped birthmark on her opponent's neck, identical to that of her long-deceased sister. "Who are you?" Zhang Mu Shui's voice trembled. The woman in black let out a cold laugh, removing her veil. "What? You do not even recognize your sister? Years ago, father sacrificed me to the heavens, yet used forbidden arts to prolong your life. Now, I am merely reclaiming what is rightfully mine." The truth struck like thunder. Zhang Mu Shui faltered in her assault, allowing the woman in black to strike her in the chest. As she was sent flying, a yellowed talisman fell from her grasp. The very talisman her father had once used to extend her life. The talisman ignited upon contact with water, revealing scenes from that time. A young Zhang Mu Shui on the brink of death, while her father knelt at the altar, trading her soul with the netherworld pavilion. Impossible. Father wouldn't he? Zhang Mu Shui clutched her heart and stepped back. The woman in black seized the opportunity, raising her dark sword, its tip aimed at Zhang Mu Shui's throat. In a moment of desperation, a flash of golden light appeared. Yang Jian arrived just in time, his three-pronged blade intercepting the dark sword. Amidst the chaos, the mysterious figure from the netherworld pavilion finally located the fragment of the sea-stabilizing needle. He laughed triumphantly as he secured the fragment in his grasp, only to emit a scream the moment he touched it. Sealing runes left by the three pure ones emerged on the fragment's surface, scorching his palm. "Not good, it's a trap." The woman in black's expression changed dramatically as she signaled for a retreat. The third king of hell seized the moment to launch a full-scale assault, intertwining the netherworld fire with Yang Jian's divine power to ensnare half of the netherworld pavilion's members. Yet, just as victory seemed imminent, blood rain suddenly fell from the sky. The mysterious figure exuded a terrifying aura, and the fragment in his hand began to absorb seawater, forming a massive whirlpool. "This is bad. He intends to forcibly unseal it." The Fire Phoenix Fairy unleashed her true phoenix flames, but they were devoured by the whirlpool. Zhang Mu Shui surveyed the tumultuous battlefield and suddenly recalled the vision she had seen within the Chaos Fire Seed. She bit her tongue, letting her blood drip onto the soft sword, which then revealed patterns identical to her father's jade pendant. Perhaps there is still a way. Zhang Mu Shui took a deep breath and leapt into the center of the whirlpool. Her consciousness re-entered the chaotic realm, where she beheld the true visage of the master of the netherworld pavilion, a figure adorned with a bronze mask, the patterns on which mirrored those of the soul-searching compass. Just in time, the Zhang family bloodline is the key to unlocking the final seal. The masked figure raised a hand, and the chaotic power bound Zhang Mu Shui tightly. At a critical juncture, her soft sword resonated with the mask in her hand, and her father's jade pendant materialized as a phantom in the air. The pendant collided with a fragment of the sea-stabilizing needle, unleashing a dazzling brilliance. Above the East Sea, a whirlpool began to spin in reverse. Seizing the moment, the three Yama kings summoned the supreme treasure of the underworld, the netherworld seal. The seal resonated with the fragment, sealing the mysterious figure along with it. The woman in the black robe, sensing the dire situation, transformed into black smoke and fled. With the battle concluded, the denizens of Dragon Palace breathed a sigh of relief. Ao Bing gazed at the darkened spear in his hand, his heart filled with trepidation. The netherworld pavilion had suffered a significant loss this time. Yet they would not rest easily. Yang Jian nodded and turned to Zhang Mu Shui. "What did you see in the whirlpool?" Zhang Mu Shui tightened her grip on the jade pendant, her fingertips trembling slightly. "I witnessed the mask of the master of the netherworld pavilion, as well as the scene of my father making a deal with them. I must return to Jade Capital City and seek answers from my father." Her gaze was resolute, as the netherworld warship adjusted its course, cutting through the waves towards Jade Capital City. Meanwhile, in the stronghold of the netherworld pavilion, The woman in the black robe knelt upon the ground, relaying the news of her failure to the masked figure. The figure emanated a terrifying aura, with a crimson glow seeping through the cracks of the mask. No matter, the Zhang family's jade pendant still has half a piece. Once we obtain it, everything will proceed according to plan. Chapter 40. The shattered truth. The night over Jade capital city was shrouded in ominous clouds, and the stone lions at the entrance of the Zhang residence bled black streaks in the wind. Zhang Muxue stood before the vermilion gate, as the jade pendant in her palm suddenly grew warm, its patterns glowing faintly with the same luminescence as the marks on her soft sword. The three Yama kings pressed down on her trembling shoulder. Be wary of traps. The Netherworld Pavilion may have set an ambush long ago. As they pushed open the creaking doors, they found talismans hanging from the branches of the withered trees in the courtyard, and the air was thick with a pungent scent of blood. Following the faint candlelight, they arrived at the ancestral hall, where they beheld Zhang Xian kneeling before the ancestral tablets, ensnared by dark chains. His visage was as gaunt as parchment, yet his eyes glinted with madness. Mu Shui, you have finally arrived. Father, why did you exchange my life for my sister's soul all those years ago? Zhang Mushue's voice trembled, the soft sword unsheathing with a chilling aura. Zhang Xian laughed uproariously, and the chains suddenly surged, ensnaring the three Yama kings and Yang Jian. Because you are the hope for the continuation of the Zhang family's bloodline. He tore open his collar, revealing half of a jade pendant embedded in his chest. While your sister was merely a sacrificial offering, the truth struck like a heavy hammer to Zhang Mushue's heart, causing her to stagger back. The tender image of her father from her memories collapsed, replaced by the cold gaze of the man upon the altar. The figure of the woman in the black robe suddenly emerged from the shadows, caressing the crescent-shaped birthmark on her neck. Do you see? After my father offered me as a sacrifice, he employed forbidden techniques to forge my soul into a vengeful spirit and erased everyone's memories. Suddenly, the ground of the ancestral hall cracked open, and countless minions of the Netherworld Pavilion surged forth. The artifacts in their hands shimmered with an eerie blue light, resonating with the jade pendant embedded in Zhang Xian's chest. The three Yama kings fought to break free from the chains, and the judge's pen traced a wall of netherworld fire. This is not good. They intend to use the Zhang family bloodline to activate the ultimate seal. Yang Jian summoned the howling celestial dog to ensnare the enemies, while the trident-shaped blade aimed for Zhang Xian. However, just as the blade was about to touch his throat, Zhang Xian suddenly revealed a strange smile, and the jade pendant at his chest burst forth with a blinding light. The entire ancestral hall began to twist, transforming into a colossal bronze altar. 9 beams of light surged skyward, perfectly aligning with the star map revealed by the dark crystal of the underworld. Father, stop now. Zhang Muxue rushed towards the center of the altar, only to be repelled by an invisible barrier. Seizing the opportunity, a woman clad in black grasped her wrist, her nails digging deeply into her skin. Oh, naive sister, do you truly believe that father loves you? Long ago, he made a pact with the Underworld Pavilion solely for the sake of attaining immortality. In the air above the altar, the master of the Underworld Pavilion, adorned with a bronze mask, gradually materialized. He raised his hand to summon the soul-seeking compass, its needle spinning wildly and extracting a half of a jade pendant from Zhang Xian's heart. Excellent. The 9 treasures are about to be gathered. A raspy laughter emanated from beneath the mask. Once the bloodline of the Zhang family is fused with the seed of chaos, all realms shall bow before the Underworld Pavilion. Suddenly, Zhang Muxue felt a surge of power boiling within her. The lingering essence of the chaos seed resonated with the jade pendant, causing a dark golden light to flicker in her pupils. Realization dawned upon her as she tightened her grip on the soft sword. The patterns on the blade began to flow, revealing that when her father had sacrificed her sister, he had also embedded the seed within her. The three Yama kings sensed the impending danger and shouted, Muxue, do not act recklessly. The power of chaos will consume your consciousness. But it was too late. Dark golden flames ignited around Zhang Muxue, soaring towards the pinnacle of the altar. Her consciousness once again entered the chaotic realm, where she unexpectedly encountered her sister's spirit. Sister, I am so sorry, the ethereal figure wept. I willingly offered myself as a sacrifice, hoping only for your survival. Yet, father has been ensnared by the Underworld Pavilion. Plunging into the abyss, memories flooded back, and Zhang Muxue finally discerned the truth. Her sister had forged a pact with the Underworld Pavilion to save her, while their father, in his desperation to prolong her life, had become a mere puppet. In the physical realm, the master of the Underworld Pavilion was about to cast Zhang Muxue into the flames of chaos. At that critical moment, her sister's spirit suddenly separated from her, transforming into a luminous shield to block the attack. Hurry. Retrieve the river map of Nuwa. Her sister's voice faded away. Only it can purify the power of chaos. The three Yama kings promptly summoned the underworld warship, leading the others through the encirclement. However, just as they exited the city of Yujing, they were confronted by the Dark Banner army of the underworld pavilion. The talismans on the black banners released toxic miasma, withering all vegetation in their path. The Fire Phoenix fairy soared high, unleashing the true fire of the phoenix to scorch the banners, but was met with a reflection from the mysterious Xianming mirror summoned by an unknown figure. Leave it to me. Zhang Muxue raised her soft sword, perfectly merging the chaos power with the patterns on the blade. She cleaved through the air, unleashing a dark golden sword chi that shattered the Xianming mirror into two pieces. The members of the underworld pavilion recognized the peril and summoned their magical artifacts to retaliate. Amidst the chaos, Zhang Muxue suddenly sensed a disturbance from the jade pendant. The other fragment was located in the Hall of Clarity in the heavenly realm. Yangjian, we must ascend to the celestial realm immediately. Zhang Muxue grasped Yangjian's arm. The three-edged blade sliced open a rift in space, and the two traversed through the clouds to reach the Hall of Clarity. Inside, the deities were deliberating over the river map of the nation, unaware that a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows, fixated intently on the jade pendant at the waist of the Jade Emperor. That is the complete Zhang family jade pendant. Zhang Muxue's pupils constricted. The Jade Emperor, taken aback, unfastened the pendant for a closer inspection, exclaiming, "This is a relic of the former emperor. Its origins have remained a mystery to all." Before the words could leave his lips, the master of the Netherworld Pavilion burst through the window, his eyes gleaming with avarice beneath the mask. Truly, a windfall without effort. The deities hastily summoned their artifacts to obstruct him, yet were suppressed by the chaotic force unleashed by the master of the Netherworld Pavilion. In a critical moment, Zhang Muxue cast a half-piece of jade pendant into the air. The two pieces fused, erupting into a dazzling golden light. The surface of the pendant revealed the sealing runes left by the three pure ones, resonating with the map of mountains and rivers. Now is the time. Goddess Nuwa unfurled the map of mountains and rivers, sending the five-colored divine stones soaring into the battlefield. Zhang Muxue leapt into the air, channeling the chaotic force into the map. The master of the Netherworld Pavilion let out a furious roar, yet gradually dissipated under the purification of the divine stones. However, just as he was on the verge of complete obliteration, he suddenly hurled the soul-searching compass towards Zhang Muxue. At its center was embedded the soul of her sister. No. Zhang Muxue reached out to grasp it, only to be consumed by the darkness released by the compass. The three Yama kings and Yang Jian recklessly plunged into the shadows, finding Zhang Muxue curled up in the depths of chaos, cradling her sister's soul. The soul was fading, and with her last ounce of strength, she extracted the core of the compass, a jade tablet inscribed with the characters of the Netherworld Pavilion. The battle concluded. The Netherworld Pavilion was utterly annihilated. Zhang Muxue held her sister's soul, erecting a tomb for her by the banks of the river of forgetfulness. Lady Ming offered her a bowl of Mengpa soup. "Child, drink this and forget the pain." Yet, Zhang Muxue shook her head, spilling the soup before the grave. "Some memories I wish to cherish forever." The Jade Emperor bestowed upon Zhang Muxue the complete Zhang family jade pendant, absolving Zhang Xian of his sins. However, Zhang Xian had already taken his own life amidst the altar's collapse, leaving behind a letter soaked in blood, expressing his remorse for his daughters. The citizens of Yujing City spontaneously erected a shrine for Zhang Muxue, commemorating her heroic deeds in saving the three realms. But the tale does not end here. In the depths of the Netherworld, the jade tablet inscribed with the characters of the Netherworld Pavilion suddenly emitted a ghostly glow. A more enigmatic figure slowly emerged, gazing at the patterns on the tablet, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Chaos is eternal, and the Netherworld shall endure." At this moment, Zhang Muxue stood before her sister's grave, feeling the jade pendant in her hand suddenly grow scorching hot, heralding a new crisis quietly brewing in the darkness. Chapter 41. Embers of the Netherworld. The morning mist over Yujing City had yet to dissipate, and Zhang Muxue stood before her sister's ceremonial tomb. As the jade pendant in her hand trembled violently, dark golden patterns writhed as if alive, casting distorted runes upon the ground, which assembled into the three characters, Unreturning Abyss. From afar, the cawing of crows echoed, 7 black-feathered crows circling down to perch upon the gravestone, their beaks clutching a tattered scroll of Netherworld talisman. "Three Yama Kings. This is a summons from the Netherworld Pavilion." Zhang Muxue unfurled the talisman. The moment her fingertip made contact, a chilling sensation coursed through her veins. The Netherworld's ghostly warship cleaved through the clouds, with the three Yama Kings standing at the bow, closely followed by the solemn Meng Pua and the ox-head and horseface guardians. Leaning on her staff, Meng politely tapped the ground, her murky eyes glimmering with a ghostly blue. The unreturning abyss is a forbidden ground from ancient times, meant to suppress the malevolent entities of the netherworld. Even ordinary soul reapers dare not approach. As the ghostly warship sailed deeper into the netherworld, the surrounding fog thickened ominously. Faint sounds of dragging chains echoing in the air. Suddenly, the water's surface erupted in a scarlet bloom, as dozens of decaying zombies broke through the depths, each bearing a jade tablet of the netherworld pavilion embedded in their chests. The oxhead and horseface brandished their chains in battle, only to witness black liquid seeping from the wounds of the zombies, corroding the chains with a multitude of holes. Beware! These are the corpse puppets controlled by the ghostly blood curse. The three Yama kings hurled the judge's brush, engulfing the corpse puppets in ghostly flames. Zhang Muxue gripped her soft sword and plunged into the fray. The moment her sword met the ghostly jade pendant, the pendant suddenly erupted with a blinding light, purifying the blood curse afflicting the corpse puppets. After the battle concluded, the group discovered a half-fragment of bronze inscribed with dragon patterns within the hand of a corpse puppet. This design bore a striking resemblance to that of the sea-settling needle fragment. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Jian had appeared, his trident still warm from the battle. He unfurled a star chart, revealing that the location of the bronze fragment lay deep within the abyss of no return. As they pressed onward, the warship suddenly shook violently, revealing a towering black waterfall before them, from which emanated the anguished wails of countless wronged souls. This was the soul-eating waterfall of the ghostly realm, capable of devouring the souls of all living beings. Before Meng Pa could finish her warning, hundreds of shadows erupted from the waterfall. These were the imprisoned souls, their limbs bound by chains leading to a massive altar deep within the waterfall. At the altar's center, a bronze coffin slowly ascended, its lid etched with the same patterns as the ghostly pavilion's jade pendant. Zhang Muxue's pendant grew hot once more, and her consciousness was uncontrollably drawn into the coffin. In the darkness, a hazy figure gradually became clear, a man clad in a dark robe, a broken jade hairpin embedded in his chest. At last, I have awaited your arrival. His voice resonated as if from the depths of the abyss. The bloodline of the Zhang family is the key to unlocking the ultimate seal. In reality, the bronze coffin exploded with a thunderous roar, unleashing countless minions of the ghostly pavilion. Leading them was a fearsome one-eyed giant, who swung a wolf-toothed mace at the warship, creating a colossal wave that nearly engulfed the group. Zhang Muxue awoke from the illusion, chaotic energy surging within her. She leaped into the air, her soft sword slicing through the atmosphere, unleashing a dark golden sword aura that fractured the very fabric of space. Careful! That is the remnant soul of the ghostly pavilion's guardian beast, Tao Tai. The three Yama kings hurled the judge's brush at the one-eyed giant, only for the brush to be shattered in Tao Ye's jaws. In this moment of peril, the map of mountains and rivers descended from the heavens, its five-colored divine stones transforming into chains that ensnared Tao Tai. However, as the group breathed a sigh of relief, a thunderous roar erupted from beneath the altar, causing the entire abyss of no return to begin collapsing. This is bad. Someone is forcibly unsealing an even more powerful evil entity. Yang Jian pointed towards the dark green mist seeping from the altar's fissures. Wherever the mist spread, the rocks instantly dissolved into pus. Zhang Muxue clenched her pendant, resonating with chaotic energy, forming a golden shield around her. As they traversed the mist, they beheld a familiar figure, the master of the ghostly pavilion, who should have been reduced to ashes, now stood at the core of the altar, clutching the jade pendant inscribed with the ghostly pavilion. Did you think the extermination of the ghostly pavilion signified an end? The master removed his mask, revealing a face strikingly similar to Zhang Xian's. The ancestors of the Zhang family were indeed the original masters of the ghostly pavilion. This was merely the cycle of fate. He pressed the jade pendant into the recess at the altar's center, prompting a roar from the earth below akin to a dragon awakening. As a gigantic hand emerged from the crevice, cradling a pulsating black heart. That was the source of the ghostly realm's dark magic core. Meng Pa retreated in terror. The surface of the demon core was adorned with vascular-like patterns, pulsating with an intensity that caused ripples through space. Suddenly, Zhang Muxue's jade pendant slipped from her grasp, soaring towards the demon core. At the moment of contact, the pendant unleashed the sealing runes left by the three pure ones, clashing violently with the dark power of the demon core. Now is the time. The map of mountains and rivers, gather. The goddess Nuwa exerted all her might to activate the divine artifact. A colossal net woven from the five-colored divine stones enveloped the demon core. However, the core erupted in a torrent of black flames, consuming the brilliance of the divine stones entirely. The master of the underworld pavilion cackled maniacally. Useless. Only through the complete sacrifice of the Zhang family's bloodline can the demon core be truly awakened. In a moment of dire urgency, Zhang Muxue leapt toward the demon core. Chaotic energy coalesced around her, manifesting as flames, as her consciousness once more entered the realm of chaos. This time, she encountered the souls of her ancestors from generations past. "Child, do not fear." The voices of her forebears echoed in the void. "We have long since left the final seal within the jade pendant." In the material world, Zhang Muxue's body was enveloped in golden light. She formed intricate hand seals, as the jade pendant transformed into a stream of light, merging with the demon core. The sealing runes of the three pure ones fused flawlessly with the chaotic power, forming a vast Taiji diagram. The diagram began to rotate slowly, purifying the dark power of the demon core bit by bit. The master of the underworld pavilion attempted to intervene, but was repelled by the force of the Taiji diagram, disintegrating into ashes. Ultimately, the demon core was completely sealed, and tranquility returned to the abyss. Zhang Muxue collapsed weakly to the ground, her chaotic energy nearly expended. The three Yama kings lifted her onto the warship, and Mengpa offered a bowl of specially concocted medicinal soup. "Drink this. It will mend your damaged meridians." Zhang Muxue gazed at the receding abyss, understanding in her heart that the tale of the underworld pavilion might never truly conclude. Upon her return to Yujing City, Zhang Muxue carefully laid her sister's soul to rest. She reconstructed a Taoist temple upon the ruins of the city god's temple, dedicated to sheltering souls corroded by the power of the underworld. The Jade Emperor decreed the name Purifying Soul Temple and dispatched celestial soldiers to guard it. Yet in the depths of the Purifying Soul Temple's basement, Zhang Muxue secretly stored the Jade Tablet inscribed with the sigil of the underworld pavilion, knowing that a new crisis could strike at any moment. In the dead of night, the Jade Tablet suddenly emitted a faint glow. In the depths of the underworld, a pair of crimson eyes gazed through the darkness at Yujing City. "Zhang family bloodline. We shall meet again soon." Meanwhile, Zhang Muxue, clutching the jade hairpin left by her sister, stood atop the temple roof, gazing at the myriad stars scattered across the sky. She knew that her mission was only just beginning. Chapter 42. The mysterious visitor since the harrowing journey into the underworld. Lin Yuan had succumbed to a profound and indescribable fatigue, as if enveloped in an inescapable aura of the underworld, akin to lingering spirits that clung to him tenaciously. In the stillness of the night, the horrifying scenes he had witnessed in the underworld surged forth like a tidal wave, replaying incessantly in his mind, leaving him drenched in cold sweat and jolted awake from his dreams. One afternoon, Lin Yuan, as was his custom, closed his eyes in repose upon the stone bench in the courtyard, attempting to dispel the shadows lurking within his heart through this fleeting moment of tranquility. In the courtyard, several emerald bamboos swayed gently in the breeze, their leaves rustling softly, adding a touch of life to the serene atmosphere. On the stone table, a cup of clear tea released wisps of steam, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Suddenly, a crisp knock on the door shattered the tranquility. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of vigilance passing through them. In this tumultuous autumn, every uninvited guest could herald unforeseen changes. He rose, straightened his attire, and walked steadily towards the courtyard door. Upon opening it, he beheld an elderly man in a moon-white robe standing before him. The elder's hair was as white as snow, neatly tied atop his head, and his long beard cascaded to his chest, swaying gently in the breeze. His face was gaunt, deeply etched with the passage of time. Yet his eyes sparkled with vitality and depth, as if capable of perceiving the secrets of the universe. "May I inquire who you are, sir?" Lin Yuan asked politely, his gaze filled with curiosity. The elder nodded slightly, a warm smile gracing his face as he replied, "Young friend, I hope you are well. It has been long since I ventured into the mortal realm. I have heard of the recent turmoil, especially concerning you, who has faced numerous trials, and I have come to visit." Lin Yuan felt a jolt of surprise. His experiences were known to few, and this elder could see through to the core of his journey, indicating he was no ordinary figure. He quickly stepped aside, gesturing for the elder to enter, saying, "Please, esteemed elder, come in. My humble abode may be modest. I hope you will not mind." The elder accepted without hesitation, stepping into the courtyard and surveying the surroundings with a nod of approval. "Though you have endured hardships, it is indeed rare to maintain such tranquility in this corner of the world." Seated across from each other on a stone bench, Lin Yuan poured a cup of tea for the elder. The elder lifted the cup, took a gentle sip, and a look of contentment spread across his face. "A fine brew. Though this tea may not be of the most exquisite variety, it possesses a rustic spirit, reflecting your love for life." Lin Yuan smiled slightly. You flatter me, esteemed elder. I wonder, aside from your visit, do you have any further guidance to offer? The elder set down his cup, his expression turning serious. You are astute, young friend. I shall not beat around the bush. I have come to remind you that your actions in the netherworld have drawn the attention of certain forces who may not let this matter rest easily. Additionally, I possess knowledge of some secrets regarding the netherworld that may prove beneficial to you. Lin Yuan's heart sank. He had anticipated that this matter would not resolve easily, but he did not expect such swift attention. He hastily inquired, could you please enlighten me about which forces are watching me? What secrets does the netherworld hold? The elder sighed softly. In this world, there exist ancient and enigmatic organizations that lurk in the shadows, wielding immense power and harboring their own designs on all that transpires. Your interference in their plans within the netherworld has naturally placed you in their sights. As for the secrets of the netherworld, it is a realm intricately connected to ours, yet distinctly different. It is said to be a passageway between the realms of yin and yang, as well as the resting place for the souls of all beings. However, deep within that netherworld lurks a malevolent force seeking to disrupt the balance of yin and yang, aiming to consume all that exists. Lin Yu listened intently, captivated by these revelations, which were entirely new to him. He could not help but ask, esteemed elder, what exactly is this malevolent force? How should we respond? The elder pondered for a moment before speaking. I possess scant knowledge regarding the specifics of this malevolent force. All I know is that it is connected to a mysterious artifact known as the Heart of the Nether. It is said that the Heart of the Nether harbors the power to annihilate worlds, and should it fall into the hands of evil forces, the consequences would be dire. As for how to confront it, that is a quest you must embark upon to seek the answers. I have faith that after all you have endured, you have acquired sufficient strength and courage. With these words, the elder retrieved an ancient jade pendant from his bosom and handed it to Lin Yu, stating, this pendant serves as my token. Should you find yourself in peril in the future, you may use it to journey to Cloud Mist Mountain, where an old acquaintance might be able to assist you. Lin Yu accepted the pendant and scrutinized it closely. The pendant was circular, exuding a warm texture and a faint glow. On its front, a mysterious rune was engraved, vaguely familiar yet elusive in memory. The back bore the archaic characters for Cloud Mist Mountain. He solemnly tucked the pendant into his robes and bowed in gratitude. I am deeply thankful for your assistance. Esteemed elder, I shall forever keep it in my heart. The elder nodded slightly, rising to his feet, and remarked, the hour is late, and I must take my leave. Young friend, the road ahead is fraught with peril. I implore you to take care. Lin Yu also stood and accompanied the elder to the gate of the courtyard. As he watched the elder's figure recede into the distance, a tumult of emotions surged within him. This encounter had deepened his apprehensions regarding the unfolding future, yet it simultaneously ignited a flicker of hope and courage within him. He understood that his fate was now inextricably linked to the safety of this world, and a more thrilling adventure may soon be on the horizon. Chapter 43. The Approach of Shadows. Lin Yu stood for a long while, gazing in the direction the elder had departed, until the pale figure vanished around a corner, completely out of sight. Only then did he slowly turn and return to the courtyard. The tea on the stone table had long since cooled, the fragrant steam dissipated, mirroring the gradual cooling of his own spirit, now shrouded by the impending unknown crisis. He resumed his seat on the stone bench and retrieved the jade pendant gifted by the elder, placing it delicately in his palm for closer examination. The rune on the pendant shimmered with an enigmatic glow under the sunlight, as if whispering secrets unknown to others. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Who exactly is this mysterious elder? What forces does he refer to? And what intricate connections does the Heart of the Nether have with my own experiences in the abyss? A flurry of questions swirled in his mind, tangled and difficult to unravel. As Lin Yu immersed himself in thought, an eerie ripple suddenly emerged from the corner of the courtyard, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending waves of disturbance outward. Startled, Lin Yu immediately lifted his gaze, his eyes sharpening like an eagle's. Locking onto the source of the disturbance, he sprang to his feet, his spiritual energy surging, ready to confront whatever unknown danger lay ahead. The disturbance intensified, and a shadow as dark as ink gradually materialized. The shadow twisted and morphed, eventually coalescing into a humanoid form. Once stabilized, it revealed a figure cloaked in a black robe, shrouded in darkness, with a face obscured by the shadows of its hood. Only a pair of glowing eyes, flickering with an eerie light, could be seen, exuding a chilling aura as if emanating from the depths of the underworld. Who are you? Why do you trespass upon my abode? Lin Yu inquired sharply, his voice laced with vigilance as spiritual energy coalesced at his fingertips, ready to unleash an assault at any moment. The enigmatic figure offered no response, only emitting a low, chilling laugh that reverberated throughout the courtyard, sending shivers down one's spine. In an instant, he darted forward like a wraith, his speed generating a howling wind. Lin Yu reacted swiftly, sidestepping and effortlessly evading the mysterious man's attack. He lightly tapped the ground, using the momentum to leap back several paces, creating distance between them. Simultaneously, he recited incantations, forming hand seals with remarkable speed, conjuring a golden spiritual barrier that materialized before him like an indomitable shield. Observing this, the mysterious man snorted derisively, extending his right hand as a swirling mass of black mist appeared in his palm, emanating a nauseating stench. With a sudden flourish, he unleashed the black mist, which surged toward Lin Yu's spiritual barrier like a tumultuous tide. Upon contact, the golden shield clashed violently with the black mist, producing a dazzling display of light and a burst of spiritual energy. Lin Yu felt a formidable force assailing the barrier, causing his arm to tremble slightly. Gritting his teeth, he intensified his spiritual output, striving to maintain the stability of the shield. "Huh, you think you can thwart me?" The mysterious figure sneered again, his hands weaving rapidly, causing the black mist to thicken and his assaults to intensify. Lin Yu realized that this stalemate was untenable. He needed to strike proactively. His gaze sharpened, and seizing a moment when the mysterious man was occupied, he swiftly altered his hand seals. In an instant, the sky darkened, and numerous strands of golden sword energy manifested, raining down upon the enigmatic figure. Sensing the impending danger, the mysterious man's expression shifted. He quickly retracted the black mist and formed a black shield before him to deflect the oncoming golden sword energy. The swords clashed against the shield, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds and showers of sparks. Taking advantage of the mysterious man's full concentration on the sword energy, Lin Yu darted forward like a bolt of lightning. His right fist clenched, spiritual energy gathered at its core, and with an unstoppable momentum, he struck fiercely at the man's face. Caught unawares, the mysterious figure could only raise his left arm in defense. A thunderous impact echoed as Lin Yu's fist collided with the man's arm, the force sending him staggering back several steps. However, the mysterious figure remained unscathed. Steadying himself, a glimmer of irritation flickered in his eyes. He suddenly spread his arms wide, and the black mist surged around him, enveloping him completely. From within the mist, haunting cries echoed, instilling dread. "Prepare to meet your demise," the mysterious figure bellowed, as the black mist surged forth like a raging tide toward Lin Yu, withering flowers and plants in its wake, leaving cracks on the ground as if corrupted by a malevolent force. Lin Yu sensed the immense power contained within this black mist and felt a surge of caution rise within him. Avoiding a direct confrontation, he deftly maneuvered through the fog, seeking an opening in the mysterious man's defenses. Just as Lin Yu was embroiled in fierce combat, a familiar presence approached swiftly from a distance. Lin Yu's heart stirred. He recognized that his friend Su Yao had arrived. Su Yao, an exceptionally gifted spiritual practitioner adept in healing and support techniques, had shared a profound bond with Lin Yu over the years. A moment later, a graceful figure appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. Su Yao, clad in a delicate blue gown, with her cascading hair billowing like a waterfall in the breeze, possessed an exquisite beauty, her eyes reflecting concern and urgency. Upon witnessing the fierce battle within the courtyard, she did not hesitate to join the fray. Chanting incantations, Su Yao swiftly formed hand seals. A soft blue light enveloped her, radiating outward in ripples. Under this luminous aura, Lin Yu felt the weight upon him lighten, his fatigue diminishing significantly, and the flow of his spiritual energy becoming increasingly smooth. "Lin Yu, I'm here to assist you," Su Yao called out, her voice melodious and clear, like a lark ascending from the valley. Hearing her words, warmth surged within Lin Yu. He cast a grateful glance at Su Yao and replied, "Thank you, but be careful. This mysterious individual is formidable." With Su Yao's support, Lin Yu found his burden greatly alleviated. He regained his spirit and launched another attack against the enigmatic adversary. This time, he and Su Yao synchronized their efforts seamlessly, one on offense and the other on defense, complementing each other beautifully. Faced with their combined assault, the mysterious figure began to falter, his dark mist growing thinner, his form wavering. Internally, he regretted underestimating Lin Yu, whom he had presumed to be merely a novice, easily dispatched, only to find him aided by a capable ally whose coordination was exceptional. Consider yourselves fortunate today. Next time, it shall not be so easy." Realizing the tide was turning against him, the mysterious figure emitted a cold snort and transformed into a shadow, swiftly vanishing from the courtyard. Lin Yu and Su Yao, recognizing the danger in pursuing him, refrained from chasing after him. They understood that since he could escape their combined efforts, he he must possess considerable strength, and rushing after him could lead to peril. Finally, he has gone. Lin Yu exhaled deeply, his tense body relaxing. A wave of exhaustion washed over him, and his legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Su Yao hurriedly stepped forward to support him, her concern evident. Lin Yu, how are you? Are you injured? Lin Yu shook his head, replying, I'm fine, just overly drained of spiritual energy. A bit of rest will suffice. I owe my safety to your timely arrival, otherwise I might have been in grave danger. Su Yao shot him a disapproving glance. You always act so recklessly. Why didn't you inform me of the danger? What if I had arrived too late? Lin Yu smiled sheepishly. I was at fault. I shall be more cautious next time. By the way, what brought you here so unexpectedly? Su Yao explained. I sensed unusual fluctuations in spiritual energy around your area recently and grew concerned, so I came to investigate. I never imagined there would be real trouble. Who was that mysterious person? Why did he attack you? Lin Yu's expression turned serious as he recounted the series of events since his return from the Netherworld, including the visit from the enigmatic elder. After hearing his account, Su Yao's countenance darkened. I had no idea you were entangled in such a complex affair. The forces behind this are too mysterious. We must tread carefully. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. I understand. However, this only strengthens my resolve to uncover the truth. I cannot allow these malevolent forces to prevail. I must protect the peace of this world. As Su Yao gazed into Lin Yu's resolute eyes, a profound admiration welled up within her. She gently grasped his hand and declared, no matter what decision you make, I shall stand by your side. Together, we shall confront these challenges and surely overcome them. Lin Yu, touched by her words, tightened his grip on her hand and replied, Indeed, with you by my side, I fear nothing. They exchanged smiles, their hearts brimming with courage and strength. They understood that the path ahead was fraught with thorns and trials, yet they remained unafraid. For they were united in their commitment to safeguard the beliefs that resided within their hearts. Chapter 44. The first glimmers of clue. Lin Yu and Su Yao took a moment to rest in the courtyard, calming the tension and fatigue brought on by their earlier battle. Su Yao attentively prepared some elixirs to replenish Lin Yu's spiritual energy, and upon witnessing him consume them, her expression finally relaxed. What are your plans from here, Lin Yu? Su Yao inquired softly, her eyes filled with concern and worry. Lin Yu furrowed his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, responded, though that mysterious figure has temporarily retreated, the forces behind him will undoubtedly not relent. I must swiftly uncover their intentions, the true nature of the heart of the underworld, and how it relates to my experiences in the netherworld. Su Yao nodded in agreement, saying, I will accompany you. No matter the challenges we face, we shall confront them together. Lin Yu felt a warmth in his heart, gratefully holding Su Yao's hand as he said, Having you by my side brings me great comfort. However, this investigation may prove perilous, and I do not wish for you to be in danger. Yet, Su Yao resolutely shook her head and asserted, Do not even think of leaving me behind. I am not the fragile woman in need of your constant protection. Moreover, having an extra pair of hands could very well prove invaluable at a crucial moment. Seeing Su Yao's unwavering determination, Lin Yu ceased to insist, replying, Very well. We shall proceed together. But you must promise me that if danger arises, do not act recklessly. Preserving your life is paramount. With a smile, Su Yao nodded, assuring him, Rest assured, I understand the gravity of the situation. After a discussion, they resolved to investigate the identity of the enigmatic elder first. Lin Yu sensed that since the elder was privy to such many secrets, his identity must be extraordinary. Perhaps they could uncover some vital clues from him. They learned of a reclusive sage residing atop a nearby mountain known as Lin Yuan Mountain, reputed to possess knowledge of extraordinary tales and an understanding of various factions and mysterious organizations. Lin Yu and Su Yao decided to journey to Lin Yuan Mountain to seek out this sage, hoping to glean information regarding the enigmatic elder and the sinister powers at play. The following morning, they packed their belongings and set forth towards Lin Yuan Mountain. The scenery along the way was picturesque, filled with verdant hills and flowing waters, complemented by the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. Yet, both were too preoccupied with the impending unknown dangers to appreciate the beauty around them. Their minds were consumed by the looming crisis, and they hurried towards Lin Yuan Mountain. After several days of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the foot of Lin Yuan Mountain. Towering into the clouds, shrouded in mist, the mountain resembled a realm of immortals. At its base lay a quaint, ancient village, where the residents lived in tranquility, starkly contrasting the turmoil of the outside world. Lin Yu and Su Yao entered the quaint town, seeking the abode of the sage from an elderly man. The old man scrutinized them, a flicker of wariness gleaming in his eyes, and inquired, What business do you have with the sage? He rarely receives visitors. Unless it is of utmost importance, it would be wise not to disturb him. Lin Yu hastily replied, "Respected elder, we truly have a matter of great significance to discuss with the sage. We would be immensely grateful if you could disclose his whereabouts." With that, Lin Yu produced a piece of silver and offered it to the old man. The elder waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I am not one to covet wealth. It is merely that the sage values his solitude. Should you approach him uninvited, it may lead to complications. However, seeing your sincere demeanor, I shall reveal his location. The sage resides halfway up Lin Yuan Mountain, in a modest thatched hut. Exercise caution on your ascent. The path is treacherous, and wild beasts roam freely." After expressing their gratitude, Lin Yu and Su Yao made their way towards the mountainside. The trail indeed proved rugged and challenging, requiring them to navigate around sudden thorns and stones. Just as they neared the halfway point, a deep growl echoed from ahead. Lin Yu's heart raced, signaling Su Yao to halt, as they remained vigilant. Emerging from the thicket was a colossal black bear, its fur as dark as night, eyes glinting with ferocity, and its maw agape, revealing sharp fangs, clearly disturbed by their footsteps. "Be cautious. This bear appears formidable," Lin Yu whispered to Su Yao, channeling his spiritual energy in preparation for an imminent confrontation. Su Yao, equally alert, swiftly formed hand seals, a blue luminescence gathering within her palms. Should the bear launch an attack, she would be ready to cast a defensive spell. The bear advanced, drawing closer, its powerful scent wafting through the air. In the moment before the bear struck, Lin Yu unleashed a fierce shout, dashing toward the beast like a bolt of lightning. His right fist, imbued with potent energy, aimed squarely at the bear's head. The bear, sensing the impending blow, instinctively sidestepped, and Lin Yu's fist grazed its side, crashing into a nearby tree. With a resounding crack, the tree splintered and fell. Infuriated by the attack, the bear roared and lunged at Lin Yu with its massive paw. Displaying agility, Lin Yu evaded the blow effortlessly, springing back several paces. Meanwhile, Su Yao seized the opportunity to counterattack. Chanting incantations, she conjured an ice arrow that shot forth from her palm, streaking toward the bear like a flash of lightning. The bear, realizing the threat too late, could not escape the projectile, which struck its shoulder, eliciting a pained roar. Wounded, the bear became even more relentless, charging towards Lin Yu and Su Yao without hesitation. The duo, in perfect harmony, one on the offensive, the other providing support, engaged in a fierce battle with the beast. After a fierce struggle, they ultimately succeeded in driving the bear away. The black bear turned and fled deep into the forest, vanishing from sight. Lin Yu and Su Yao, breathless and exhausted, collapsed onto the ground. "Phew, it's finally over," Lin Yu sighed, expressing his relief. Su Yao wiped the sweat from her brow and remarked, "Indeed, we worked well together. However, this also serves as a reminder that we remain unaware of the dangers that lie ahead on our ascent. We must exercise greater caution." Lin Yu nodded in agreement, and after a brief respite, they continued their journey toward the modest hut halfway up the mountain. After a strenuous climb, they finally beheld the humble dwelling. Surrounding the hut were an array of exotic flowers and herbs, exuding a fragrant aroma that imparted a sense of tranquility and serenity. Approaching the door, Lin Yu gently knocked. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing an elderly man clad in a gray robe. With a crown of white hair and a kindly visage, his eyes radiated wisdom. He scrutinized Lin Yu and Su Yao for a moment before smiling and inquiring, "Young friends, what brings you here from afar?" Lin Yu promptly bowed, saying, "Esteemed elder, we seek your guidance on certain matters and hope you might bestow your wisdom upon us." The elder nodded slightly and replied, "Come inside." He stepped aside, allowing Lin Yu and Su Yao to enter the hut. The interior was sparsely furnished, featuring only a wooden table, a few chairs, and a bed. The elder gestured for them to take a seat and poured 2 cups of fragrant tea. "What questions do you wish to ask?" he inquired. Lin Yu recounted the various encounters he had faced since returning from the realm of the dead, including the visit from the mysterious elder and the subsequent attack by the enigmatic figure. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression turned grave. "I did not anticipate such events to unfold. It seems that the tranquility of this world is on the verge of being disrupted. A significant crisis is quietly approaching," he said slowly. Lin Yu hastily asked, "Elder, do you know the identity of that mysterious elder? And what of the forces that seek to harm me? What are their origins?" The elder pondered for a moment before responding. "Regarding the mysterious elder, I have only heard whispers. It is said that he is an unparalleled master who has lived in seclusion for many years, privy to many undisclosed secrets. As for why he has sought you out, only he knows the answer. The malevolent forces, however, lurk in the shadows, vast and intricate. The most enigmatic among them is an organization known as the Shadow Cult. This group aims to seize the powers of the world by any means necessary, operating in utmost secrecy, with few aware of their true nature and whereabouts. Lin Yu and Su Yao exchanged glances, a chill running through them. The shadow cult sounded terrifyingly mysterious, and facing them would not be an easy task. Elder, how should we respond? Su Yao asked anxiously. The elder sighed softly and replied, in this world, all matters are bound by the cycle of cause and effect, governed by fate. Since you have already become entangled in this web, extricating yourselves may prove difficult. However, I believe you possess the capability to confront this crisis. Along your journey, you must continually enhance your strength and seek ways to unravel this predicament. Additionally, remain vigilant for clues around you. Perhaps, inadvertently, you will uncover the key to defeating your adversaries. Lin Yu nodded and said, thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. We will certainly strive to do our best. By the way, elder, are you aware of the matter concerning the heart of the netherworld? A flicker of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes as he replied. You are even aware of the heart of the netherworld. This artifact is an ancient relic, possessing the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Legend has it that it is concealed deep within the netherworld, serving as the core of all souls in the world. Should it fall into the hands of malevolent forces, the consequences would be dire. However, I possess little specific knowledge regarding it. Lin Yu and Su Yao felt a pang of disappointment. Yet they understood that uncovering more about the heart of the netherworld would require their own endeavors. After conversing with the elder for quite some time, Lin Yu and Su Yao rose to take their leave. The elder escorted them to the door and said, dear young friends, the road ahead is fraught with peril. I hope you take care. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to return to seek my assistance. After expressing their gratitude, Lin Yu and Su Yao departed from the thatched cottage. They descended the mountain path slowly, their minds swirling with myriad thoughts. Although their journey to Lingyin Mountain yielded few tangible clues, it had at least granted them a preliminary understanding of their adversaries, solidifying their resolve to uncover the truth and combat the forces of evil. They recognized that the road ahead was long, filled with uncertainty and challenges, yet they remained undaunted. For they believed that as long as they joined hands and worked together, they would surely overcome hardships and safeguard the tranquility of this world. Chapter 45. Clue to the forbidden ancient texts. After leaving Lingyin Mountain, Lin Yu and Su Yao did not return immediately. Instead, they resolved to visit a nearby ancient town, Qingyuan Town. According to the sage of Lingyin Mountain, a mysterious library hidden within Qingyuan Town harbored countless rare ancient texts, which might contain clues related to the heart of the netherworld and the shadow cult. Upon arriving at Qingyuan Town, it was already evening. The lingering rays of the setting sun bathed the ancient streets in a soft golden hue. Traditional shops lined both sides of the street, bustling with pedestrians, creating a lively atmosphere. However, Lin Yu and Su Yao had little interest in admiring the vibrant street scene. They proceeded directly towards the library. The library, situated at the town's center, was an imposing structure. It boasted 3 stories, with elegantly curved eaves and intricately carved beams, exuding an air of antiquity and refinement. In front of the library, 2 stone lions stood majestically, as if guarding the precious texts within. As Lin Yu and Su Yao approached the library, they found the main door firmly closed, accompanied by a notice affixed to it. The notice read that the library was currently undergoing organization and renovation and was not open to the public. Lin Yu felt a wave of disappointment wash over him and was about to turn away when Su Yao suddenly grasped his arm. Wait, I have a way, Su Yao said mysteriously. She produced a jade pendant from her bosom, upon which was engraved a mysterious rune. Lin Yu recognized it as the emblem of Su Yao's family, said to possess special powers. Su Yao gently pressed the jade pendant against the door, murmuring incantations. In an instant, the pendant emitted a soft glow that enveloped the door, and with a creak, the door slowly swung open. Lin Yu and Su Yao exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. They cautiously entered the library, fearful of disturbing its tranquil ambience. The dimly lit space was permeated with an air of antiquity. Towering shelves lined with books stretched endlessly before them. The two began to search among the shelves, meticulously examining each ancient tome, leaving no potential clue overlooked. However, as time elapsed, their efforts yielded naught. The sheer volume of texts within the library made the quest for information regarding the heart of the abyss and the shadow cult akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Just as Lin Yu and Su Yao began to feel a sense of despair, Lin Yu unexpectedly stumbled upon a dust-covered ancient book tucked away in a corner. The cover bore no inscriptions, appearing exceedingly worn. A spark of intuition ignited within Lin Yu, suggesting that this tome might possess extraordinary significance. He gently opened the book, and a wave of antiquated scent engulfed him. The text was inscribed in an archaic script, which required considerable effort for Lin Yu and Su Yao to decipher. The tome contained a legend about the underworld, a mysterious realm that served as the resting place for the deceased and the source of malevolent forces. Deep within the underworld lay a mystical gem known as the Heart of the Abyss. This gem harbored boundless power, capable of controlling life and death, manipulating souls, and even opening portals to other worlds. However, the overwhelming strength of the Heart of the Abyss attracted the covetous gaze of countless evil entities. In a bid to claim this formidable power, various factions engaged in a fierce struggle. This conflict raged for centuries, resulting in widespread devastation and a darkened sky. Ultimately, a mysterious powerhouse emerged, sealing the Heart of the Abyss deep within the underworld and establishing formidable barriers to prevent it from falling into the hands of malevolent forces. After absorbing this account, Lin Yu and Su Yao were profoundly shaken. The true magnitude of the Heart of the Abyss's power was indeed terrifying. If the ancient text assertions held true, and the shadow cult's purpose was to seize the heart, the consequences of their success would be unimaginable. Lin Yu, we must swiftly discover a way to thwart the shadow cult, Su Yao remarked gravely. Lin Yu nodded in agreement, responding, indeed. Although this ancient book does not mention the shadow cult explicitly, their interest in the Heart of the Abyss may well connect them to the factions that once vied for its possession. Let us continue our search for additional clues. As they prepared to resume their exploration, they suddenly heard footsteps approaching from outside. Alarmed, Lin Yu and Su Yao hastily concealed the ancient book and took refuge behind the shelves. A group of men clad in black entered the library, led by a tall, imposing figure. This man bore a stern expression, his eyes glinting with a fierce intensity. He surveyed the surroundings and coldly commanded, "Search thoroughly. We must locate that ancient tome." At his directive, the black-clad men dispersed, initiating a search throughout the library. Lin Yu and Su Yao remained hidden, scarcely daring to breathe. They silently thanked their foresight in concealing the tome, for had it been discovered by these ominous figures, the repercussions would have been dire. As the figures clad in black were on the verge of discovering their hiding place, Lin Yu suddenly had a moment of inspiration. He stealthily retrieved a small stone from his pocket and hurled it forcefully into the distance. The sound of the stone hitting the ground echoed with a sharp crack, capturing the attention of the black-clad men. "What was that sound?" the leader exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically as he immediately led his companions in pursuit of the noise. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu and Su Yao dashed out from behind the bookshelf, sprinting towards the exit of the library. However, just as they approached the entrance, they discovered that the door had mysteriously been closed and locked. "This is bad. We have been trapped." Lin Yu's face paled in realization, and he quickly turned to search for an alternative escape route. Yet, the black-clad men had already returned, encircling them completely. The leader fixed his icy gaze upon Lin Yu and Su Yao, coldly declaring, "Did you truly believe you could escape? Hand over the ancient tome, and perhaps I shall spare your lives." Lin Yu and Su Yao exchanged determined glances, their eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. They understood the tome's significance to the safety of the world and knew it could not fall into the hands of such malevolent forces. "If you desire the tome, you must first contend with us," Lin Yu shouted, his spiritual energy surging around him, ready to engage in a life-and-death struggle against the black-clad men. Su Yao, equally unyielding, swiftly formed seals with her hands, preparing to cast spells to assist Lin Yu. A heart-stopping battle was poised to erupt within the library. Would Lin Yu and Su Yao manage to break through the encirclement and secure the tome safely? Could they also discover a way to thwart the shadow cult and safeguard the peace of this world? All remained uncertain. Chapter 46. A turning point in desperation inside the library. The atmosphere was taut with tension. The black-clad men encircled Lin Yu and Su Yao. The leader's gaze sharp as a blade, fixated on them as if attempting to discern the location of the ancient tome from their expressions. Back to back, Lin Yu and Su Yao stood resolutely, their spiritual energy surging forth to counter the oppressive aura of the black-clad men. "I shall ask once more, where's the tome? Surrender it, and I may allow you to live." The leader's voice was chilling, reverberating through the silent library. Lin Yu scoffed, "You think you are worthy of the tome? Come and take it if you dare." With that, he launched the first offensive, his hands swiftly forming seals as he gathered a brilliant sphere of golden spiritual energy in his palms, radiating like a miniature sun. He then thrust it forward, transforming the golden energy into a fierce, sword-like blast directed at the black-clad men. Seeing this, the black-clad men hastened to counter with their own spells. In an instant, the library was awash with spiritual energy, flashes of light illuminating the space. The clash of sword energy against their incantations erupted into a deafening roar, causing books from the shelves to tumble in a chaotic flurry. the pages swirling like a blizzard of white. Su Yao, not to be outdone, began to chant incantations, her hands drawing intricate symbols in the air. The symbols glowed with a cerulean light, gradually coalescing into a magnificent ice phoenix. With a vibrant cry, the ice phoenix soared into the air, charging at the black-clad men. Wherever it flew, a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, freezing the very air and rapidly forming a thick layer of ice upon the ground. The figures clad in black were momentarily taken aback by the sudden onslaught. The leader's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily commanded his companions to fend off the assault from the ice phoenix. With swift movements of his hands, a dark barrier rose before them, deflecting the impact of the ice phoenix's charge. However, the offensive from Lin Yuan and Su Yao showed no signs of abating. The two worked in perfect harmony, alternating between attack and defense, leaving the black-clad individuals somewhat overwhelmed. Seizing the opportunity while the leader was preoccupied with repelling the ice phoenix, Lin Yuan darted like a specter among the dark figures, his energies shifting form, sometimes manifesting as sword chi, at other times as shadowy fists, forcing the adversaries to retreat repeatedly. Meanwhile, Su Yao provided crucial support from the sidelines, casting spells that not only inflicted damage upon the black-clad men, but also hindered their movements. Under the influence of Su Yao's ice-based magic, the temperature within the library plummeted, causing the opponents to move sluggishly. Just as Lin Yuan and Su Yao gained the upper hand, the leader suddenly produced a black orb from his robes. The surface of the orb was inscribed with enigmatic runes, emanating an aura of malevolence. He raised the orb high, chanting incantations under his breath. In an instant, the orb radiated a blinding light, unleashing a torrent of formidable dark energy that surged toward Lin Yuan and Su Yao. Both sensed the terrifying power of this darkness and were taken aback. They quickly gathered their energies, attempting to withstand the oncoming force. However, the dark power was overwhelming, and their protective barrier trembled precariously, on the verge of collapse. "This force is too powerful. We may not be able to withstand it," Lin Yuan exclaimed, pallid and beaded with sweat, gritting his teeth. Su Yao, equally grave, grasped Lin Yuan's hand tightly and declared, "No matter what happens, we must stay together." Gazing into Su Yao's resolute eyes, a warm surge of determination welled up within Lin Yuan. He nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes, we will endure this." Just as they were about to be engulfed by the dark energy, a mysterious light suddenly burst forth from Lin Yuan's embrace. The radiance enveloped both him and Su Yao, forming a solid shield that repelled the encroaching darkness. In astonishment, Lin Yuan and Su Yao looked down to find the jade pendant gifted by the enigmatic elder glowing softly. The runes upon the pendant shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance, seemingly engaging in a silent duel against the dark force. "It's this pendant," Lin Yuan exclaimed with joy, astonished that this seemingly ordinary object had saved them in their moment of peril. The leader's countenance paled at the sight of the pendant, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. He hastily stowed the black orb and signaled his companions to retreat. Under the pendant's radiant intimidation, they dared not linger and swiftly vanished from the library's vicinity. Once the black-clad figures had departed, Lin Yuan and Su Yao exhaled in relief. They sank to the ground, breathing heavily, the recent battle having drained them of considerable energy, leaving them utterly fatigued. "Finally, it's over," Lin Yuan murmured weakly. Su Yao nodded, picking up the jade pendant and scrutinizing it closely. "This pendant is truly extraordinary. It appears that the mysterious elder who bestowed it upon us had profound intentions." Lin Yuan accepted the pendant, his heart brimming with gratitude. He realized that without this pendant, they might have met their demise today. "Once we have resolved this matter, we must express our sincere thanks to that esteemed elder," Lin Yuan remarked. After a brief respite, Lin Yuan and Su Yao rose to their feet. They surveyed the chaotic state of the library, feeling a twinge of guilt. "We left this place in disarray. I wonder if it will cause trouble for the library's owner," Su Yao expressed her concern. Lin Yuan contemplated for a moment before responding. "Let us tidy up this place first. As for the rest, we shall return to apologize to the owner once the library reopens." Thus, the two began to restore order to the library. They painstakingly picked up the scattered books, returning them to their shelves, and repaired the furniture and windows that had been damaged in the skirmish. After considerable effort, the library regained some semblance of its former glory. Once they had finished organizing the library, Lin Yuan and Su Yao departed from Qingyuan town. They understood that this assault was merely the beginning. The shadow cult would certainly not relent. In order to thwart their sinister designs, Lin Yuan and Su Yao resolved to journey to a mysterious place known as Linghuan Valley. It was said that a peerless powerhouse lay hidden within the valley, and perhaps he could aid them in enhancing their abilities and discovering a means to combat the shadow cult. The two embarked on their journey to Linghuan Valley. facing numerous hardships along the way, braving the elements as they traveled. Yet their resolve remained unshaken. They were acutely aware that they bore the weighty responsibility of safeguarding peace in the world, and regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, they would press forward with unwavering determination. Chapter 47. The Crisis of Lin Yuan Valley. Lin Yu and Su Yao hastened towards Lin Yuan Valley, and as they traveled, Lin Yu repeatedly examined the jade pendant, attempting to glean further insights from it. However, apart from emitting a faint glow, the pendant showed no other signs of activity. As they drew closer to Lin Yuan Valley, the spiritual energy in the air thickened, like an invisible veil brushing gently against their skin. Upon reaching the entrance of Lin Yuan Valley, the sight that greeted them caused their hearts to tighten. The once serene and tranquil atmosphere had vanished, replaced by utter devastation. Boulders lay strewn about, trees lay broken, and the ground bore deep, alarming gashes, indicating that a fierce battle had recently transpired here. How could this be? Su Yao gasped, covering her mouth. Her eyes filled with concern. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, his expression grave. It seems Lin Yuan Valley has encountered calamity. We must proceed with caution. With that, he stepped into the valley first, channeling his spiritual energy and remaining vigilant to the surrounding sounds. Su Yao followed closely behind, gathering blue spiritual energy in her hands. Prepared for any unforeseen circumstances, the two advanced cautiously, the valley enveloped in an eerie stillness, punctuated only by the occasional calls of unknown birds, adding to the ominous atmosphere. Suddenly, Lin Yu halted, raising his hand to signal Su Yao to be silent. He had keenly sensed a faint fluctuation of energy not far ahead, as if someone were lurking in the shadows, watching them. At that moment, a shadow shot out from the nearby woods, swift as lightning, charging directly at Lin Yu. With remarkable reflexes, Lin Yu sidestepped and, clenching his right fist imbued with spiritual energy, struck at the shadow. The shadow adeptly twisted in midair, evading Lin Yu's attack and landing on the ground, revealing itself to be a monstrous beast covered in sharp spikes. This creature, the size of a bull, had eyes gleaming with a blood-red glow and emitted a low, menacing growl, its spikes quivering as if ready to launch an assault. Upon witnessing this, Su Yao immediately cast a spell, sending an ice arrow hurtling towards the beast. However, the beast exhibited no fear. It abruptly tossed its head, launching its spikes like hidden weapons, shattering the ice arrow into fragments. This creature proved to be quite formidable. Lin Yu's expression turned grave, fully aware of the beast's extraordinary strength. Recognizing the need for caution, he exchanged a knowing glance with Su Yao, and they resolved to strike in unison. Lin Yu swiftly maneuvered to the beast's rear, channeling his spiritual energy into a blade-like force aimed at the creature's back. Meanwhile, Su Yao held its attention from the front, continuously casting ice spells to hinder the beast's movements. Sensing the impending threat, the beast writhed violently, its spikes shooting out in a barrage. Lin Yu and Su Yao evaded left and right, finding it challenging to close in on their foe. As the standoff continued, Lin Yu suddenly had a brilliant idea. He concentrated his spiritual energy in his palm, forming a golden sphere of energy, which he then forcefully smashed into the ground. A tremendous roar echoed as the earth trembled violently, unleashing a powerful shockwave that radiated outward from the sphere's epicenter. The beast was knocked off balance by this force, swaying unsteadily. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu executed a swift maneuver, appearing before the beast like a wraith, and with a flash of his blade-like energy, he drove it deep into the creature's neck. The beast let out a horrific scream, struggling briefly before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Lin Yu and Su Yao exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from their brows, and continued deeper into the Spirit Illusion Valley. As they ventured further, the sights within the valley grew increasingly harrowing. Along their path, they encountered numerous destroyed homes and fallen corpses, each bearing strange wounds that did not resemble typical attacks. Lin Yu crouched beside one of the bodies, inspecting it closely and detecting an aura of malevolence at the wounds, strikingly similar to the presence of those they had encountered from the Shadow Cult. It became apparent that all of this was the doing of the Shadow Cult. Rising to his feet, Lin Yu's eyes flashed with anger. They had moved with such swiftness, arriving here before them. Su Yao's complexion paled as she bit her lip. Can we still find that unparalleled expert? Lin Yu paused for a moment before responding. Regardless of the circumstances, we must make the attempt. Perhaps that elder is still alive, merely hiding away. Just as they prepared to advance, a faint cry for help reached their ears. Lin Yu and Su Yao exchanged glances, following the sound's direction. Behind a pile of rubble, they discovered an elderly man gravely injured. His tattered clothing was soaked in blood, and his breath was shallow. Lin Yu quickly knelt beside him, channeling spiritual energy to alleviate his injuries, while Su Yao retrieved healing elixirs, administering them to the elder. After a considerable amount of time, the elder's breath gradually steadied. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Lin Yu and Su Yao, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, young friends, for your rescue," the elder said in a weak voice. Lin Yu hastily inquired, "Senior, what exactly transpired in Linghuan Valley? Do you know the whereabouts of that unparalleled expert?" The elder let out a soft sigh and replied, "The members of the Shadow Sect launched a sudden assault, seeking a treasure hidden within Linghuan Valley. Anyone who obstructed them was ruthlessly slain. That unparalleled expert fought valiantly to protect those in the valley, but ultimately, their fate remains unknown." Lin Yu and Su Yao felt a heaviness in their hearts, taken aback by the severity of the situation. Lin Yu pressed further, "Senior, do you have any knowledge of the treasure the Shadow Sect is after?" The elder shook his head, stating, "I am uncertain. I only know that this treasure is of immense significance, tied to the safety of the entire realm. The Shadow Sect is scouring the valley, and they have likely not yet found it. Young friends, if you possess the capability, you must thwart them. The treasure must not fall into their hands." Lin Yu and Su Yao nodded solemnly. Lin Yu assured, "Rest easy, Senior. We will do our utmost." After bidding farewell to the elder, they continued their search through the valley. They navigated the ruins, leaving no corner unchecked, yet aside from the elder, they found no other survivors. Just as despair began to settle in, Lin Yu suddenly noticed something unusual in front of a concealed cave. The entrance was blocked by a massive stone, nearly undetectable without careful observation. A spark of intuition ignited within Lin Yu. He sensed that this cave might harbor some secrets. Together with Su Yao, they pushed the stone aside and entered the cave. A damp atmosphere enveloped them, and the light was dim. They tread cautiously, and suddenly, a stone door appeared before them. The door was adorned with mysterious runes, emanating an ancient and powerful aura. Chapter 48. The secrets behind the stone door. Lin Yu and Su Yao stood before the stone door, anxiously watching the flickering runes that seemed to possess a life of their own, pulsating and exuding an enigmatic energy. Lin Yu took a deep breath, slowly extending his hand to gently touch the stone door. A sense of antiquity washed over him through his fingertips, as if the door were narrating tales from centuries past. Lin Yu, Su Yao's voice trembled slightly, her eyes filled with trepidation. Lin Yu fixed his gaze on the door, his expression grave. "Do not panic. Although these runes are ancient, they appear devoid of malice. I believe they conceal the key to unraveling all mysteries." With that, he focused his energy, summoning his inner spiritual power in an attempt to decipher the meaning of the runes. At the moment Lin Yu's spiritual energy made contact with the runes, they blazed with brilliance, causing the entire stone door to tremble violently. Su Yao instinctively moved closer to Lin Yu, both of them intently watching the door, prepared for any potential danger. As the tremors intensified, the door gradually opened, and an ancient, yet powerful aura surged forth. Behind it lay a deep passage, its walls embedded with gems that emitted a soft glow, illuminating the path ahead. Lin Yu and Su Yao cautiously entered the passage, each step taken with utmost care. At the end of the corridor lay a vast stone chamber. In the center of this chamber stood a stone platform, upon which rested a crystal orb emitting a gentle blue glow. The orb was surrounded by peculiar runes, identical to those inscribed on the stone door. Su Yao gasped in astonishment, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Lin Yu approached the stone platform slowly, his gaze fixed firmly on the crystal orb. He sensed that the orb contained a formidable power, reminiscent of the aura he had encountered in the netherworld. As he extended his hand to touch the orb, a brilliant light flashed, and images began to materialize within the crystal. The visions revealed a figure clad in a black robe, wielding a long sword that radiated dark light, engaged in a fierce battle against a group of equally formidable foes. The combat was breathtaking, with spells illuminating the entire sky. The black-robed warrior displayed extraordinary prowess, each swing of his sword unleashing powerful waves of energy, forcing his adversaries to retreat. However, just as victory seemed within reach, a mysterious silhouette emerged. This figure was enveloped in a shroud of mist, obscuring its features. Grasped in its hand was a sphere pulsating with a sinister red light, seemingly harboring boundless malevolent power. The enigmatic figure hurled the sphere towards the black-robed warrior, who, caught off guard, was struck and instantly consumed by the nefarious force. The scene shifted to an ancient city, suffused with an atmosphere of death and despair. People fled in all directions, yet none could escape the relentless pursuit of the dark power. The final image crystallized upon a mysterious altar, where the heart of the netherworld lay, surrounded by a circle of black-robed individuals chanting incantations, seemingly conducting a vile ritual. As Lin Yu and Su Yao absorbed these revelations, their hearts were filled with shock. They finally comprehended why the shadow cult was so fervently in search of the heart of the netherworld. They sought to harness its power to unleash the sealed malevolent force and dominate the entire world. We cannot allow them to succeed, Lin Yu declared, his fists clenched and his eyes glinting with determination. Su Yao nodded, saying, "But what can we do? The shadow cult is immensely powerful. How can we thwart them?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu responded, "From the images we just witnessed, that black-robed warrior possessed great strength. Perhaps he left behind methods to counter the shadow cult. Since this crystal orb is here, it may hold further clues." He began to meticulously examine the stone platform and the crystal orb in search of additional information. At that moment, the orb suddenly radiated a brilliant light once more. A beam shot forth from the crystal, striking the wall of the chamber. The beam projected a segment of text onto the wall, which shimmered with a golden glow, exuding an air of mystery. Lin Yu and Su Yao hurried to the wall, intent on deciphering the inscription. The text chronicled the identity and origins of the black-robed warrior, revealing him to be an ancient power, who, in a bid to seal away the evil force, had sacrificed himself. As he lay on the brink of death, he sealed his power and wisdom within this crystal orb, awaiting a destined individual to unravel its secrets. The text further revealed that to thwart the Shadow Sect, 3 keys must be discovered. These keys symbolize courage, wisdom, and kindness. Only by uniting them could they unlock the gateway to the heart of the netherworld and thwart the sinister designs of the Shadow Sect. Upon reading these words, Lin Yu and Su Yao felt a flicker of hope igniting within them. They understood that although the path ahead was fraught with peril, the discovery of the 3 keys offered a chance to impede the Shadow Sect's plans. "Su Yao, no matter how arduous the journey may be, we must find those 3 keys," Lin Yu declared resolutely, his eyes brimming with determination as he gazed at Su Yao. She nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes, I believe we can do it." Just as they prepared to depart the stone chamber, a sudden clamor of footsteps echoed from the passageway. Startled, Lin Yu and Su Yao hastily concealed themselves, vigilantly watching the entrance. A group of cloaked figures entered the chamber, led by the very man who had previously confronted them in the library. Upon spotting the crystal orb on the pedestal, a glint of greed flashed in his eyes. "Huh, I never imagined there would be a clue here," he exclaimed with elation. "With this crystal orb, we are one step closer to the heart of the netherworld." Lin Yu and Su Yao, hidden in the shadows, felt an urgent anxiety swell within them. They knew that the orb contained vital clues that must not fall into the hands of the cloaked figures. Just as one of them reached out to touch the orb, Lin Yu burst forth from his hiding place, shouting, "Not so fast." Chapter 49. A fierce confrontation like an arrow released from its bow. Lin Yu charged towards the leader of the cloaked figures, his spiritual energy surging fiercely, coalescing in his right fist. With an unstoppable momentum, he struck with all his might. The leader's expression changed dramatically as he hastily raised his arm to defend himself. A thunderous impact echoed through the chamber, the force of the blow sending him stumbling backward, pain radiating through his arm as if his bones were on the verge of shattering. "You dare covet the crystal orb with such inadequate strength?" Lin Yu bellowed in fury, pressing his advantage. His spiritual energy shifted and transformed into a barrage of razor-sharp sword chi, launching towards the cloaked figures. The sword chi sliced through the air, producing a shrill whistle, cleaving through bookshelves and scattering tomes across the floor. Unwilling to be outdone, Su Yao swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations under her breath. In an instant, the temperature within the library plummeted, and a thick layer of ice rapidly formed on the ground. From this icy surface, countless sharp icicles erupted, aiming directly at the cloaked figures. In a state of panic, they scrambled to evade the onslaught, yet many were still struck by the icicles, releasing cries of anguish. The leader, witnessing the chaos, felt a mix of shock and fury. He recognized the formidable prowess of Lin Yu and Su Yao. If he did not resolve this situation swiftly, not only would he fail to obtain the crystal orb, but his entire group would likely meet their demise here. Resolutely, he clenched his teeth and retrieved a small black vial from his robe. The vial emitted a foul, noxious odor that was utterly repulsive. "Humph, since you refuse my courtesy, do not blame me for being ungracious." The leader's countenance darkened as he hurled the vial towards Lin Yu and Su Yao. The bottle suddenly shattered in midair, releasing a billowing cloud of black smoke that swiftly enveloped the entire library. Within the haze, grotesque faces emerged, emitting wails reminiscent of tormented souls from the depths of hell. Lin Yu and Su Yao were taken aback by this unforeseen assault, hastily holding their breath and channeling their spiritual energy to resist the encroaching darkness. Yet, the smoke harbored a sinister force that relentlessly battered their spiritual barrier, accelerating the depletion of their energy. "This smoke is toxic," Lin Yu's face paled, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he gritted his teeth. Su Yao, we must find a solution swiftly, or we won't last much longer. Su Yao nodded, suppressing her discomfort as she scanned the surroundings for the source of the smoke. Suddenly, she spotted the leader of the black-clad figures wielding a small bell adorned with mysterious runes, pulsating with an eerie glow. With each movement of the bell, more black smoke surged forth. Lin Yu, it's that bell. If we destroy it, we might be able to dispel this smoke. Su Yao exclaimed, pointing at the bell in the leader's hand. Lin Yu followed her gaze, determination flashing in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his entire spiritual energy, preparing to launch a full-scale attack. Su Yao, hold off the others. I will destroy that bell, he declared. Su Yao nodded, her hands moving rapidly as she unleashed a barrage of ice spells towards the black-clad figures, diverting their attention entirely. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu darted through the shadows like a wraith, closing in on the leader. The leader, sensing Lin Yu's intent, turned pale and hastily commanded his followers to obstruct him. While frantically shaking the bell, causing the black smoke to thicken, Lin Yu maneuvered through the smoke, deftly evading the attacks of the black-clad figures with his agile movements and formidable spiritual power. At last, he reached the leader. Prepare to face your doom, Lin Yu bellowed, as his energy coalesced into a colossal sword-like force, striking towards the leader with cataclysmic intent. The leader's eyes widened in terror. He attempted to evade, but found himself ensnared by an invisible force, rendered immobile. Just as the sword energy was about to strike, a shadow suddenly leaped in from the side, shielding him. With a thunderous crash, the energy collided with the shadow, producing a deafening sound. The figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a bookshelf that collapsed, burying the shadow beneath its weight. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yu realized that the figure protecting the leader was a petite woman clad in a dark robe, her beauty marred by an aura of coldness. A trickle of blood escaped her lips, her eyes filled with fury and defiance. You, the leader gasped, staring at the woman with a mixture of surprise and complexity. Get out of here, she urged, struggling to rise despite her injuries, addressing the leader. The leader hesitated for a moment, before gritting his teeth and turning to flee from the library. As the other cloaked figures witnessed the situation, they too relinquished their resistance, retreating in the wake of their leader. Lin Yu intended to pursue them, but soon realized that his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and his body had grown exceedingly weak from inhaling the noxious fumes. Helplessly, he watched the departing figures, his heart brimming with reluctance. Lin Yu, are you all right? Su Yao rushed over to support him, her concern evident. Lin Yu shook his head, replying, I am fine, merely fatigued from excessive use of spiritual energy. Who was that woman? Why did she save them? Su Yao glanced at the woman buried beneath the bookshelf and replied, I do not know. However, she possesses formidable strength. Had she not intervened, we might have succeeded. The two approached the woman and moved the bookshelf aside. She lay on the ground, her breath faint, teetering on the brink of life. Lin Yu crouched beside her, channeling some of his spiritual energy in an attempt to alleviate her injuries. The woman slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Lin Yu and Su Yao with a hint of surprise. Why did you save me? She asked weakly. Lin Yu responded, though we are adversaries, I cannot bring harm to one who is gravely injured. Why did you assist them? They are agents of the shadow cult, whose goal is to bring about the world's destruction. The woman offered a faint, bitter smile, saying, I am aware, but I have no other choice. I am a member of the shadow cult, raised by them since childhood. They have shown me kindness, and I cannot betray them. Lin Yu and Su Yao exchanged a glance, filled with resignation. They understood that persuading her to turn against the shadow cult was nearly impossible. What is your name? Su Yao inquired. I am called Yuying, the woman replied softly. You should leave quickly. The shadow cult will not spare you. They will soon return, and you stand no chance against them. Lin Yu nodded, saying, Very well, we shall depart. Take care of yourself. With that, he and Su Yao turned to leave the library. After exiting the library, they sought a safe place to rest. Lin Yu consumed some pills to recover his spiritual energy, while Su Yao cast healing spells on him. Under Su Yao's attentive care, Lin Yu's injuries gradually improved, and his spiritual energy slowly replenished. Lin Yu, what shall we do next? Su Yao asked. The shadow cult will certainly not relent. We must swiftly locate the 3 keys to thwart their schemes. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu replied, I believe we should first pursue the key of courage. Courage embodies the unwavering spirit in the face of adversity and danger. Perhaps we can seek out those who have displayed extraordinary bravery in dire situations. They might know the whereabouts of the key of courage. Su Yao nodded in agreement, saying, Very well, let's proceed with this plan. Where should we begin our search? Lin Yu pondered for a moment before responding. I have heard whispers of a mysterious ancient city in the distant Sunset Desert. A fierce battle once transpired there, where the defending soldiers faced formidable foes without fear, displaying unparalleled courage. We should investigate. We may uncover some clues. All right, let us rest briefly before setting out, Su Yao replied. Thus, after a short respite, the two set forth on their journey to the Sunset Desert. They are aware that greater challenges and dangers await them ahead, yet they remain undaunted. For within their hearts lies an unwavering conviction to thwart the sinister machinations of the shadow cult and safeguard the peace of this world. Chapter 50. The Crisis in the Desert. Lin Yuan and Su Yao journeyed tirelessly, ultimately arriving at the edge of the Sunset Desert. The scorching wind carried swirling sands that assailed them, revealing an expansive golden sea of dunes that shimmered under the sun's radiant light. Waves of heat rose from the sandy surface, distorting their vision, as if this desert concealed countless unknown secrets and perils. This is the Sunset Desert, known for its harsh conditions and the presence of enigmatic creatures and bizarre phenomena. Lin Yu's expression grew solemn as he spoke, producing a storage pouch from which he retrieved two specially crafted cloaks, offering one to Su Yao. Put this on. It will shield you from some of the heat and sand. Su Yao accepted the cloak and draped it over her shoulders, feeling a refreshing coolness emanating from it, which brought her some solace. The two exchanged a determined glance, inhaled deeply, and resolutely stepped into the mysterious desert. Upon entering the desert, they were immediately struck by the oppressive heat, as if they had stepped into a colossal steamer. The sand beneath their feet was blisteringly hot, each step akin to treading upon embers, causing unbearable pain. Yet, Lin Yu and Su Yao pressed on, fueled by their indomitable will. As they ventured deeper into the desert, the environment grew increasingly treacherous. Howling winds whipped around them, and the swirling sands nearly obscured their vision. They were compelled to halt, standing back to back, channeling their spiritual energy to withstand the assault of the elements. In that moment, Lin Yu felt a subtle tremor beneath his feet, a sense of alarm rising within him as he realized danger was imminent. Su Yao, be cautious. Something approaches, Lin Yu shouted, gripping his weapon tightly and scanning their surroundings with vigilance. No sooner had he spoken than a multitude of enormous sandworms erupted from the ground. These creatures were robust, nearly as thick as two people embracing, their bodies adorned with hardened scales that glimmered with a chilling sheen in the sunlight. They opened their gaping maws, revealing sharp fangs, rushing toward Lin Yu and Su Yao while spewing streams of green venom that corroded the sand, creating deep craters in their wake. How can there be so many of these sandworms? Lin Yu furrowed his brow, silently lamenting their plight. He understood that while each sandworm was not particularly formidable on its own, their sheer numbers posed a significant challenge. Su Yao, too, felt the weight of anxiety. She swiftly unleashed her ice-based spells, launching a barrage of ice arrows at the sandworms. Upon impact, the arrows encased the sandworms in ice. But soon more of the creatures surged forth, relentlessly pressing their attack. Observing this, Lin Yu decided to hold nothing back. With a fierce shout, he summoned his spiritual energy, causing his weapon to radiate brilliance. He executed a series of intricate sword techniques, the shadows of his blades flickering as each strike felled a sandworm. Under the valiant resistance of Lin Yu and Su Yao, the onslaught of the sandworms was temporarily curtailed. However, they did not relent, continuing to spiral around the two, seeking an opportunity to strike. This stalemate was unsustainable, as our spiritual energy was depleting far too swiftly. While fending off the attacks of the sandworms, Lin Yu spoke to Su Yao, urging her to devise a strategy to extricate themselves from their predicament. Su Yao nodded in agreement, her gaze sweeping the surroundings until it fell upon a towering sand dune not far away. Atop the dune rested a colossal rock, beneath which appeared to be a cavern. Lin Yu, we should head to that cave. It may offer refuge from these sandworms, Su Yao declared, pointing in the direction of the dune. Lin Yu followed the direction of her finger, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. He nodded resolutely, stating, very well, I shall forge our path. You must stay close to me. With that, Lin Yu unleashed a formidable surge of spiritual energy, his sword weaving a curtain of blades that repelled the surrounding sandworms. Grasping Su Yao's hand, he charged toward the dune. The sandworms, perceiving their escape, surged forward in a frenzied attempt to obstruct their passage. Lin Yu and Su Yao fought fiercely as they advanced, laboriously carving a bloody path through the encircling horde of sandworms. At last, they reached the base of the dune. With no time to rest, they began their ascent. The slope was steep and the sand exceedingly loose. With every step upward, they slid back a short distance. Yet, Lin Yu and Su Yao persevered, supporting one another as they climbed toward the summit. Just as they neared the top, a massive sandworm suddenly erupted from beneath the dune. Lunging toward Su Yao, caught off guard, she was struck by the creature's claws, which tore into her arm, causing blood to flow freely. Su Yao, Lin Yu exclaimed, a surge of guilt and fury flooding his heart. He turned and charged at the sandworm, his sword imbued with an insatiable killing intent. Plunging it deep into the creature's head, the sandworm let out a wretched scream, thrashing for a moment before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Lin Yu, disregarding the fallen creature, hurried to Su Yao's side to attend to her wound. Su Yao, how are you? Are you all right? He questioned anxiously. Grimacing through the pain, Su Yao replied, I am fine, merely a minor injury. We must hasten to the cave. These sandworms have not retreated. Lin Yu nodded, assisting her as they quickened their pace. Ultimately reaching the top of the dune and entering the cave. The interior was dark and damp, permeated by a foul odor. Cautiously, Lin Yu and Su Yao ventured deeper into the cavern, remaining vigilant against any lurking dangers. Just as they prepared to find a place to rest, they were suddenly startled by an eerie sound emanating from the depths of the cave. The noise resembled a mournful weeping or a haunting chant, sending chills down their spines.